So, liebe Delegierte,
my dear delegates,
darf Sie herzlich willkommen heißen.
I would like to welcome you for day 2 of our party convention. May I have your attention, please? Could you please go to your seats? We got a wonderful feedback. The most positive feedback about the fact that we have a party convention under one roof. There are no bus shuttle services involved. Baden-Württemberg, may I hear you clap your hands? Okay. I'd like to welcome you for day 2. The mood is wonderful. Today it's going to be historical. Before we start, let's take a look back on the day yesterday. Enjoy. Dear delegates, today it's going to be historical. Since 1978, 1994, and 2002, we'll have our 4th basic program of the CDU Germany. It's a full day. The plan is that by 8:30 we're going to be finished, and that we're going to open the Berlin evening. I'm looking forward to this day. We're at the end of the process. The process took 2 years. The process as such was long. 6,237 cups of coffee were drunk. 63 position papers were approved. There was a survey among members. We had 10 regional conferences, more than 200 meetings of the technical commissions, and what I'm especially pleased about, many requests were handed in by you, 2,120 requests for changes of the basic program that are on the agenda. 43.2% of those entitled to make the changes joined in. So that's a strong signal. The CDU is alive. The CDU is back. Personally, I'd like to thank you because I didn't do this myself. More than 100 members were in the technical commissions. Thank you to 2 people in particular. We are very different in nature. That's Selat Güler and Mario Vogt. That shows the bandwidth of the CDU. We grew together a lot. We had a lot of discussions, and it was really fun. Our WhatsApp group was always a hotline, and we always had a lot of communication. Thanks to the 2 of you, that was really great. If you ask me personally, maybe you allow me to make this remark. This basic program was something that I was passionate about. It's about controversy, and we want to put some weight to the CDU, and in my speech, I spoke about my leading culture. There are two guidelines, two beacons: the Christian image of the human being. We take a look at the collective image, not the individual. And we mentioned an example with a preschool that is mandatory. We want to promote young people by teaching them German before they enter school. The left party would say, from the collectivistic point of view, you stigmatize the kids. We say, no, we support them. We believe in the strengths of the individuals. And number two, the second guideline is what Friedrich Merz formulated. We as people, we as the party, can only give the last but one answer. We never know what politics is about, will be about, so there can never be a final answer. So that is our perspective. That is pure CDU. I'm looking forward to today. We now see a video clip called Our Way to a New Basic Program. We Christian Democrats believe in the human being, the strengths and capabilities, each individual and his contribution for the whole, for the one and whole. It's not prosaic. That's the basic for hands-on politics. That's the spirit that carries us on the way to our new basic program. We want to make clear that the model of the People's Party is not a model of the past, but the model of an open and modern People's Party, the model for the future. We have two objectives: a pioneering spirit, and we need items that distinguish us from others. That's the objective of this new program. That must be our internal claim. Others try to put their ideas on others. We don't do that. Without hope, without prosperity, nobody can live. And without prosperity and courage for the future, you cannot make politics, especially when the job is difficult. You have to rely on the CDU. There will not be a Southern German, not a Northern German, not an Eastern German or Western German program, but it will be a program for the entire CDU. CDU in the political spectrum is a party that says what it wants. The basic program is a huge step for us. I can say that this draft of the fourth basic program was approved unanimously. That's the fourth basic program of the CDU at a time where we would not have thought that in times of a war it could take place. This basic program will bear the title Living in Freedom. That's the central message. The CDU is back. It can be distinguished from other parties, and this is the course that we're setting. Look forward to the new program. Serat Güller, Mario Vogt. What were the moments that you will never forget in the past 2 years where you would say that was a moment that you could not plan? There were certainly many of these moments. We had many discussions, but the highlight and the moment that we could not plan was the boccia game. There are pictures on social media. Skandinavia, what did we do? We locked ourselves in for 17 hours to discuss the basic program for 2 days, 2 long days, many intensive discussions, good discussions, and at the end we played boccia. That's what you can do in Skandinavia. And the party chairman showed us how well he played. We had to talk him into joining us, but actually he was the champion. That was a special moment. Mario, what was your moment? Well, many different moments. The most exciting thing that made up this process, if we consider the CDU started out and said, we discuss, we focus on the topics until late at night, 190 topics where we want to define our attitude. That was born by a common spirit. We want to make it. But the most exciting thing was to see that we had a member survey. 170,000 people said, these are the topics that I want to have represented by the CDU. We had regional conferences, many debates in the regional groups. The party is living this work, the many small moments that made up this big performance. What was decisive in this process? Well, when you said we will present that 2 years from now, we said, wow, okay, respect, that will be a challenge. It was, but as Robert just said, and you also said it, 100 people who were all passionate, no matter where we were, all kinds of associations, meetings. You really felt that the people, the members, that they want to discuss. And what I found special was that the basic members were members in the technical commission. They brought in their ideas. So all in all, it was a special process. Many special moments, many things that brought us together more. Yes, you have to expose your DNA and to look for something to sharpen your foundation. You need a lot for that. All the members and the bases were involved, but you also have to involve experts. The claim we had was to make the affected people experts, invite experts, discuss different formats, and to cover the entire portfolio, the entire bandwidth of the population. So we want to describe Germany as it could look 10 years from now. We want to strive for that. That was highly interesting. The mood in our country was very open. It shows that if the CDU takes over the government, you can see what our integration process, what it could look like. Last question, what do you expect from today? We have 2,100 requests. 2,100 requests. The earliest time one was handed in came from Una on February 13th. Una, where are you? Okay, they're awake. And the latest one that was handed in March 25th at midnight, 29 minutes before the deadline, and they were from Stuttgart and the Rhine-Neckar region. Are they also here? Okay, what do you expect today? Many good, vivid debates We provided the basis. This is something we can be proud of, but we can have intensive discussions about that in the regional conferences and the associations. We can see that here on a big stage. That's what we want, and that's what we are looking forward to. Today we will open up a new chapter of the CDU. We say this is our leading motive, this is our future idea. We had an intensive process. We'll see that in the debate. And Carsten, you were the driver of this process. You were the one who described the process. And I expect one thing, a big applause for Carsten, because he was a very important driver. Thank you. Thank you. We agreed on saying good words about each other. Okay, Selen Güller and Mario Vogt, thank you very much. We have many video clips, and my favorite video clip will be shown now. A lot of fun, emotional, and it shows that the basic program can be shown in 2 minutes. So 2 years in 2 minutes. Enjoy it. Every day in Germany, children are born, women become mothers, men, fathers. Every day, kids become adolescents. Every day, people work. They give their best and keep everything up and running. They're curious, they have ideas, make experiments, try something new. People give their hands to each other, listen to each other, they play music, tell stories, and write history. These people are Germany. We are 84 million in rural areas and cities, from the sea to the mountains. But the prosperity is waning. The challenges are bigger. The world seems to be out of control. In such times, we need the feeling of a strong togetherness and the right politics to do so. We need a political force providing stability, setting the course for Germany, so that we can develop this pioneering spirit. For solidarity and justice. We are this force, so the CDU. We make politics driven by Christian perspectives of the human being. His talents and capabilities have to be promoted. We make politics for a country that is free and safe, for a society with cohesion provides opportunities to each one, prosperity for everybody, sustainable and sovereign, for a state that works and is moving on, for a Europe that protects freedom and makes diversity a strength. We make politics for people, because for us the human being is in the focus. We make politics for Germany, so that 84 million can live together in freedom. Living in freedom. Leading Germany safely into the future. That's our new basic program. That was the video clip, and now we're looking forward to the party chair, who he will open up today's program. He wants to have fresh air and involve the bases. Now Friedrich Merz will talk to us. Dear Presidium, dear Carsten, dear friends, welcome for day 2, the important day of this convention where we talk about the contents. Day 1 was good, I can say. We spent a pleasant evening together. Thank you for that. And in the 2 video clips this morning, you got the feeling what the situation was 2 years ago, and today we finalized that with the approval of our 4th basic program. I would like to make a few remarks. First of all, it's only the 4th. The first basic program was written by Helmut Kohl in 1978, and it was approved in the party. The process to get there took 7 years. Our current basic program that will be finalized today was redeveloped in 2 years, so that shows the party is trained in setting up a program. I say this for a reason. We're often told the CDU is a power party. It's not a program party. What is true is we want to be in the government. Only if we are responsible for the government can we push through things. But this something, pushing through something, has to have a substance. And it has to be able to lead us into the future. Therefore, it's important that after 17 years, we have another basic program. The basic program of 2007 does not provide answers to our current topics. Let me give you 2 examples. The word digitalization in 2007 is not mentioned. And China, in this basic program, dating back to 2007, there is one single sentence saying, due to the growing importance, China and India are to be supported in being partners and shapers of the international order. End of quote. That is 17 years ago. So that tells you how much the world around us has changed. We responded to this program, and I want to outline 2 important characteristics that took us to the point where we can present a text and discuss about it. The first thing was all presidium members of the CDU were asked by me to take over the responsibility in one of the commissions. All members of the presidium joined this work and took over responsibility. I thank all the members of the presidium for taking the time to do the work. That was a prerequisite for close intertwining of the party and the program convention. Thank you very much for all of your work that you invested. I want to mention Carsten Linnemann once again, also Selber Klöder and Mario Vogt. The 3 were the core team, together with our employees in the Adenauer House, with Philipp Pöckenbayer and Christoph Oppmann. Most of you cannot imagine what this meant, but these were 2 years of the most intensive work in the Adenauer House, in the team of the Adenauer House. And before it's approved, I want to say already, thank you very much for this wonderful work of this team in the Adenauer House, the 3 people I mentioned, but also their employees. The Basic Program Commission was asked for something else. I told them, please don't write long texts. If you do so, many sentences will have to be deleted in the final version. It's about decisions that are fact-based. The final text of this draft is written by a separate group where we have professional external support so that you can read the text easily and that it's to make sure that it's consistent. We said a maximum of 75 pages. And we achieved exactly that. Don't underestimate these two criteria. All Presidium members, a consistent text. Because it's short and consistent, that's why we got very high approval when the text was published. Take a look at other parties in Germany. I dare say there is no second party that for this process of writing a basic program, you get so much attention as we did. And that was due to the methodology in our work. We demonstrated that we can govern, but we can also say why we want to be in the government. And this can be presented to you now in 75 pages today. We did not get approval from the media and the public. We also got approval from our members and voters. And the nicest compliment I heard was that many said, now we can see the CDU again. Now I know again why I am in this party. Dear friends, that was important. But that's only one of two functions. One, of course, is self-assured towards the inside. We have to know who we are, what we stand for, what we want. But there is a second function that is at least as important. Beyond our members, beyond our constant voters, we have to reach those, and their numbers are growing, who in all elections decide newly who they want to vote. So the voters that are not tied to one special party. This the program is directed to these people. We deal with the international challenges of our country. We try to find a consistent answer to them, and the title is What Makes Up Christian Democrats in the 21st Century. If we use this spirit and bring it to life in our approval today, that is a clear signal to the outside. It provides orientation, support. It gives the people prosperity in uncertain times. I said it yesterday, and I say it again. Maybe it's the most important function of a political party, as we define it, to give prosperity, support, orientation to people, and to tell people that we think that we can solve the problems of our times. If we take this spirit to our meetings, and if we take this spirit into our approval, then we have reached a milestone in the history of our country, for our party, in that order. My dear friends, let me conclude by saying what the three major characteristics are. We know whoever wants to lead a secure life, you need internal and external safety, social security, economic security, ecological security, safe jobs, a safe pension, safe health services, good economical conditions, and a modern and stable state. For the people, we want a free and safe country. There must be no legal vacuums. Our geopolitical activity towards the outside has to be strengthened. That guides us. Number two, for us it's important that we want a society with cohesion, a society with internal cohesion. And that's why all who are living in Germany have to respect our rules with no ifs and buts. They have to accept our culture of togetherness with no ifs or buts. And finally, for us it is clear that we work for the people. We want wealth or prosperity. We need a growth agenda. I called it Agenda 2030, in which the economy, energy, and climate policies are no longer opposing elements, but a comprehensive offer, a state and an administration that is able to handle that. My dear friends, if we do it that way, then this basic program, in addition to yesterday, in addition to the facts, a signal is not only for continuity, but also there is a pioneering spirit. We are pioneers for the future. And my dear friends, I want to open the discussion now. And I would like to ask you for one thing. Carsten said it. We got more than 2,000 change requests, a few about the basic value charter that we approved in Hanover. We can start discussing that once again, but nevertheless, I would like to ask you not to discuss the basic value charter. We approved everything in Hanover. Let's leave it that way. And let's now focus on the individual topics that we want to discuss today. That will take a lot of time. Number two, please understand that the Request Commission cannot consider all proposals. There are many, many good proposals. You will see this in the texts. They were taken up. But this is a basic program and not a government program. We do not replace the work of the fraction in the Bundestag. We make a program for the, say, next 10 years, and not only for the next 2. In the basic program, this has to be reflected, so many proposals will be found in the fraction, to the party, the general secretary, but let's leave it with a basic program in a readable format before we approve it. There's so many party members were interested. There was so much public attention. This basic spirit and the basic structure of the basic program should be left that way, with the many improvements that we will discuss today. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you very much for leading this discussion now.
Thank you very much, dear Friedrich. It's not possible to sum up what happened in the past 2 years in a clearer way and what this program means to us strategically. Thank you. Now, let's start right away on with Mario Vogt with some technical advice. Thank you, Carsten. Before we begin with the basic program, let me inform you about the initiative motions. The board approved, or the motion on freedom, living in freedom. You will find the motion in the version of the request commission under the letter E. In addition, we also have had a look at 6 initiative requests of at least 30 delegates. Again, the motion committee tabled recommendations. You will find them in the open slides under letter E. We will discuss these requests tonight or tomorrow in the morning. We will add them to the basic program. Before we continue with the topic 21, a debate about the proposal on the basic program. Before we start with the individual motions, Thomas Rache requested to make another general remark. So I'd like to give the floor to Thomas Rache. Dear Chairman, dear Friedrich, dear Carsten Lehmann, dear friends, it is here in Berlin where the history of the CDU of Germany started in 1945, 8 decades ago. It was here in Berlin where we have gathered today in order to approve, to discuss the 4th basic program and to understand ourselves about our values and principles. We have to be clear about one thing. The success story of the Christian Democratic Union of Germany is combined with a basic decision, which is the letter C in our name. After the moral catastrophe of National Socialism at the hour zero, the CDU started as the first major ecumenical movement of the post-war period, formulating politics. This is still the actual policy of the CDU. The historical situation at that time was unique, of course, but even today, in a world which is in disorder, this decision is still inspiring and basic. The letter C is still as necessary and indispensable as never before. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of God, we start our party conventions with an ecumenical divine service. This is a unique selling position in the landscape of parties. This is CDU pure. But why actually is this letter C as an identity core in our 4th new basic program so important? It is the letter C, which is the unifying bracket which expresses the diversity of our movement. The letter C makes sure that the liberal movement remains humane, that social is not leading to socialism, and that the conservative element will never drift away into a blood and soil ideology. It is a limit towards the extreme left wing or right wing. The C in our name is the universal message showing that people are unique, and this is not an exclusive matter. It is rather inclusive, it is integrative. And here we realize immediately that we are different, that our view of the people is different among other political currents. Karl Marx said, people are not the actual people. They just have to have the social consciousness belonging to the correct class. And the Nazis said, no, the correct person is the one who belongs to the correct race. And among the nationalists, you have to belong to the right nation. And the group of so-called Christians in the AfD distinguishes people and nations by their community of blood, I quote. The fundamentalists demand that the people have to follow the right religion, otherwise he would be suppressed or destroyed. And in Afghanistan, the people has to have the right sex. He must not have the must not be a woman, otherwise you would be a human being of second class. The question about the human conception is of decisive importance in general. For us as Christian Democrats, the image, the human being as God has created the human being is decisive. According to our Christian conception, every person is unique regarding one's dignity, untouchable, irrespective of the origin, the color of the skin, or one's sex. In this spirit, let us discuss the basic program, let us formulate it, and let us approve it. Our policy as Christian Democrats is based on the responsibility before God and the people. This is what brings the idea of responsible freedom and puts a limit to our own actions. This is the Christian democratic handwriting, which I want to have for our joint basic program. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas Rache, for your fundamental classification and our Christian view of humanity. Now we move on with the motions 1 to 200 and the amendment requests and additional motion ZA01 to 09 will be indicated on your tablets. You will find this in the collection of the on pages 4 until 937. The 200 requests have several paragraphs. They are summed up. The requests have the cipher with the motion and the number of the application, starting with A001 up to A001. Antrag to Änderungsantrag. We start with the introduction with chapter 1, where we are. These are the requests 022 to A024. We continue with chapter 2, what we are all about, A025 to 35, and we deal with A084, Charter of Fundamental Values. Chapter A, where do we want to go, up to 9091, and the final paragraph with our values into the future. These are the motions, and you may have realized that the title of the program A001 and the chapter before it, at one glance, this is what means CDU up to A21 has been omitted. There's a reason. The overview chapter is to be discussed at the end because it contains the central messages again. And of course, it is important here that the additional amendments in chapter 3 are to be included. So there are amendments which we wanted to take into account and we want to integrate. And we will also discuss the additional motions ZA1 to ZA9. The title, against the background of the deliberations, it will be discussed to form the final remark. The procedure follows. I will start with 001 to A100, one after the other. And according to the recommendations of the Commission, I will call you for your vote. On the left, on the screen, you will see the motions of the Federal Board, and on the right side, the amendment proposals. If you want to take the floor, please always refer to an amendment with the help of your tablet. All motions are to be found on the left-hand side under Anträge, motions. Please click on the symbol that looks like a speaking person, and then füge mich hinzu, add to the content. If you want to be put on the list of speakers, click on the autopilot and then füge mich zu. Then we will ask you to vote. Let me look around. Did everybody understand how to request the floor? Well, if all this fails, you still can raise your hand. So let's proceed this way. On the 35th Party Congress in Hanover, on the Charter of Fundamental Values in Chapter 2 and a paragraph of Chapter 3, I will propose a special procedure when the time has come. One more piece of information for the daily planning. At 4 o'clock, CSU Party Conference of the Bavarian Minister President Marius Söder will take the floor. We will interrupt the proceedings and then we'll continue in a concentrated way. Before we start with the text dealing with the title Tomorrow. Tomorrow. For us as the CDU, the future starts with a self-confident yes, we agree with Germany. We are proud of our country. We are a solid democracy. We represent one of the most successful national economies in the world. We are a social state under the rule of law. We are a cultural nation. We are a country of inventors, movers, and workers. The CDU is convinced that the people in this country will shape the future together so as to build and remain a strong society. Therefore, we need a political strength that favors common values and goals. This strength is what we want to be in the future as well. Therefore, we invite everyone to join us. The world is changing. Our Christian democratic fundamental values remain the same: freedom, solidarity, and justice. It is the mission of this fourth basic program to demonstrate how we deal with these fundamental values and build the future. On the basis of the Christian conception, we want to harmonize seeming opposites: a market economy, freedom, principle, and social security, the freedom of the individual, and responsibility for the community. Economy versus ecology. Promise prosperity and climate neutrality. Preservation of the democratic nation state. European integration and international integration. Love for one's country and open-mindedness for the world. Shaping one's home region and a contribution to the world. World orientation and a realistic policy. We shape transformation in a way that everyone can benefit. The CDU is a party of the people in the center and a party of the common interest. We unite trust and optimism with realism and dignity. The people are not the creator of the world, but we bear the responsibility for our earth. We learn from successes and failures and forge a policy for our children, grandchildren, and future generations. We work for a country that is free and safe, for a society which is united and opens up new chances for an economy producing prosperity for all, for a Germany that is sustainable and sovereign, for a state that functions and steps ahead. This mission is what we tackle in a courageous and determined way. We have all reasons to be optimistic and to look into the future with hope. The CDU can master challenges and build the future, a new beginning and renewal. We want to live in freedom. We want to lead Germany safely into the future. Thank you, Engelbert von Nordhausen. Engelbert von Nordhausen is the most well-known dubbing speaker who lended his voice to Gene Hackman. He is the dubbing voice of these famous movie stars. And when we asked him, he said, "I love to come to you." Well, why not clapping your hands? I have read the basic program, and I thought to myself, this is exactly what's missing in our times. We have to have a straight line again. And that's why I agreed to come, and I did want to do it. When you are so passionate, are you a member of the CDU? No, I'm not. Well, we can change this. I don't know how. Do you appreciate that if the most well-known voice actor would be a member of our party? Well, nevertheless, I'd be interested to know, what about your voice? Do you have your whiskey every night or smoke a cigar? Or were you born that way? Well, as a matter of fact, I have inherited this voice from my father originally. I was one of the Schöneberger choir. I was also an opera singer. I wanted to become an opera singer. And then I saw a performance of Don Giovanni at the German Opera. The singer was a big, fat singer. And I decided not to become a singer. So I became an actor. When you learn acting, you learn phonetics and the way you speak, the way how you can exploit your resonance space of your body. This was the main reason. And of course, I do, before I go to my studios, I do phonetical exercises. Do you want an example? So that's how I do it. Perhaps let's add one more final question. We will meet again 2 times. What are the projects you are planning currently? Currently, I've completed a movie about Samuel L. Jackson. The title is Piano Lesson. It is about a piano in a black family in America. It's a beautiful movie. I don't know whether it will be a smash hit, but it is a nice story. Before that, I did a movie which is called Damaged. I am not allowed what it was about. Well, the usual things. We'll do it tonight. Okay, Engelbert von Nordhausen, the most well-known dubbing voice artist of Germany. Thank you very much, and all the best. Thank you very much indeed. See you later.
Thank you very much. We now know what a free decision means in the CDU. This is good. And if this voice is also with us, everything will work out. Now we come to number 22, A001, chapter 1. We come to 0022, 108 through 141, 1 to 12. Nobody wants to speak on this matter. This is not the case. Therefore, we will proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of this abstentions, so unanimously carried. I now come to A023 with the amendments 1 to 40. Nobody wants to take the floor in this respect. And I can now open the voting. Those who actually want to follow the recommendation. Those against, abstentions. So this is carried. Now we come to A025, etc. So nobody wants to take the floor on this. So I think we can vote on the recommendation of the Motions Committee. So in favor, against, and abstentions. So this has been carried. Thank you, Mario Vogt. Now we come to A25 to 35. And the discussion is now open for those these are the main ideas of the basic program. Many delegates will remember the passionate discussion we had originally, and we would like you to actually retain what we have, because we discussed this very much in detail in Hanover. Once more, an idea on the further procedure. The next recommendation should be dealt with together. The main recommendations should be accepted. Let us proceed as follows. Everybody who actually wants to take the floor on any of these ideas, we want to give the possibility to everybody to present his or her position. If this recommendation finds a majority, then we would proceed to A36. If it doesn't have a majority, then we will actually vote on each of the recommendations. Anybody who wants to take the floor on this matter? There's one person who wants to take the floor. Frau Schäfer. Thank you, delegates. Friedrich Merz. He and his team make us more friendly vis-à-vis families, while I'm very much in favor of the basic program because everybody can voice his or her position. We speak of equal rights between men and women. I understand if somebody says, well, we have discussed this enough. But we got a lot of pressure because some say this is something ugly in a program which is actually based on the idea of freedom. Because we live in a time where the political left wants to actually intervene in the private life of individuals. And we have to strengthen the idea of freedom. And you can read here, in Freiheit leben, to live in freedom. Where Gleichberechtigung, equal rights, wants to actually give equal opportunities to men and women. And you have to think about it. I think it's crazy. What would this mean? Christina made this very clear too, the difference between equal position and equal rights, and therefore we have to decide in favor of equal rights. This is something that is written down in our constitution. And we want to actually foster the individual. Let us take people the way they are with different talents and interests. And this has to be underlined. And the way it is written down here, we have a difficult wording. We want different life possibilities. And you should actually vote for equal opportunities. Mario Vogt has the floor. Delegates, I would like to explain to you the formulation that we have chosen. We have actually written down what we understand by Christian image of man. This is the discussion we've had the last 2 years in Hanover. We discussed this more than 4 hours. It was a very interesting discussion. Of course, not everybody is satisfied with each idea you have there, but it is something that actually reflects the discussions. And what we decided 1.5 years ago in Hanover is what we are. This is the basis. Values don't change after 1.5 years. Therefore, we should not have the same discussion today. But as a party, we should actually look into this in detail. I think there will be many discussions which are worth it, and we have the ideas of everybody, and we should now have a discussion what we actually want in different areas. Thank you, Mario Vogt. Now comes Sarah Becker. Sarah Becker has the floor. Delegates, I think it is good that this discussion is taking place again. Some things have to be clarified. Equal position and equal rights are not the same thing. Here we have to show the difference also in terms of words. And we have received ideas from all of our associations. And I think there's a mistake, and I think we have the possibility to remove it, because the individual is important. Freedom on the basis of responsibility. This is what we are supporting. Everybody has a responsibility we are expecting, and this makes a difference to the equal rights discussions. Equality when it comes to opportunities. If a state wants to have equal opportunities and we don't want to intervene there, I think if you have the title to live in freedom, can't put freedom before. We are justice and freedom. Let us discuss this once more and remove this mistake. Now Julia Klöckner has the floor. Good morning, everybody. I think we haven't learned from the last party conference. We, women and men, pursuant to our basic law, have equal rights. If this was the title, we wouldn't have to discuss it. Legally speaking, and I wasn't a fan of these ideas of equal position and equal rights. But in the end, a party conference decided on the basis of majority, and if a majority decides that you don't go back again and again. Obviously, some think that our basis is not accepting what we are doing. Here, there are girls and women that will not marry or work in a job. They do all this, but they are not in an equal position. Equal position is what we have to do if we put into practice our laws. I think we have other ideas that are more important to be discussed. Thank you, Julia Klöckner. Now we had two speakers in favor of an amendment and two against it. So I'm asking the next speaker who would like to take the floor whether she wants to talk. Yes, she does. Delegates, Julia Klöckner said what I feel too. I'm in favor of the wording of the motions committee. Thank you. With this, we can actually start the voting. So these numbers should be put together and discussed together. Those who are in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Who is against? Thank you. Abstentions? So we have a good majority that follows the recommendation of the motions committee. We now come to a (36) with the amendments 1 through 7. Nobody wants to take the floor. Those who are in favor of the wording of the motions committee, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? So A36 has been carried unanimously. We now come to A37 and amendments 1 to 22. Let us now come to the voting. Those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? So unanimously carried. Let us now come to A38. Amendments 1 to 5. We have no requests for the floor. Those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? So A38 has been accepted unanimously. We now come to A39, amendments 1 to 13. Here we can go right to voting. I ask who is against the recommendation of the Motions Committee. Then 39 has been accepted. So we look at the next numbers. We have one request for the floor by Birte Bismann. Where is she? She isn't here? Question mark. So let us go on with A41. Here the demand is that legal procedures must be handled more quickly. We have one request for the floor from a colleague from Hanover. Is he here in the back at microphone 2? This is the request from Lüneburg. I spoke to the people that are affected, and the question is whether we discuss this here or later. What do you think? Philipp Antor for the Motions Committee. Friends, well, thank you. I think we have to actually speak about this rule. I think it should not become something that is possible. But I am grateful that those who actually want to discuss this are withdrawing. I think this has to do with the governmental program. This is correct, and we will have to discuss this matter in this framework. We are rather abstract in many frameworks, and we think we would have to actually not accept it. But we are going to deal with this, and we are in favor of having this transmitted to the Motions Committee. I wanted to respond to this. I wanted to say this is what we actually want to have this limited to 2 instances. In this case, we could actually abolish it, and this rule would actually lead to not having done a lot of repair work. And it has to be abolished. It will take a long time, I think more than 10 years, because we also have to see what the EU is thinking. Thank you, Mr. Max. Johannes Winkel. I'm in favor of this request. Of course, I understand. Okay, in how many detailed regulations should we actually discuss? And I think I don't want to have 500 cases in the end. But one thing has to be said. Every politician says in every interview, in any discussion, nobody says concretely how to reduce bureaucracy. And I think if we only talk about it without giving examples, and if you pick out one example, then I think it has to do with the association. I think it cannot be that the process is prolonged because some of our associations go to court. Philip, I understand you, but let us give one example. Thank you, Johannes Winkel. But the Association of Lüneburg wants to transmit this request. So much about clarifying this. We have more speakers. Mr. Kuhlmann from Schleswig-Holstein. He is withdrawing. Ladies and gentlemen, as representative of the association requesting this topic, this was introduced by Jürgen Trittin, and I think this shows it is very important to be discussed. But if it doesn't fit at this point, then you should follow the request and wording of the Motions Committee. I think it is very important for the legal committee, and I think we won't actually abolish this request. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. We don't want to do this. I think there are not different opinions as far as this request is concerned. Does it fit into the governmental program or the basic program? Therefore, the motions committee would say we transmit this so that it will be possible to include it into the governmental program. He's coming. Friends, it is not correct that we don't have any ideas on the topic of reduction of bureaucracy, of red tape, and we've done so in other contexts. It is right, this topic is important, but you can't abolish it so easily. We have many other instruments, one in, one out. We want to correct it, one in, two out. Therefore, I would say let the basic program remain a basic program. But we will actually introduce this topic at another occasion. I think we have to really have concrete matters which show that we want to reduce red tape, but it doesn't fit in the basic program. It would be one topic amongst many. Therefore, I am in favor of the recommendation of the motions committee. Ulf Thiele from Hanover. Microphone 2. Thank you. I can understand the argument that this doesn't fit into the basic program. For instance, we could have the motions committee decide to actually vote on this matter, and we will have a clear-cut answer on the matter. Jens Spahn has the floor. Dear friends, I only wanted to say we have a clear vote on this. You can read it on in our European matters. So we will now proceed to the voting. So the request for the floor has what is recommended is that this application should be transmitted to the Secretary General. Those who want to follow this idea, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? Some votes against and abstentions. This is the result. We come back to A40.
Birte Glissmann is back. Now lines 446 to 452. Change requests 1 to 12. There is one request to speak. Glissmann, the floor is yours. Thank you. In my speech for the board, I said it yesterday, I am against the legalization of drugs, and therefore we have not read any position about drugs. We should have that. That's why the young CDU said we should say that we don't want a legalization of drugs, but this basic approval in the basic program of the CDU is correct. I want to propose that we accept this request and not transfer it to the General Secretary, because it's something general, that we say we have enough legal drugs. Legalization of cannabis is wrong, we think. So we should clearly state this. Thank you, Birte Glissmann, for the request commission. Philipp Amthor. Dear friends, it's as in the debate before. Factually, that's a politically correct request, and the CDU should indicate that we don't want to legalize any more drugs, because the traffic light government has made wrong decisions, dear friends. So yes, it is correct, but the request commission here at the party convention has to take a systematic approach in this program, and there needs to be a contextual sense. The drug policy was not mentioned too much, but in the request commission at the last meeting, we made a proposal. You find this proposal in the request A149 in the section on health policy, and there the drug politics should be handled there. We have to reword that, yes, but we said that it's less it should less be in internal safety, but it should rather be part of health policy. So we transfer this with a large approval, but we transfer this, but we will not take this up in the internal safety. With the more than 2,000 change requests, there are so many amendments proposed. Crime, internal security, a lot of things could not be taken up because we had to focus on a few items. We have to say drug policy is dealt in 149 in health policy, and here in internal safety we transfer this to the General Secretary. One more thing. When this goes to Carsten Rüllnemann, we do not eliminate that. He will take care of that, and in the government program that will be reflected. Thank you. Thank you, Philipp Amthor. There is one more request to speak, Dr. Albrecht Schütte. Dear Presidium, dear delegates, it's about our request for the old age pension. Well, I was wrongly allocated. That's what I wanted to speak about. Thank you. Any more requests? There are no more requests to speak. So vote on A40 with the change requests 1 to 12. If you want to approve that, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? There are a few abstentions and counter motions, but there is approval. Carsten Linnemann, please. Very briefly, I'd like to welcome a bedrock, a person that marked the CDU as hardly any other. He was a prime minister in Rheinland-Palatinate, in Thuringia, chairman of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and in the first basic program, 1978, he played a central role. Welcome, Bernhard Vogel. Bernhard, dear Mr. Vogel, you're on your way Mr. Vogel, your fan club over there, they don't stop clapping their hands. Rheinland-Palatinate. Mr. Vogel, one more thing. You're on your way to become a bestseller author. You wrote a book called Erst das Land, My Life as a Politician in the West and the East. And you will give a signature at the stand of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. It costs 28 euros. It can be bought at any bookstore. Thank you, Carsten Linnemann. We move on in our request consultation. I have a proposal so that we can speed up a little bit. The next request will come for A52. That enables us to handle A42 to A51 with the change requests. They can be they can be voted on in one big block. And there are no further requests to speak. So let's vote on A42 to A51 in one block. If you want to approve the requests, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay. There are 2 votes against, but there is a large majority to approve. A52 is next, 554 to 551 to the change requests 1 to 4. There is one request to speak by Tim Ulrich Peters. The floor is yours. As CDU Brussels, Belgium, we'd like to ask for a European Security Council that is added to the European Council. In the USA, the Security Council takes care of national safety, coordinates that. Most remember at the last election campaign, Armin Laschet asked for a national security council. Security and defense is getting more important. We have hybrid war, we have the war in the Ukraine, our infrastructure has to be protected, we need more armament production also for the Ukraine. It makes sense to agree on these issues. We propose that we have a European Security Council. Thank you. For the Request Commission, now Philipp Amthor. My dear friends, no need to worry. Other colleagues can also speak against these requests, but here I can do that. It's right to say that we have to coordinate more security in the European Union, but we don't believe that a European Security Council is the right tool, and we don't believe that this should be in the basic program. So for this request, we want to turn this down in the context that we approved a European election program dealing with the foreign policy in the European Union and how to coordinate it, what is necessary, and especially we have the structural proposal there that a new EU commissioner for defense should be installed. That's the proposal of the European election program. We cannot come up with another proposal that is not included in the European program. That would be contradictory. Yes, it's important, but we have different opinions about the tool, but we propose to turn down this request. Thank you, Philipp Amthor. Now we have the vote. If you approve the vote on A52 with the change requests 1 to 4, please raise your cards. Thank you. Votes against? Okay, abstentions? A few counter motions and abstentions. There is approval. Mario Vogt. Thank you. I would like to welcome another guest. I welcome Maria Böhmer, Professor Maria Böhmer, former chairwoman of the Women's CDU, president of the German UNESCO Commission. The Rhineland-Palatinate members are all here, as it seems. Nice to have you with us. Thank you. We continue. Next, the requests A53 to A56 and the change requests. There are no requests to speak. If you approve the A53 to A56 requests, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay. The votes for the requests A53 to A56 are approved. A57 with the change requests 1 to 8. There are several requests to speak. Let's begin with Roland Theis from the Saar area. Dear party friends, in our change request, it's about a general question. How do we Christian Democrats look at one of the major benefits of this Schengen area? We Christian Democrats were never only on one side. Schengen were always two promises. One promise of safety, security towards the outside, the protection of our exterior limits and borders, and freedom in the inside, liberty of traveling. The sad truth is that the first promise is not kept enough, and the second promise, therefore, freedom in Europe, can no longer be guaranteed. For us Christian Democrats, it has to be clear that we want this promise for safety so that liberal traveling in Europe can be safeguarded, so that we can remove the border controls. Dear friends, this vision is the vision of Europe without borders. For us, that's not a technical question. For us, that's a central CDU brandmark, and this is what this request is about. With this objective in mind, Kohl and Mitterrand in 1984 came up with the precursor of Schengen treatment. So stationary border controls at the German-French border. That was decided that way. That was a political objective. Europe without borders. This will bring the Europeans more together. Helmut Kohl knew about the symbol, and the people feel this in the border regions. Helmut Kohl said he wants to realize that, and I quote, so that the European project can no longer be turned around. It's a fundamental difference. And I'll talk about the formulation we speak about. Whether we say we want, as long as necessary, we want to make border controls possible, or as soon as possible, border checks have to be dismantled so that the Christian objective of having a Europe without borders is important. This is what this is about. And I want to add one sentence. In this change request, we also say something about ourselves. It's a general decision that we have to take. The question whether we're still able to identify visions and targets for which we can make people enthusiastic. With symbols, realities are changed, as Helmut Kohl managed with Schengen. Or do we move on from one necessity to the next without vision, without clear conviction, as Olaf Scholz does? We, the CDU, ask for we have to do this. I ask for your support. Thank you, Roland Theis. Next is Roland Frey. Dear Mr. Theis, dear friends, we want to stick with the formulation. I say this because there is no general difference. The objective as it was formulated is okay, and I think we all share it. But we have to say that the world cannot be drawn as we would like to have it. The fact that this debate exists about this formulation has to do with the fact that what we wanted in the past did not work. So we agree that we have to make more attempts, try harder to protect our borders in such a way that we can do without border controls inside Europe. Of course, that is the objective. But let's take a look at what we achieved. It's not enough. In recent weeks and months, and since 2015, we have had German, Austrian border controls. For many months, we have asked for that. Mrs. Faeser did the same at the eastern German borders to the other countries. If we deal with the facts having to do with safety, then this was mandatory and necessary. Nevertheless, as soon as possible, we want to do without internal border controls, and that becomes clear in our draft. Therefore, I propose, considering that we agree with this objective, that we stick with this formulation. So in this way, the visionary and the feasible are brought into line. Next is Stefan Toscani, also from the Saarland region. Dear friends, in a basic program we have to have visions, objectives, ideas, and not everyday politics. That's what we agreed on. So, as CDU Saarland, we want to say that the vision of the open Schengen region without internal borders, as Christian Democrats, we are committed to this vision clearly, as Helmut Kohl did. And to make this clear once again, we say, yes, robust protection of our exterior borders, but as a means, not an end. The objective has to be that we have open borders within the European Union. Germany is a country with most neighbors in the European region. We have 9 neighboring countries in the European Union. We have the biggest interest of all European countries to have no borders within the EU. That's undisputed. At the moment, we need border controls, of course. That's everyday politics. We agree with that. But with our motion, we want to make clear for a robust protection of the exterior borders so that we can travel freely without borders to meet the vision of the European project. Please support the CDU SAR request. Thank you, Stefan Toscani. Next is Parteitag Prinks. Thank you, my dear friends. I have to contradict you. You said it rightfully. In the basic program, we say we want to have the Schengen region, rightfully, but we have to be honest, and this has to be reflected. There was a double promise. Open borders inside and closed borders outside. It's not that this does not work for a few months, but Schengen never really worked. There was not one single day where this project really worked. So we should be more honest. We don't want to dispute the vision, but it's not a reality. And in our basic program, this should be reflected. So please support the vote of the Request Commission. Next is Tim Ulrich Peters and then Johannes Volkmann. Dear friends, as CDU Brussels, we need protection of the borders and open internal borders. That's the vision of Europe. We all agree in here. I have a proposal how the ideas of the SAR region and the proposal of the federal board, that we take over the SAR proposal and in addition the rest. We add that with a functioning protection of our exterior borders. We want to take away the internal borders. So that would be my proposal. Thank you, Mr. Peters. Next is Johannes Volkmann. My dear friends, Tim Peters said what is my conviction. I was born in 1996. I was born within a Europe of open borders, and I want to live in a Europe with open borders. That's the CDU position. And internal border controls are necessary as long as the outer border controls do not work. I agree with that, but the SAR proposal is correct. Europe is growing together. We should not have borders inside. Thank you. For the Request Commission, now Jens Spahn. Roland, Stefan, dear friends, I come from the Dutch border region. I appreciate open borders, and we have to say where border controls take place, the borders are not closed. So as an EU citizen, it's no problem to cross the borders. Number three, borders, border controls, are the national authority according to the European legislation. So the national authorities are responsible. This is an aspect that is important to underline. And the sentence, up to an effective protection of the outer borders, is necessary. We saw that this makes a difference. The vision is important. Kohl, Adenauer, take the people as they are. They are no others. We will need internal border controls for some more time. The proposal of Tim Peters is okay with existing and more effective border controls at the outside borders, and until we have these, we need internal border controls. That would be a compromise. That way we could combine a visionary and a pragmatic approach. Thank you very much. That was Jens Spahn for the Request Commission. Now, Roland Theiss. Dear Jens, dear Tim, dear Johannes, today we showed that we Christian Democrats can bring together realities and visions. When we debate, we can be better. So we approve the proposal of Tim Peters. Thank you for your debate. Thank you, Roland Theiss. At least one state association is now happy due to Jens Spahn. Okay, let's vote about the request, A57, with a change request with changes as explained by Jens Spahn. If you want to approve, please raise your cards. Thank you. Votes against? Abstentions. And now applause from the Saarland region. Next is request A58, lines 606 to 621, with the change requests 1 to 20. There are no requests to speak. We can have a vote. If you approve, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay. A51. We have an approval. Next is A51, concept of safe third countries with the change requests 1 to 8. There are lots of requests to speak, and therefore we begin with Tim Ulrich Peters. We know him already, followed by Thorsten Frey for the Request Commission. Dear friends, I come on stage. That's an important topic. We need to pay more attention to it. Migration is a hot debate all over Europe. We heard that for the European election, immigration is the most important topic, so we have to pay a lot of attention to it. In 2023, 350,000 people in Germany asked for asylum. That's about as much as a city like Bochum, Wuppertal, or Bielefeld. But these are not some citizens that will spread all over Germany, but these are people who accumulate in certain quarters of our cities and who have different principles and cultural attitudes, and they could cause problems in integration. The main source countries are Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran. 350,000 plus family members of 130,000 people from Syria and Turkey. That makes 482,000 in 1 year only, as Duisburg or Nuremberg, the size of the city. And deportations in 2000 2023, we'll talk about that, they were 16,000. So 482,000 illegal immigrants or asylum requests and 16,000 deportations. So even if we double the deportations, we're not where we want to be. Friedrich Merz said yesterday, illegal immigration cannot continue like that. Hendrik Wüst said, illegal migration does not have to be limited, but ended. If there is a consensus that illegal immigration has to be ended, then we have to show how we can achieve that. At the moment in our program, could be compared to the Rwanda model. Everybody can come in, and then those who are not allowed to stay can be sent to Rwanda. Even these deportations that are legally justified, we managed 16,000, so how many can be sent to Rwanda in what time? Great Britain will send 1,000 people there until 2027. And the asylum applications in Europe are 1.1 million, so that's not even 1 per mil. So that rate is too low, that will not work. As CDU Belgium, we propose to use the safe third country as the law and the compromise provide for. It worked in the past, in the early 90s. Social welfare payments worked then, and we said whoever comes from the safe third country will be rejected. That's justified and that's humanitarian. If somebody is safe already, why should he be allowed to enter the European Union? There is no legal right to pick the place where you want to live in the world. And we have to reflect the reality. I mean, border control of the EU is not possible if everybody can come in who says asylum. We have to know that. In Spain, that is a fact. In Ceuta and Melilla, not everybody can enter. The same applies to Greece, same applies to Poland. Our friends from EVP, Donald Tusk, has a policy of the previous government because otherwise border control is not possible. If somebody travels to Belarus, that is a safe third country. So why should such a person be entitled to legal proceeding to enter the EU? So we have to be consistent with rejections at the outer borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Now, motion 59. Norbert Röttgen is going to take the floor from microphone number 4. Dear friends from the SIG-Right, this association supports the concept of safe third countries, but we have two remarks, two change requests concerning humanitarianism and order. Let me start with the issue of order. When it comes to third safe countries, the question is, what do we expect of a safe third country? The Federal Board suggested that we remember the core of international law. Essentially, this is a negative statement because it says we will not universally stick to international law, but only to its core. Imagine our citizens would say, well, in Germany, we stick to the core of law, but not universally. Chaos would break out. If a country like Germany would declare we will not universally stick to international law any longer, we define only the core which we support, then there will be chaos in international relations. We support erosion and would be we are a party of law, and order should be based on law, which should not be diminished. The second question is, what will happen if in safe third countries, people realize that there is a person persecuted for political reasons according to German law. These are only a few cases because there's Article 16a, which puts limits to this regulation. The Federal Board says in these few cases we do not grant any protection in Germany. Just imagine a person who is persecuted because of one's Christian faith in China making it to Germany would be told you will not be allowed in. That does not do justice to that strict, hard policy. Because the fathers and mothers of the Basic Law said that politically persecuted people have the right to asylum. This was a response to the persecuted refugees from Germany, including Jews who left Germany but were not accepted elsewhere. The statement of the authors of the Constitution said, we will grant protection to the people who are persecuted because of their faith. And the second reason is the letter C, which in the chapter about the persecution of Christians is underlined. That would otherwise undermine the credibility if we say they are not granted protection in Germany. Therefore, we plead that the few cases of justified asylum, then these people should be granted this right. They are not many, but it is a clear moral and positive formulation of the CDU that we protect those who are persecuted because of their faith, who are persecuted because of an opposition policy. It has always been our policy to be against the abuse of asylum law, but those who are persecuted should be protected. This has been our principle ever since. Thank you for the request committee, Thorsten Frey. Thank you. First of all, I would like to refer to Tim Peters' speech. I support much what he said. All this is correct, what he said. Nevertheless, the motion committee would recommend not to add this statement that was requested. This is rather something which would mean to concretize something, but actually we are moving in a field which is much contented, not only with regard to legislation, that is what politicians can always change, and this is our claim, but also with regard to jurisdiction. The European Court of Human Rights, similarly to the leading experts of law like Professor Kühl, underlined that any rejection at the European external limits without any form of screening is not possible. And if so, as he formulated, in a super safe third country. But what does it actually mean? The European Court of Justice said in 1990, in the case of Serbia, passed a very important ruling. Despite all the support for Tim Peters' request, I would like to do without this statement because it would make it would expose our constitution, and that's why we should favor a change of paradigm, and therefore we shouldn't do that. This brings me to the motion of the Rhein-Sieg district and the request of Norbert Röttgen, which I would like to contradict, basically. And I fully understand that this motion should be defeated from the perspective of the request committee, because the third country model would not be modified, but would undermine it and would render it absurd. The principle of the safe third country means that the principle of granting protection is a prerequisite for the law, the asylum law, to be put back from the head on its feet. We do not have to allow illegal traffickers deciding who is granted asylum, but it's the state, must be the state deciding who is granted the right to be respected as an asylum seeker. Let me add one more idea. To say this proposal would not be humanitarian is not true. It is not the Rwanda model, nor is it the Albania model. It is a safe third country model. And here we do not stop halfway. We say people with a certain limit are accepted. That is the people who are really in need of protection, not the young and strong and rich people, males who have enough money to pay thousands of human traffickers. We want to accept those who are really in need of protection. The proposal is about 300 to 500,000 people to be accepted. That is equivalent to the annual average of the past. And we also have to be clear about the fact, if we do not have the strength to say that even those who are entitled to protection cannot always, not all, be accepted in Germany. I think this is part of the truth, since all the people who come from Afghanistan or Syria, for example, who are would be, if they would be entitled to protection, if we accepted them all, we would have to accept all the people from these countries. That is obvious. This is not workable. Therefore, in the sense of humanitarianism and order, we have to bring about a balance so that our humanitarian action is maintained. Germany is one of the countries in the world with the highest rate of immigrations, but it must be affordable for this state and manageable. Therefore, I plead to defeat this motion. It would not do justice to the idea. It would just bring about the opposite. Therefore, this is a very important question. Thank you. Well, there are no further requests to take the floor, so the motion 59 with the request changes can be voted on. If you support it, please raise your card. Thank you. Any objections? Abstentions? Well, accepted with a great majority. We move on to motion A60, lines 360 to 647 with the change requests 1 to 16. There is a request from Oliver Häusler about the motion 13. Dear friends, well, Carsten Linnemann keeps telling us, just act. Well, not everyone who comes to us can be allowed in. Well, this statement is part of the coalition agreement of the incumbent government. If you wonder what is written in the basic program of the CDU, you will be as astonished as I was. There was a key realization. I opened the basic program for the first time, and I used the search function and entered the word deportation. I did not find anything. Why not? Because there's nothing mentioned there. We have no clear position about deportation. Back to Carsten Linnemann. Let's just start acting, which is a good title for a campaign. Well, we have to say, unfortunately, the CDU is just doing nothing about deportation. Is this the message you want to transmit in the next weeks or months or years? Do you think that the CDU should be the party having no basic attitude to the deportation of criminals? I don't want it. That is why I have tabled this motion, and even our voters or members do not want that. This motion has 750 supporters, so this is the most important motion of the year, and the grassroots of the CDU wants a clear position about deportation. And this position must be communicated clearly. The motion committee proposes an amendment version, and the word deportation is not mentioned in the basic program either. You wouldn't find anything about it, although it is mentioned there. We live in the 21st century and are fighting, especially in my generation, against the AfD, using the digital space more effectively than we do. That's why we cannot afford such digital mistakes if we want to be successful in the election campaign. We just have to start acting now. If we enter the word the deportation in the basic program now, well, the motion is for too long. I'm an IT specialist, but the motion of the Leverkusen Association has a better version and a more compact wording, and they even used the word deportation. The combination of both motions is ideal. This is what we need: programmatic, a clear language, and suitable for the digital world. The formulation of motion 15 is: we are persistently working to cope with the enormous number of refugees, to reduce the number of applicants, and this must be discussed with the authorities in processes of identity verification. And development aid for countries of origin has to be reconsidered. Please support do not support this motion. You should support the amendment 15. We need clear words. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver Häusler, for the motion committee. It's now the first parliamentarian and party manager Dustin. Hi. Thank you. Let me tell you right away, the intention of the applicants is clear, and I share what they've said, but I think it has to be seen in the entire context. It's not true that in our practical policy it does play a role. If we take the work of the parliamentary CDU, we table motion after motion, of course. This is the core issue of our party and our parliamentary group. And by the way, this can also be found in the basic program, in the draft program, in a formulation which is a bit different. But in line 639, it says nothing else if you say that offenders cannot be tolerated here. But let me add a general remark. This basic program is a change of paradigm with regard to the migration policy. Therefore, it found a majority. This change of paradigm follows the fundamental charter. The deportation is a very difficult matter. And even in the past, it never worked absolutely well. With CDU ministers of interiors, it was working a bit better, but never perfectly. And because of this fact, we cannot just carry on as before, but we have to bring about a fundamental change. We have to start there where people are coming from, outside to Germany. So the issue of deportation never worked out ideally, and therefore we have to make sure that these people who have no right to get protection can get here? Well, I'm not among those who say it does not correspond to the current legal situation. It's not a good argument for politicians. This does not go for national or European laws. We are in favor for what is better. That's why we want to make sure to get a better solution. This is not decisive, but when it comes to deportations, there is one fact nobody can ignore. This is an article from the Geneva Convention. Therefore, in this motion, this is not clearly formulated. I would say it is very likable to just go ahead and act, but when you know from the very beginning that it is not in conformity with the law, that means, as far as the principles of our understanding is concerned, this should not be done. And one last argument. This is a fundamental program. It's about the perspectives for the next 10 years. If we should be in a position to put this into practice with our European partners, what is written in the program, then the issue of deportation will not be that significant as it has today. Therefore, I plead for the proposal, which would make us viable. Well, there are no further requests. Therefore, let us vote on motion 61. If you want to follow the recommendation, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Anybody against? Abstentions? Well, a right majority has accepted this proposal. Well, you will meet two persons. Minister President Michael Kretschmer has a birthday today. And from the Baden-Württemberg Association, Manuel Haifinger has also his birthday today. This brings us to motion A61. Mario Vogt will take the floor. Motion A61, lines 648 to 658, with the request changes 1 to 8. On the change request 3, Jürgen Hart wants to take the floor from North Rhine-Westphalia. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear party friends, the NRW Association tabled some motions with the aim to change the entry formulation on Germany in the world. I think the motion committee did a good job with the formulation. That's why I can live well with this vote. I think in this beginning chapter, Germany and the world, it clearly says what the difference is between what the government does and what we plan to do. We are prepared and capable of playing a more important role of Germany in the world. We say muddling through is not functioning, nor is it possible to hide oneself behind others. The way the Chancellor acts, who always prefers to not be seen, cannot be continued. Yesterday, the Chinese President Xi visited France. The French President welcomed the President of the European Commission, Van der Leyen. The German Chancellor visited Lithuania, at least. I think the Lithuanians would have understood that the Chancellor would have rather preferred to attend that meeting. Well, we have other more important positions. with regard to Iran, we know that Iran is a big threat for Israel and the Middle East, especially. The German government still refuses to list the Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist organization. We still have people around here who suppress people. This must be stopped. I'm happy that the European Parliament has decided this step as well. We need a more effective foreign policy. I think the starting chapter, as the way it is formulated now, is good. I think we can support it. Thank you, Jürgen Hart. So while person who requested this amendment supports this vote. So if you can follow this vote, please raise your cards. Is anybody against? Objections? So this has been accepted. We move on to motion A62 in lines 659 to 570 with the requests 117 for motion, well, request 5. There is one request by Tim Peters. Dear friends, well, it's not about fundamental changes, but let's remember, we should write it down, that we are an attractive industrial site. That is important for the entire environment where we are moving when we talk about the foreign and defense policy. Thank you. Ines Klaus wants to have the floor. Thank you very much. I support the contents completely. These are exactly our interests to strengthen the industry, but the claim is always not to repeat oneself. Other the fundamental program will suffer. Therefore, these parts are part of the basic program we supported, but it would be redundant. Therefore, it would be superfluous, and therefore we reject it. Thank you, Ines Klaus. No further requests, so please cast a vote. If you can follow the vote of the request committee, raise your cards. Is anybody against? Abstentions? So it's been approved by a majority. We move on to A63. I pass to Ines. Thank you, Mario Vogt. Motion A63, it's line 701 to 687 with requests 1 to 5. There's one request by Maximilian Möseberg on motion 1. Thank you. My name is Maximilian Möseberg, MP from Stuttgart. I'm here for the Junge Union. I think we are all aware in recent years, competition of systems is waged severely. The geopolitical situation is getting serious and unpleasant for us. China is trying globally to conquer states or regions, and we become less and less attractive as partners. When we travel around in the world, we realize it, that when they say the Chinese have been here before with a road or a bridge or a port, when we come as Germans, there may be a street or a road, but with bureaucratic red tape, making life hard for ourselves in Germany as well. At the same time, we know that the only solution to help people to overcome poverty is to focus on a market economy in order to exploit our strength. The original draft from the Commission did justice to this fact and has sharpened our profile. Development aid in geopolitical and economic terms have to be realigned. We all know, as it happens when motions are deliberated, you try to do justice to everyone, but maybe the result is not a better one. From our perspective, this is exactly the case. After the closed-door meeting, the statement is even more contradictory. Therefore, we in the Junge Union decided to change the original text from the Commission, from the original motion, to present it for a vote again, because we think it is clearer and I think it is commanded to sharpen our profile as the CDU Germany. Thank you very much for the motion committee. Ines Klaus.
I would like to thank Mr. Merseberg very cordially indeed for the work the committee has done. I would like to also transmit this to all members of the committee. Yes, we have included certain amendments. We think they are reasonable because here the Christian image of man becomes more visible. I think it doesn't contradict each other, but we connect the points that make it visible. I think the terms certain terms cannot be we think that what we feel as Christian Democrats would stand up for. Therefore, I think we should actually not accept this motion. Friends, I would support the work or the idea of the motions committee. What Max described, which answers do we give and that the Chinese buy 2/3 of the projects, and we have given an answer to the Silk Street motions of the Chinese, but here we should not mix projects of development aid, and therefore I support what the motions committee has actually written. We proceed to A63. Those in favor of the motions committee, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? So there is a majority that follows the idea of the motions committee. But the next A64 to 68, those who want to vote on this en bloc, those in favor, those against, and abstentions. So this has been carried unanimously. we come to A68. The security of Israel is we are writing in the basic program ideas for the next 10 or 15 years to come. We have to say that Iran actually oppresses its own population, and that Iran threatens the security of Israel. I think this is very important for the foreign policy of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, the only possibility that this will no more be topical, the only possibility is that this government will fall. Please support the idea of the Young Union. Thank you, Max. Friends, Max has already explained the point. If somebody does not criticize the things Iran is doing, Ines Klaus, speaking for the Motions Committee. Dear Mr. Merseburg, thank you. What you're saying is certainly correct, and the idea should not be lost. But we have a basic program, and we agree that we actually describe the targets and not the instruments. And I think we are those that say very clearly that we are at the side of Israel, and therefore this paragraph is so important, and also the clear messages are so important, and also what should actually follow in terms of instruments. I think it should actually appear in the governmental program. And I think it is important in the governmental program. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you. We proceed to A64. Those in favor of the idea of the Motions Committee, please raise your cards. Those against? Abstentions? Then is 67 has been decided with a majority. We now come to A68 on the Federal Army, and we have several requests for the floor. We start with the ideas of Johannes Winkel, chairman of the Junge Union, of the Young Union. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I think the word of compulsory existence in the Federal Army, it comes in a time when it is difficult to say something about this. Very often it is said, well, this is a topic which you cannot tell the young generation. And if the state says you have to be trained, then you intervene in the freedom of the young generation. But dear friends, I'm very sure that the bigger intervention would be, and unfortunately it is the case that we live in a country that if emergency arises, we cannot defend ourselves. I think this is unfortunately true. I want to give you one example. 1.5 years ago, I went to Kiev and also to Bucha, and I went there with the Lord Mayor, and she said there were several persons being killed. And of course she knows the people, and therefore we must say as young generation, we should not leave our defense of democracy to hoping things will come true. And very often it is said compulsory military service is difficult because we don't have capacities. Therefore, we've said as Young Union, and we stand up for this, we propose a short-term possibility. It is not the political sector, but the experts say what is necessary in 1 year. Everybody is actually looked at, but only those who actually can do it will serve in the Federal Army for a short time. I talked to some associations, and we agreed to actually present a request which takes this into consideration. We shall actually introduce a system where young people will serve in the Federal Army. Friends, I think this would be a very important signal I think we should not only say that the defense of our democracy is important, and therefore I ask to accept this request. Thank you, Johannes Winkel. You have a request on the amendment. So this should actually be introduced in our document. Well, we are going to prepare the document so that we know what it is all about.
Jetzt müsste es da sein.
I think now it is there. Two little notices. Markus Söder will come here at 4 o'clock, and for the soccer fans, the soccer match will be shown in color tonight. We cross our fingers for Borussia. The amendment presented by Johannes Winkel. Here we will say the suspension of conscription will be taken, and in order to instead we propose a certain period of conscription. Ines Klaus had the floor. It is really a situation which is very threatening, and we have to find answers. And I've seen how the Federal Army is testing conflicts in the East. It doesn't mean that we have to give answers for the next 10 or 15 years. And we have dealt with the question again and again, what can be our answers at the last Federal Party Congress? We decided in favor of the obligatory social year because we think that we are thinking of the conscription and the possibilities we have taken into consideration the question of how will we deal with this situation, because it might be that we are faced with dramatic geopolitical questions, but at the same time we want young people to work in care or kindergartens or what have you. And we discussed the solution at the last party congress, and we said we want to actually say very clearly that the Federal Army is also included in our ideas. This is included in our ideas, and with regard to introducing conscription, thinking about this is that we are not in contrast to the ideas of the young union. The topic is very important to us because we want to give an answer. There is a change with the quota conscription. There are short-term solutions, and Johannes said so, to actually cover 10 or 15 years. And here we want to have a short-term capacity. Therefore, it would be a basic thing. It would have to be introduced in the governmental program. And the way we said last year, that the obligatory social year, we have the better solution. Insofar, I say that we took a decision last time, but we see the challenges, and we are at the side of the Federal Army. Thank you, Daniel Günther, Minister President of Schleswig-Holstein. Delegates, Ines Claus, to say this would be a topical assessment. We have a fundamental change we have to react to. And I would like to look at the motions committee and its wording, why certain requests were not introduced, because we have to wonder where do we want to go and how do we want to do it. For my association of Schleswig-Holstein, I can say that we are supporting the idea of the motions committee. I know it is not very popular if we speak too much about a change of time for the Federal Army. And if we are those who support this, then we have to give an answer. How do we recruit the necessary people for this idea? And if we have another situation of threat, the reintroduction of the conscription would be a signature to Russia that we are serious when it comes to the defense of our country. And therefore, I ask you cordially indeed, it is no contradiction to the decision of the party conference's decision. It is important to introduce a social year, and we don't have time enough in order to introduce this, and therefore I would like you to support the idea of the Junge Union, of the Young Union. Then Sebastian Schneider from Baden-Württemberg. Friends, I would like to take some steps back, wondering about what are we actually speaking. Our state doesn't exist in order to tell us what kind of cars we should take or what heating should we actually use. Our state is there in order to guarantee the inner and outer safety of our country, and we have certain deficits which we have to remove. We should not follow the ideas of Die Linke. We are the people. We are not the FDP. We are not the party. We are the CDU. We stand for freedom as our responsibility. Let us take the step to the reintroduction of the conscription. Thank you, Sebastian. Now we take somebody from Hanover. Mr. Matz. Ladies and gentlemen, 5%. This is not the share of a party. 25% would defend our country. And since the conflict of Ukraine started, I've been in Ukraine twice. I've seen that they went to the east, knowing that many of them would not come back, and we don't want to have the situation that we have to defend ourselves. I think we should actually have a conscription for a certain time and accept the idea of Johannes Winkel. Mr. Wadefuhl from Schleswig-Holstein. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Presidium, I would like to say that we should actually vote on each point, because we should see what the opinion of our members is. At this point, I would like to say, Mrs. Klaus, we cooperated in the committee and actually thought about the wording. And I would like to actually say something on the relationships in the Bundestag. And I arrived at the idea that this initiative of the Young Union is correct, and that we should actually not question the idea of a civil year. But before this, we need a step for the Federal Army, so that it becomes so that it will be possible that we have to defend our people. And this is an intervention in their freedom. Therefore, we have to think about it very intelligently. But we should also analyze in which kind of country do we live in times of the Zeitenwende. And let us start with the threat. The defense experts tell us that we have to adapt to the idea that within the next few years we might actually get a conflict with Russia. And if you think in conservative terms, our federal army has to be able to defend ourselves within 5 years, and we need men and women who know their job and that can use the instruments we are actually buying right now. We are training Ukraine soldiers because they are in the middle of a conflict, but we want our soldiers to not only have good instruments, but that they are trained so that they can actually be sent to a conflict area. And therefore, we have to start now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a question of a topical training period, but if we want to be ready within 5 years, we have to start now, because we have to have a certain project. We need 2 or 3 years so that things function smoothly, and therefore we have to decide. We have to say where the CDU has to go.
Now let's take a look at the German army. There's a lot to do. We need more money and so on and so forth, how we can equip the army better. But this Bundeswehr, the German army, with new weapons, with new tanks, airplanes and ships, need soldiers that can operate the material. Daniel Günther said, in the Marine, we have a situation where we have 50% of the staff. And we are in competition with a free economy. It doesn't help if I know that we have 6 submarines, but we have only staff for 2 submarines. So staff is lacking. We don't have enough soldiers. We have to do something. We have to make our army operative. We need new weapon systems, but also new staff, new soldiers, more soldiers. And that is why, at this point, a statement that we make, such as there are no thinking bans, that is not enough. I mean, now we have the request from the young CDU that finds support. If this request is turned down today, then the political message is CDU does not want to give a positive statement for the German army. I warn you against that, my dear friends. In the German parliament, and I say this as a chairman of the fraction, I don't want to end up in a situation where Boris Pistorius hesitates to say that. And I mean, in the CDU, we should agree. We stand behind the German army. With this turnaround of eras, we want to be serious. We want to show Vladimir Putin that his aggression will find an end. We want to show our allies in Eastern Europe that we're behind them. We need an operative army, we need people, and that's why this request is right, and that's why I ask for your support for it. Thank you. Thank you, Johann Wadefuhl. From the true north in the land, we go to Christine Art-Palmer. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the party convention, I want to say that the contribution of the young CDU is reasonable. We want to reinstall the German army, and the conscription to call this everyday politics, that is not understanding what the serious situation is. This is a fundamental decision how we want to organize the German army. That's a decisive question. How safe is this country? And who else than the CDU can give a clear answer? I can only ask you to support the request of the Junge Union in Germany. Yesterday, we heard the federal chairman. He said rightfully, we don't want to be an object of the security situation in the world. We want to be a subject. And since the party convention 2 years ago, a lot has changed. I mean, it's not only that the Ukraine is at stake. The entire Western democratic model is at stake. We have the African states, the South American states, and they are turning away from us. The Western model of Europe and America is at stake. This is not everyday politics. I mean, we need to act, and that now. And we must not be cowards. I can only say the archfathers of the CDU, Konrad Adenauer, he reinstalled a German army. We had Helmut Kohl that I would like to remind you of. The NATO double treaty, the CDU, made sure that we're safe again. NATO double-track decision was made under Helmut Kohl and so on. And I ask you to support this request. Thank you. Hans Palmer from Baden-Württemberg. You may have understood that the request commission has moved on. Next speaker is Jendrik Wüstenberg from Hanover, and next will be Felix Sigmund from Schleswig-Holstein. Dear friends, I want to be brief. Lots of arguments were presented. We have to consider, when we discussed the social service year, the Ukraine war was not present in that year. In 2014, we made a strategic mistake not to reinstall ourselves when Russia invaded eastern Ukraine. Let's not make the same mistake once again. We need this turnaround now. We should not leave that to the SPD. They should not say that we have an indifferent position. Please approve the request. Next is Felix Sigmund, and afterwards Johannes Winkel. Thank you. I don't want to add any more comments. I'm a member of the CDU in Schleswig-Holstein, so I'd like to ask for your approval of the request. I want to say to the Commission that I think it's too bad that we keep saying thank you very much for your good ideas. We agree. But at the moment, we don't want to include this in the basic program. So if there's a topic where the CDU needs a clear position in this security situation, then that is now. We should approve that. That must be a signal that is sent out from this party convention. Please support our request. Thank you. Next is Johannes Winkel. Afterwards, Stefan Quandt. Johannes Winkel will not come. Next is Stefan Quandt from Saxony, and afterwards Andreas Nowak, also from Saxony. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Stefan Quandt. For more than 20 years, I have been a soldier at the German army, and here in Berlin, that's where I'm located. And together with Peter Tauber and Tanja Merkel, I'm a co-chairman of Charlie Delta Uniform. I would like to ask you to approve the request made by the young CDU, the Junge Union. Why? Well, it's right that in the mid and long term, we need a social service year for our country. We want that. But this requires that we change the fundamental law. With the change of the fundamental law, we cannot expect that with the traffic light government. We need a short-term signal towards Russia, and that is with a reinstallation of conscription, mandatory conscription. So therefore, please support the request by the Junge Union. Andreas Nowak is next from Saxony. Thank you. I would like to add two more reasons. By suspending conscription, the German army moved out of the center of the German awareness. So you see soldiers Fridays or Saturdays at the railway stations. If we begin now, then the German army will be more in the center of the focus in Germany. And if we provide a quick solution, that's good for the role of the German army in society. Number two, there are soldiers in the army. Now we must not lose any time. We need to increase the number of soldiers in the German army. Please approve the request. Thank you, Andreas Nowak. Now comes Carsten Linnemann with the Request Commission's statement. Thank you for the debate. The Commission thinks that it's right, the approach that we take. It's also right that we stick to the social service year till it's implemented. We want contingency conscription. That's only a language precision that we want to make. Perhaps we can show it on the screen. The formulation is agreed with Daniel Günther, with Johannes Winkel, and with Joe Wadefuhl. Let me read it out to you. The suspension of conscription will be taken back step by step. That's not the wording. Let's take the new version. It's only a matter of the wording. The suspension of the conscription will be taken back, and we will move to a mandatory social service year. We have to make sure that the German army is operative. Thank you. Carsten, thank you to the Request Commission. Now there is one more request to speak. Henrik Hockenstitz. No, he will not come. Okay. Now we have a vote on the request A68 with the change requests 1 to 36, considering the result of the consultations on conscription. If you approve the request, please raise your cards. Thank you. And now any votes against? Abstentions? With a few votes against and abstentions, there is approval of the request.
Nach der Debatte, weil ihr seht ja, was da oben drüber läuft, ein Land, das frei und sicher ist. Insofern passt dieser Beschluss hervorragend zum Motto des heutigen Tages.
So the request matches our slogan perfectly. Next is request A69, A70, A71. The three requests. There are no requests to speak. So let's vote on the request. If you approve the vote, please raise your cards. A61 to A71. No votes against, no abstentions. Okay, unanimous approval. Next is A72. More Europe, where Europe provides an added value. 796 to 809. With the adequate change requests 1 to 17. First of all, yesterday the Request Commission met. We decided to make adaptations in describing European Union. Its supranationality is underlined. The adapted section is, we define the European Union as a strong supranational community of sovereign national member states. We want a clear order of competences between the EU and the member states based on the principles of solidarity and subsidiarity and the relationships. Now, let us decide on the request. Emma Brok will be the first speaker. Until Emma Brok comes here, you will see the new version on the screen. Dear President, dear Friedrich Merz, congratulations to your election. I'd like to underline this point and thank the Request Commission because the formulation was not sufficiently clear until now. I entered the CDU as a pupil. When an American historian described the EU as such, Konrad Adenauer was the first German statesman that overcame the national perspective, supranational perspective of the Montanunion. That makes a difference of the classical cooperation of states. The Montanunion, the single market, we wouldn't have it if we did not have any European institutions with a European Court of Justice. If there are only sovereign states with supranational characteristics, then we would not have this EU. The national states carry the EU. They provide the competence. But in this framework, the institution of the EU and the procedures and the effective legislation are of utmost importance, and this distinguishes us from the AfD. They say we want a different Europe, because that means if we don't have legislation, there would be no single market. Without a single market, Germany would be bankrupt. It's against German interests, what they say. So we should stick with our CDU concept. And with the formulation of the Request Commission, we have to do it. We need this in our election campaign. The AfD is against the German interests because it wants to kill the single market. AfD and BSW are against German interests because they want things that we cannot decide on our own. In trade, international trade, we need common decisions. We cannot decide that alone in Germany. And if we lose this out of sight, then we will go in the wrong direction. We should make this clear, that we are patriots because we are Europeans. Nationalists are the people who have led Germany to the abyss. This makes the difference that there is towards the AfD and the BSW. This has to be underlined, this has to be expressed so that we can shape our country and Europe. Thank you. Elmar Brok was that, and for the Request Commission, now Daniel Kaspari. Dear Elmar, thank you for your vivid input for the EU. In the Request Commission, we found a good wording to promote what you said, so I would be grateful if the party convention could approve that. Number two, we want to make something shorter, A72 and 003. Dear Carsten, if we get a prize, because we made the text shorter. On the right side of the screen, you see that. It will say this will include issues of the single markets. It has to be strengthened. So that would make the text shorter. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel Kaspari. Any more requests on A72? No. Let's vote on the request A72 with the changes shown on the screen. They were made by the Request Commission. If you agree with the request, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay, the request is approved. There are only few votes against and abstentions. Next is request A73, A74, A75. For these three requests, there are no requests to speak, so let's vote on them in a group. Okay, let's start again. A73, lines 810 to 814, Europe with clear competences, and change requests 1 to 8. There are no requests to speak, so let's have a vote. If you approve the request, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? So there's unanimous approval. Now A74. The operativeness of the EU has to be strengthened, lines 815 to 827, with the change requests 1 to 14. And now there is a request to speak on change request 12. Mr. Volk from Hesse. Dear friends, we have to answer a question with this change request. The question is the Lisbon Treaty the end of history as far as European integration is concerned? Or do we want to take more steps in the European integration? If we want to reform the EU, then we need a convention. The convention is the only means in the treaties to change these treaties. We can think of of many changes, but at the same time, the Change Commission turns them down when it's about the only implementation mechanism, the convention. I don't understand that, so please support our request. Thank you, Johannes Volkmann. Now, Daniel Kasparo. Dear Johannes Volkmann, thank you for your statement. Of course, we want to develop the EU, and this wording reflects that in line 825 following. But in many member states at the moment, there is resistance. There is a concern how these changes can be approved, and that's why we deliberately did not decide against the convention, but deliberately, to give our partners the ability to join in, we did not use the term convention, to be open, to not get stuck with a certain term and to put this project at risk. We want to be open for the method so that we can develop the European Union further. Thank you, Daniel Kaspari. There are no more requests to speak. Now we vote on request A74 with the change requests 1 to 14. If you agree with the request, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? There are a few votes against and a few abstentions. There is approval. Next is A75. The promise of European integration for accession candidates must be realistic. Requests 1 to 6, lines 828 to 835. There are no requests to speak. Let's have a vote. If you approve the request, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay. A75 is approved. Next is A76. We want a stability and growth union in lines 836 to 849 with a change requests 1 to 5. For request 76, there are requests to speak. Michael Stickel will speak from North Rhine-Westphalia. Thank you, dear friends, dear delegates. The banks, savings banks, are part of our municipal DNA. They're a success model. They're carried by their members, by the guarantors, the municipalities, the districts. They're reliable employers, and with their sponsoring, they support associations and initiatives in their regions. And last but not least, with their dividends, they support our financial situation in the municipalities. So, as CDU Germany, let us make a clear commitment in favor of the savings banks by approving our change request. I think that's an important signal. I think it's important that we, as the CDU, send out this signal. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Michael Stickel. And for the request commission, next is Daniel Kaspari.
Again, thank you very much for your justified proposal. We have intensively discussed this question as well. We have several groupings in the population having a great interest that the saving banks and the capital market union is further developed. Companies need a better access to capital. Our citizens have an interest in having their deposits protected. There are saving banks, cooperative banks, who we always have considered in our policy. In the last meeting of the European Parliament, we again saw that the deposits from the German safety scheme is to be used. Therefore, the saving banks and cooperative banks have to be considered as far as their interests are concerned. There are too many interests, too many groupings, and therefore individual organizations are not mentioned individually. Therefore, the cooperative banks and saving banks, if they are added, others might argue, why are we not mentioned? Therefore, I'd like to plead for supporting the vote of the request committee, and of course, the support the saving banks and cooperative banks are always in our mind. On request number 5, there are requests. We start with Christian Bäumler. And Dennis Radke will be the next. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, my name is Christian Bäumler. I'm a member of the European Economic and Social Committee, and I am on behalf of the CDU of Germany here. For us, the CDU is the party of the social market economy. It's the party of Europe. We are the most important center-right party in Europe. We in the CDU have always seen the social and economic policy as a unity. Solidarity and economics form a unity. Therefore, we have tabled a motion because we want to express our support for a European unity policy. We have to remember the good things we have entered in the program have a social aspect. If we want to have a competitive economy, we need social minimum standards in Europe. We need it because there are countries trying to introduce dumping wages and poor working conditions. They are a threat against the German jobs. That is why I would like to ask you to support our motion of the CDU. Thank you, Christian Bäumler. Dennis Radke is the next. Madam President, dear friends, all what is mentioned on the left side of the screen is what I can wholeheartedly support, but we as the social committees of the CDU feel that something important is missing. It's not enough to say what we do not want and where we see our priorities with regard to solid finances. That is important. But we also must say how we imagine the social project to be further developed. Yesterday, there was a big applause, and Karl-Josef Blaumann has said, we have to work on our social profile. We have to be the party that also looks after the small people, all the people who have difficulties to get around. And then it also means to integrate this idea instead of leaving it in a vacuum and to applaud it here at the party convention. If we look at the European social rights, this is not a left-wing project. It is an EPP project. The father of this project is Jean-Claude Juncker. And this EPP project has to be filled with life. That's why I think it is so important. That's why we tabled this motion as the CDA. Social Europe must also mean how to regulate the single market. It's not only about protecting people against exploitation, but also fairness in the competition. Our small and medium-sized enterprises have to have an interest in a strong minimum standards in the European Union, because this will strengthen our position in competition. Last year, we saw some cases you may have noticed. Lorry drivers went on strike in Schaffhausen. Would-be self-employed firms went on strike from Kyrgyzstan or elsewhere. So we have to have an interest in minimum standards. That is why I am supporting this supplementary motion. Thank you. Now, Peter Kampeter, and then Ulf Thiele will take the floor. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I can share much of what Jonas Radke said about the necessity of social development, the social development of our social order. I think we are the part of a social market economy, and we should not hide ourselves. Friedrich Merz mentioned a number of social legislation acts which were introduced by the CDU. But there is one point. They were passed in the Deutsche Bundestag. The mothers and fathers of the German Constitution put social policy in the field of national competence. The principle of subsidiarity is the other aspect. We don't need European minimum laws, which would make the system even more complicated. We don't need a right to disconnect, a European regulation that you must not call your employees in the evening. Well, these are excessive examples of which I think that this is not the competence of Brussels. I'm in favor of a social Europe. I'm in favor of a competitive Europe. I'm in favor of a national social welfare state. That means to reject the motion. Then Ulf Thiele to be followed by. Then we'll continue. Ulf Thiele, first of all. Thank you, Madam President. I did not say anything about the saving banks and cooperative banks. I would like it to contradict to the request committee. Support the motion of the KPV. Our public right saving banks and cooperative banks in the European Union represent a a singular phenomenon, but they are an asset of our SME-oriented national economy. That's why they are not just any organization, but they are of central importance for our economic system and our workers. The constant attacks that are repeated by the Commission and from different countries, sometimes also from our French friends, with the aim to purchase a saving bank or a cooperative bank, have to be clearly rejected by us. And since this is a central element of the German social and national economy policy, it should be mentioned in our basic program. We are thankful to the CDU parliamentary group that you constantly reject these attempts against our SME-based economy. Thank you very much for this. But in this phase, when there was a new attack against our fundamental program on our funding system, we need a clear statement in the basic program. Thank you, Wolf Thiele. The next speaker is Christian Bäumler, and then finally, for the request committee, Daniel Kaspari again. Well, I'll be very brief. I'd just like to quickly respond. Well, it is obvious that the agreement on the work of the European rests on the competences of the European. What matters is that in these agreements, the subsidiarity principle comes first. Therefore, we discussed with the request committee that there is no idea to allow a limitless social policy. That is why we can support this motion. Thank you, Christian Bäumler. And now Christian Kaspari again. I think in this discussion we have seen clearly that a social Europe is an important aim in the Christian Democratic Union. This is why we have formulated this aim in the basic program. In line 787, for example, where we are in favor for a safe, democratic, future-oriented and a competitive as well as social Europe. Or in the lines of 801 to 802, we have expressed our idea concerning the social market economy in clear terms. I think all the demands raised by the CDA are things we stand for, we support. Let's have a look at the European election program. We are for a modern working world. We want a strong labor market with many socially insured workers and safe jobs. We are in favor of protection standards for the employees. We are in favor of a social Europe where people are working, where the economy is booming, and that taxes can be accrued. Collective bargaining should be increased, but we reject a European unemployment insurance. Dennis Radke has intensively discussed the point of fair working conditions also for platform workers. That is why we have formulated our aims in the European program. And in the forthcoming federal election, we will use these principles as the Christian Union, just like the basic program committee has suggested. That is why I'm in favor of sticking to the previous formulation and reject the motion. So motion 76 with the requests 1 to 5. If you want to follow the proposal of the request committee, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Any abstentions? This was a great majority for the vote of the request committee with a number of no votes.
Nutzen wir unser Tablet?
Well, do we use our tablet?
Und Konda ist mal wieder an. Wir wiederholen die Abstimmung.
We will repeat this vote on motion 76 with the requests for change 1 to 5. Let us vote on the proposals of the request committee. If you support this, please raise your cards.
Hier fällt schon runter. Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Gegenprobe.
Anybody against?
Es ist eindeutig,
This is a clear
die dafür sind,
majority.
eindeutig.
A clear majority. Thank you.
Insofern mit breiter Mehrheit.
So the vote has been accepted. Now, motion 77, we need a common European security architecture in lines 58 to 856 with the request for change 1. No, there are no requests. Let us wait about the proposal of the request committee. If you want to follow our proposal, please raise your cards.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Gegenprobe. Enthaltung.
Anybody against? Any abstentions? So the proposal 77 has been accepted. I'd like to thank you very much for your active deliberation. We'll change now the presidium, and Thorsten Frey will be the president.
So, vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Versuche, ähnlich
I'm going
konzentriert
to try to be
Verhandlungen weiterzuführen.
as
Wir kommen zum
strict as before. We will continue with the 878. There are no requests to take the floor. The same applies to motion A079 and motion A080. There are no requests to take the floor. If you agree, we can vote on these motions en bloc. I see no objections. If you follow the recommendations of the request committee, please show your cards. Thank you. For the sake of completeness, is there anybody against? Nobody. Any abstentions? No. So this has been passed unanimously. Now, I call up motion A081, lines 910 to 920, with the pertaining requests, change requests 1 to 15. There are requests to take the floor by Tim Ulrich Peters and Christiane Schender. So in this order, please take the floor. Tim Peters. Dear friends, I would like to ask you to support our change request. There shouldn't be public money for extremists and anti-Semites. This is an important issue for us at the federal level and also at the municipal level. There was a statement on democracy. Somebody receiving public money should publicly declare one's support to the democratic state under the rule of law. If you cannot do that, if you cannot even subscribe to that and fill applications when you apply for public money, should also express your support of our state under the rule of law. Of course, we also want to add another step once the declaration has been signed. But members of the board or any other members of the board call themselves anti-Semites, they should not be supported financially. We do not want that There are left-wing extremist groups funded by the Federal Republic on the basis of our tax money, and we do not want that Islamistic groups making anti-Semitic expressions in the fight. This should be clearly avoided, and this is the struggle for the democratic state under the rule of law is part of the party's DNA. Therefore, it should be mentioned in our basic program. Thank you, Tim Peters. Now, Christiane Schendelein for the Request Committee. Dear delegates, thank you for this motion. Thank you, Tim Peters. We absolutely share your opinions. It is always necessary to point at the right of existence of Israel. We understand clearly that there must be no funds for extremists, but here we deal with the chapter of volunteerism. We want that volunteering is strengthened. We want a social contribution to be respected for a living democracy and diversity. We want to support the reduction of red tape, and it is also shown that we've seen that there are many motions in the parliamentary group in the field of culture, in the field of education and research, but also by representatives of the interior policy. So if we have a look at the fundamental program, this paragraph, which is important, it should be mentioned in the chapter on security or political Islam. But we reject to mention it in under this chapter here. Thank you, Christine Schendelein. Any further requests to take the floor on this motion? I cannot see. So let us vote on this motion. If you are in favor of this proposal by the Request Committee, please show your cards. Thank you. This was a weak attempt. Anybody against? I think there were fewer voters. Do you agree? Any abstentions? A small number of abstentions, so a majority has accepted it. We move on to motion A082, but with the pertaining requests to take the floor, Robert Hüpper and then Stefan Nattel. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, up front I would like to thank the organization and the ladies who are supporting us with the sign language interpretation. The fact that we have sign language interpreters is a nice sign for more political inclusion in our party. Thank you very much for this. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Unna District Association, we have tabled a motion to cancel the two last sentences. Actually, we wanted to cancel one, but now we want to cancel two of them. You all know, 15 years ago, there was a legal rights convention on disablement. All CDU members of the Deutsche Bundestag supported this proposal. Since that time, there were always Sunday speeches again and again about this topic. They always start as follows: inclusion is a mission of centuries, which is telling you how long it will take. Or it is said, we have to include each and everyone, and you will know it will take even longer. If you wait to take somebody on board who is late on every bus stop, you will never arrive. Therefore, dear friends, this sentence which has been added, inclusion can only succeed if it has arrived in the heads of the people, is a big mistake. Ladies and gentlemen and friends, we cannot wait until the last person says inclusion is a good thing. Inclusion is a human right. And certain Mr. Höcke will never be in favor of inclusion. That's why this statement will have to be cancelled, because a human right cannot be determined by the fact that it has arrived in all people's heads. And even the previous sentence, this paragraph, for many people with a disablement will be a sign telling them what our attitude is. By the way, also for the people within our own party, in North Rhine-Westphalia, for example, we have a network of people with disablements in the CDU and in North Rhine-Westphalia. They are contributing very hard to include more and more people. And these sentences we have, which are good, should be left. We did not say we thank all the professionals who work either for the old people or the children, just with the exception of the people with the disablement. Let me ask you, why do we say we thank the professional contributors? If so, I also would express my thanks to all voluntary workers who make sure that disabled persons are included in sports clubs. That's what I'm saying. Also, because of the fact when the Human Rights Convention was passed, my son, who is also disabled, was 14. Now he is 30, or he will turn 30 in November. We always were fighting to enable him to be brought up together with other children. We had to fight hard to go to the same kindergarten like the neighboring children, which was not easy. We did fight for it. We fought for being enrolled at the primary school. Today, he's working for a logistics company. He pays contributions, and for 2 years now, he lives with a personal budget without additional external help. So this shows it is possible. We do not need professionals necessarily. We just need companies with the correct attitude, granting these people a chance. Please support this motion. Perhaps the conference presidium will understand to cancel the 2 last sentences in order to tell my son, who is, by the way, a member of the Junge Union, now this is also part of inclusion, so that I can tell him this paragraph is just for you. Thank you. Thank you, dear Hubert Lippe. I'd just like to say we have no limit to speaking time, but it will work only if everyone is trying to be as brief as possible so that we can move on in the debate. Dear Stefan, before you take the floor for the request committee, I'd like to give Ludwig Oellers the floor. Wilfried Oellers, microphone 4. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the Commissioner for Inclusion, I'd like to ask you to hear my words. I would like to say the last sentence, that is, inclusion can only work if it has arrived in the people's minds. Please understand this sentence as an appeal, because there are many laws and many regulations we have passed making life with a disablement easier and to make their lives more bearable. But it depends on the implementation in practice. Here we realize very often than not that decisions are taken with a different or varying quality. And the people with impairments who we have in our society should be understood by the people, and that is why we opted for this sentence. The previous sentence, expressing a gratitude to the work of all those supporting people with an impairment, I think it is of enormous importance. You may criticize whether or not you include professional work only, but this terminology, professional work, should not be mistaken. We do not only refer to full-time workers, but also volunteers. That is why the second half sentence is important. Those people support people with impairments in their everyday life. So please, if you have any trouble with the term professional, we might cancel it, but we would like to ask you to follow the proposal to retain these two sentences in the formulation. Many district associations have favored this version. I'd like to mention Jana Mensch, who is the representative of disabled persons who was involved in the formulation of this paragraph. Thank you, Wilfried. Now, Stefan Nacke. Well, dear Thorsten, Hubert, dear Wilfried, I can follow the proposal. We recommend a statement that supports the idea of focusing not only on the institution, mentioning the supporters of people with a disablement remains in the paragraph because we see it as part of a whole. We appreciate the work, the professional work of all supporting people with a disablement. Thank you, Stefan. Now let us vote. If you follow the vote of the request committee, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Anybody against? Thank you. Abstentions? Well, there was a majority in favor, so the vote of the request committee is followed. Now, the next one is motions A0, 83, 85, 84, and 85. Three motions without any registrations, so this should not. We could then vote again en bloc about the motions 83, 84, 85. If you follow the vote of the request committee, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any body against? One vote against. Abstentions? Well, the majority is in favor. Now, motion 086, lines 974 to 988, with the pertaining change requests 1 to 24. There is a request from Sarah Beckhoff. Now, the floor is hers. She's now coming to microphone 5. Well, dear party friends and delegates, we in the Junge Union wanted to make it a point that young families should be considered more effectively. We should grant them more flexibility instead of strict periods of time on one special day, but a limited working time per week. We are aware that this is a concrete statement for a basic program, but if this is done, it should be mentioned under the paragraph about the family, a limited working limited period of working hours per week, where we talk about jobs in the service industry, not necessarily on the conveyor belt, and then caring for the children in the evening and going back to work again thereafter. We want to take this into account. I think it would be a strong sign if we support this motion of the Junge Union.
Vielen Dank, Frau Beckhoff.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Beckhoff. The next speaker will be Theresia Gröninger from Bremen. The floor is yours. There she is. She comes up here on stage. Please go ahead. Friends, I'm speaking on behalf of the Junge Union, but on another topic. We want to actually retain the support of young women. We want to actually support that people take on responsibility. And we want to actually also support families. And we are thinking of families or of single women that have no support. And we need all men and all women. And this is also connected to the economic activities. If you are pregnant, you should not suffer disadvantages. In a social market economy, we support entrepreneurship and young women that are pregnant and support their children. I think an individual voting would be important in this case. Thank you, Theresia Gröninger. Now, this person responsible of the motions committee. Thank you, Thorsten. Well, I fully agree to the two speakers. So this has to be included in a governmental program. So I agree 100%, but this is not meant for the basic program. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sylvia. There are no more speakers on the list. No, there is somebody. Excuse me. Friends, Sylvia, I think it's great that you say we support this, we are there. And I think we have to send a signal to the young women, to those who want to be self-employed, the young doctors, the young handicraft people. Very often, to have a child is an obstacle, and I think we should have individual voting. Thank you. Does the motions committee want the floor? Unless this is the case, we heard 4 contributions. Those in favor, please raise your cards. Those against? I have the impression that there are not is not everybody taking part. That makes it difficult I think everybody should actually participate. Those in favor of the motions committee, please raise your cards. So this is much more. Those against? The first one was the majority, although it wasn't an overwhelming majority. But I think the vote of the motions committee has been accepted. We now come to motion 87. So let us proceed to voting. Those in favor of the motions committee's proposal, those in favor, those against, abstentions. So this has been carried. We now come to 088. Somebody wants to take the floor. Ansgar Hebeling. This refers to part of the text and lines 1 to 19 are in question. Presidium, party friends, I refer to the wording of the motions committee. Line 1006, we are against active help to die. So this has been changed. I would be in favor of the original wording because I think that this topic is very difficult. In the Bundestag, we are struggling with the wording of active helping of people wanting to die. I would like to propose to go back to the original wording. Thank you, Ansgar. Anybody else? Sylvia Breer wants the floor? No? No. Excuse me? Well, the situation doesn't seem to be clear. There is a clarification with the motions committee. Maybe we find a common solution. Sylvia? I think in the meantime we want to go on. We come to motions 8089. So we can actually vote on these numbers. This seems to be accepted. So those who are in favor of the motions committee's proposal, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? None. Abstentions? In this moment, we receive a request on motion 94. Are you agreeing to listening to the proposal. Professor Dust has the floor. Friends, the first impression is that it is a matter of wording. We don't want to look for alternatives abroad. It is not our task. We want to prohibit foreign financing, but it is not our task to look for an alternative of financing. Thank you, Mr. Dust. Jens Spahn has the floor for the Motions Committee. Friends, Michael, we have a societal topic. Everybody of us, and Friedrich Merz also mentioned it, in each school we see that there is a fundamental Islam, where too often in the mosque communities to actually not want the So how can we actually make that Turkish communities, for instance, help us to find a financing, maybe via a foundation? I think this makes us different from the right-wing people. No, our position is, let us act together with the mosque communities, develop in a way that they regard themselves as part of society. So if we finish foreign financing, that we look for an alternative. I know it is not easy, but I think it's very, very important, because it sends out the signal the way it is not accepted, but we are willing to help that there is an alternative. So I recommend that you accept the motion of the Motions Committee. This is a 94. Those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? So the first vote was the majority. Consequently, this has been decided. I now come to motion 88, and I give Sylvia Beer the floor for the Motions Committee. And there was a motion to take active help when dying. Remains in the text. Yes, we agree. I think this is a good solution. So we support the motion by Ansgar Hebeling. Those in favor, those against. abstentions. So this has been decided on the basis of a majority. We now come to A099.
1102 bis 1107 und den dazugehörigen Änderungsanträgen 1 bis 15.
And there are amendments.
Und zwar die erste von
Dr. Thomas Gebhardt has the floor. There he is. He has the floor. Dear CDU family, it is good that as Christian Democrats we are in favor of a mandatory social year. But let us go further. Well, you can make this service in Germany or in member states of the European Union. Well, I think this would be a very good example of when you see that young French people come to us to Germany, or young Germans go to France and render their service, so they could also learn the language. It is a long-term idea. It isn't possible overnight. And I think we should not take up this looking at the election program. But I think that it is important for our present discussion. Thank you, Thomas. Christiane Schinderlein will explain the position of the Motions Committee. Thank you for the motion. We have decided to transmit this motion to the Secretary General. I think the intention is clear, but it is very general, and this should also be expressed so that it fits for the governmental program. I think this is a decisive difference. Therefore, it is not rejected, but it is to be transmitted to the right place. Those in favor, please raise your cards. Those against, abstentions. So this has been accepted. Now we come to A100.
1108 bis 1123 mit den dazugehörigen Änderungsanträgen 1 bis 12. Hierzu liegen uns Wortmeldungen vor.
Here we have requests of the floor. Birte Klisman has the floor. Thank you very much indeed. I speak about motion 08, and I would like to take up the discussion. And the question is, in how far do we support associations? Well, this motion is thought to be well, we cannot support associations that are against our democratic basic order. The events in question were not political education events, and I think I recommend to accept the motion of the Motions Committee. Christiane Schinderlein will speak on behalf of the Motions Committee. Thank you for the very important motion. It corresponds to the motion that we also supported, and we would be in favor of the motion. Thank you very much, Christiane. Therefore, we don't need individual voting, and we will have a general voting procedure on motion 100. Those in favor, those against, abstentions. So this has been carried unanimously. So we have reached half-time of the motions of the basic declaration. So now we have numbers that have not been discussed. Those in favor, those against, abstentions. So we have decided these motions. I now come to motion 106, lines 198 to 89. Lucas Strollmann requests the floor. Go ahead. I think an education ideal is very important, and the people should educate themselves, and the key word is variety, but the ordinary citizen doesn't look for this. But as far as science is concerned, we want to have innovation. This has always been important for Germany. I think performance is very important. I think this is a better education ideal than, much better than the four different motions mentioned. Thank you. Now comes Teresa Cosby from Baden-Württemberg. Is she there, Frau Cosby? She doesn't seem to be here. So I would like to ask whether Karin Prim wants the floor. Yes, she does. Friends, when you look at this paragraph, then you see that we describe our understanding of a humanitarian education ideal. Well, you've changed only the top line Now the contents don't really fit this, and I think it would be much better to have the original wording. Well, you will find the keywords performance and innovation. You will find this later in the text. I think the two keywords have been mentioned. Those in favor of this motion, please raise your cards. Those against? Abstentions? So the vote of the motions committee has been accepted. We now come to motion 107. Nobody wants to take the floor. So let us vote on this. Those in favor, those against, abstentions. This is not the case, so we have this accepted. We now come to motion 108 with 11 amendments. So here we have persons that want to speak. Mr. Jansson from Rhineland-Palatinate. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to explain two of our amendments. Amendment 3 and 9. We want to have education and the possibility to actually be supported for everybody who wants a better education. This is something that you find in our basic program, that we have an education program which actually creates the right prerequisites. We actually think that marks should not be seen as something good in society. We think this is possible in order to select persons that can be supported, and I think performance and talents should be supported. So origin and other criteria don't play a role. And when we support performance and talents, and I think we also have to profess to the Charter of Handicapped Persons. We've done this already, and we have to support the necessary schools. And this is rather blurred in the text, and inclusion is very important. This should be mentioned, but as a psychologist and education expert, I see that we don't have the right people, and there are children for whom the ordinary school system doesn't offer any possibilities. Autism, for instance, or cognitive impairment. So we have to support these children. These children are waiting for the right schools. This cannot be our endeavor, and therefore these schools should be included. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jansson. Change request 9. There is another request to speak by Lily Kramer from Thuringia. I'm glad that individual assistance has found its place in the basic program. Philip Janssen said it. The current basic program, with the change of the request commission, does not cover the several branch school system. In the support school, each child is considered to be an individual with its own talents. Here we do not only convey knowledge, but also the ability for empathy and the ability to unfold its talents. I know this from my experience. I'm a teacher at a gymnasium. The support center or the support school provides tailored environments for children who have difficulties in learning or when they have disabilities. The support school, here we have to anchor this. As Junge Union, we have to specify this in the basic program, no matter if it's Green politicians or SPD politicians. The special schools are bad mouth. I mean, we do not manage to anchor that in the basic program. I think that is deplorable. We should take the opportunity to include this in the basic program. A need for special schools. Thank you, Mrs. Kraner. There is another request to speak by Robert Hüppe. Could he please specify on what change request he wants to speak? I would like to speak on special schools. I prefer this term. I have my own experience with that. My son came to the regular school under difficult conditions. Everybody was against that, even the politics. He had a friend with a Down syndrome. There, the situation was the same. But we struggled our way through. It's not the young people who wait for special schools. It's the parents, but only because there is no real inclusion. Both are in the first labor market, and they're not in a handicapped people's workshop. What I want to say is that in Unna we have 2 special schools that are renewed for 60 million. Now we build a 3rd school for another 60 million. If I could put this money to the regular schools and provide the assistance that these people need, then inclusion would work. I asked at the schools whether in the special school what happened to the children there. There were 24 children that left the school, and 22 went to the workshop for handicapped people right away and will probably stay there, and 2 did not get a place at all. That is the current situation. That is the result of special assistance. Inclusion cannot be taught. You can only experience it. And the biggest problem for handicapped people is that people without a handicap never experienced their situation. These people would need a protection space. Who thinks that after 18 years of protection space, somebody would be able to find his normal life under normal conditions? My son has his place in society today, so we need a school system that promotes inclusion. Thank you, Hubert Hüppel. We have another request to speak by Lars Over from Saxony, from Dresden. I would like to ask for your support for the request by the Junge Union. Naming of special school is a good idea in our basic program. When you were at the Chemnitz meeting, you will remember where a special school teacher spoke about that and asked for support. The special schools are a good place where we can provide all the competencies to provide assistance to handicapped children. We try to integrate these children, but there are also reasons for a special school, so I want to ask for your support for this request. Thank you, Lars Rover. And for the Request Commission, Karin Prien will speak. Could she please speak to change requests 3 and 9? Dear Thorsten Frey, I will do that. We have a debate about our basic program. It's not a debate about an education program or a state program. In this basic program, we want to have a competitive federalism where different states with the same targets have different approaches. With all the understanding that we have for this desire to look into special schools, the same applies to the other schools. Dr. Janssen, I have a big preference for a liable recommendation which school kids should go to. At that age, we have to take a look at the potential of the children. For the parents, it's important to get professional advice for their children and to take the right out of the parents' hands to decide which school their children should go to is not a good idea. But this is nothing that we should include in our basic program. Next, I would like to say something about the special schools. We talked about the handicap legislation. We committed to the legislation for handicapped people. Inclusion is the right approach, but of course we need differentiated support. We need special schools, but we also need the promotion centers, temporary pedagogical measures, campus classes. In a basic program, we do not talk about all the details. So as a compromise, I would like to propose that in the wording of the Request Commission, we should stick to that wording, but behind the word differentiated promotion spaces, we should add also special schools, and this would be in line with the request. And nevertheless, in a competitive federalism, we would be open for other promotion models. I hope that this finds your approval. Thank you. Thank you, dear Karin Prien. Now we have 2 more requests to speak. First, Caroline Sophie Chichon from Hanover, and then Christopher Haus from Rhineland-Palatinate. Thank you. I would like to underline that I am in favor for the binding recommendation by the teachers which school to go to. Such a recommendation for a school is important. I mean, they could work their way up to a different school, but at the end of the day, the gymnasiums, the high schools are overfilled. Some people make it to get there, but they don't manage to stay in these high schools. I mean, the school system is transparent. And talking about special schools, I think it's good what the Request Commission proposes. There is a lot of promotion, but it's an important signal to those who need special support. I am grateful for the Request Commission. Thank you, Caroline Sichon. Next is Christopher Haus. The floor is yours. Thank you, my dear friends, dear Mrs. Preen. I want to say something about the binding recommendation for the schools. It's not about the parents, it's about the young people. There are different talents that need to be supported. There is not only talent for philosophy, but also talent for craftsmen, for crafts. We all agree, of course, that this is of equal importance. There are many young people that have a practical talent, and then the grandparents, great-parents, they say, go to high school, you need that. And then there are people who go to high school who don't like it there, who have problems there, and who should have rather gone to a school where they can be trained for a craftsman profession. Thank you, Mr. Herr Haus. Mr. Haus, I think the Request Commission has made it clear what it wants. Now, let's have a vote. That's request 108 separately about the two change requests. The first change request is at 3, the binding recommendation for the school, and I have a vote now on the Request Commission's proposal. If you are in favor of this request, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? I have to say my impression was, but maybe that's not easy to say, that there was a majority for an approval. Let us vote again. So please be clear. Who supports the request of the Request Commission? Okay, that seems to be the overwhelming majority. Now, are there any votes against? Okay, there was a majority to approve the proposal. Okay. For this change request, we followed the proposal of the Request Commission. Now we vote on change request 9. That's about the special schools. If you're in favor of the proposal of the Change Commission, please raise your cards. Yes, in the changed version, read out by Karin Preen. Once again, cards up for the approval of the changes in the request. And now, who's against? Okay. Abstentions? No, none. That means we have the majority for an approval for A108 in full. If you are in favor of the proposal, please raise your cards. Any Votes against? Okay. Abstentions? Okay. We have approval. Now we can make a bigger step from A109 to A117 because there are no requests to speak, and of course we have change requests. Now, the Change Commission have votes. If you follow the votes of the change requests, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? Not the case. Okay, we have a unanimous approval. Next is A117. It includes lines 1283 to 1193 with the change requests. We have no requests to speak. That's 18. We approved 17, now 118, lines 1294 to 1308. There are 11 change requests, and there are requests to speak by Dr. Jansson, who we just heard. Dr. Jansson, the floor is yours. Microphone number 3. Thank you. In this request, we approve a triad in education. So, financial support for education in Germany. Then we have talent promotion organizations. That's important. So people who need special support or who are highly talented. And then we have university loans. I was wondering why in a basic program where we discuss that this is something basic and specific things could be in the government program, now we use a financial tool and write it into the basic program and use the KfW university loans. Now, when the university beginners watch us, I want to shout to them, leave your fingers off these loans, you will be bankrupt, because without fixed interests, you will end up in bankruptcy. So our approach is to write in an alternative. We want education financing that is independent of the parents, but we do not write in specifically KfW bank loans, because there would be a lot of negative impacts for the students. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jansson. And now Karin Prien will speak for the Request Commission. Dr. Jansson, we talked about the education financement or the potential pillar in addition, and in the technical commission we also talked about that. Do we really need an additional pillar? After intensive debates with the experts who asked how these tools can work, in reality we do not only have BAföG, we have other financial tools, thanks to Anna Karliczek, and we have several kinds of support instruments. Our result is that we do have the right tools. Regardless of that, we have to say that what happens with the KfW university loans is unacceptable. Of course, we need fixed interest rates, and of course, students have to be able to rely on not being strewn by the too expensive interests. But we cannot make a statement on another pillar in university financing because we don't know whether that is realistic. So I would like to ask you to agree with the version of the request commission. Thank you, Karin Prim. Let's have a vote now. Oh no, there is one more request to speak. Lily Kraner from Thuringia. I would like to add on the words that were just said. We should take out the KfW bank loan and replace it with a more neutral wording, because we don't know what this KfW loan will look like in the future. Let's not fix on that in the basic program, because it would preclude trainees or continued training. So, clear vote for the proposal of the Junge Union. Thank you. There's another request to speak from North Rhine-Westphalia. Okay, the debate is a good opportunity to speak about these tools. The first thing is that the current traffic light government promised that in the future there would be BAföG, so students' financial assistance, regardless of the parents. We said that this BAföG support has to be a social welfare payment. Today, 11% of students get this support, and I see no reasons why millionaires' children should get this support. Number two, BAföG is suffering. We talked to Anna Kalicek. We had increases, and after 2 years of inflation, we saw that the BAföG increases were very low, and the social welfare payments for BAföG is not changed, even though there is a separate legislation for that. So we put pressure on the government. That item was correctly mentioned. 9% are absolutely unacceptable. The KfW lowered that. We are not happy with that. We do this with the Junge Union. We will keep this on the agenda in the parliament. But of course, we have to see that we have a tool next to BAföG that is quick, that you don't have to undergo months of application for. Who need money quick, they should get it. I would not open the door for a new tool that is regardless of the parents. Nobody knows how to finance that, and then maybe everybody would be entitled. There we have to make a distinction. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas Jatzombeck. Let's have a vote now. A118. If you are in favor of the request commission's proposal, please raise your cards. Are there any votes against? We have a majority. Are there any abstentions? No? Okay, we have a majority approval. Thank you. Next is A119 to A123. There are no requests to speak, so we could vote on them as a group. If you are in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay, we have a large majority approval. This takes us to the end of the subchapter Society in Chapter 3. Before we have a transition to chapter economy, we will see once again Engelbert von Nordhausen, who will present an excerpt of the document here live on stage. An economy that provides prosperity for everybody. We Christian Democrats rely on the most successful business model in the world, social market economy. It's derived from the Christian perspective and as an economic order with its fundamental principles such as equal opportunity, self-assuredness, private initiative, subsidiarity, and solidarity. It unifies the principle of freedom, the power of the market, and the willingness to assume responsibility for each other. It contributed to the economic miracle. It achieved growth, record job situation, and social security. It has grown to become a leading motive for the EU. Today, Germany is a successful economic nation with employees who work hard, creative inventors, and excellent engineers. We are the country for the mid-sized companies, the family-owned companies, the hidden champions of crafts, innovative founders, and worldwide successful companies. The social partnership between unions and employers provides the best guarantee for a stable labor world with fair wages. In times of transitions and new challenges, we have to renew the promise for prosperity. We rely on the protection of ownership, the principle of sustainability, many ideas, and technology neutrality, the power of pioneering spirit and digitalization, fair trade, competition, and social responsibility. The social market economy remains our model. It comprises an ecological dimension as well. This social and ecological market economy relies on the forces and control mechanisms of the market to ensure protective dealing with the environment. We want to live in freedom. We want to lead Germany safely into the future.
Engelbert von Nordhausen, the most well-known dubbing voice actor in Germany, the voice of Samuel Jackson, Mr. Heckman. Who else? Well, many others. Bill Crosby, for example, although you are not allowed to talk that way anymore. Or Dr. Huxtable. Some of you may have seen the Bill Crosby show. Well, but it is a pity how all this had come to an end. Well, now we have almost 2/3 of the program. We will meet again. Now, what's this? This is the application form which I have signed. So Mr. Nordhausen is a member of the CDU now. It took a while. Thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, all this started in the Sauerland region. Well, that's where I played my first part in the Sauerland region at the Theater Limburg, where I played Friedrich von Homburg by Heinrich von Kleist. Welcome to the CDU. We continue with the deliberation on motions. We move on to subchapter, an economy creating prosperity for all. We have no requests to speak for motions 124 to 127. So I propose to vote on the motions of the request committee, also on the change requests. If you agree, I would like to ask you for your cards. Who is in favor? Who is against? Who abstains? So it has been accepted. Now, motion 128, lines 1409 to 1421. With the pertaining change requests 1 to 37. There is one request to speak. Gerion Geriats from North Rhine-Westphalia. Germany has to become or has to remain a leading industrial country. This is the title we would like to add. Apart from bureaucracy and taxation, the technical equipment, the degree of digitalization of a region has long since become a hard allocation factor, and that's what we have to take into account in our basic program. One example, Microsoft has decided to set up the Hydrosata data campus in North Rhine-Westphalia in the Rhineland. Why? Because in North Rhine-Westphalia, a policy is pursued in favor of digitization, which creates jobs, prosperity. This is a strong signal to the business community. This is the signal which must emanate from this party convention. That's why the weak formulation, we will support digitization and artificial intelligence, should be added by the statement that the CDU of Germany is the party of digitalization, the party of progress. This is our topic. Well, vote against the Commission's proposal and vote for our version, so that even after a successful installation of broadband communication, we cannot be defeated anymore. Well, Jens Spahn, who speaks on behalf of the request committee. Well, dear friends, basically it's the same topic as before in the basic program, the question of competitiveness and innovation, openness for technologies. It's correct what you said, especially when it comes to the issue of Germany as an industrial country. So basically it is a redundant wording. We would like to ask you to follow the proposal of the motion committee. Thank you, Jens Spahn. Now we have a request to change motion 35. Mrs. Karliczek. Well, dear friends, let me remind you what Gerda Klaumann said yesterday. We should not only create industrial jobs, but also jobs with medium-level wages. Tourism is a diverse economic sector employing 3 million workers and accounting for 6% of the value we create every year. Therefore, it is important that tourism should not only be seen under cultural aspects, but also as an economic factor in Germany. Especially for the rural areas, this sector has a special added value because the infrastructure sometimes is not used by the tourists but also by the local people. Therefore, it is important that we do not only see these developments under the aspect of tourism. We proposed that especially tourism should be also seen as an economic factor in particular. Next speaker is Michael Dond from Baden-Württemberg. All the friends of our party, I would like to support the motion of Mrs. Kalacek and other friends, also the friends from Reutlingen. Tourism is an economic power. Under the chapter in economy, creating prosperity for all, here tourism is part and parcel of the economy. We've seen how the catering industry, the hotel industry were fighting together with us so that the value-added tax is not increased. We have to maintain this strength of tourism. We need to support it. It's also about fairs and exhibitions, the Karl May performances or the Philharmonic Orchestra in Hamburg or AIDA and cruise ships, Mein Schiff or AIDA, or the TUI travel agency or the cultural memorials or the baker's shop at the cycling path along the Ahr. Germany is the very tourism country before France, followed by Spain. And therefore it's important that the importance of this economic branch, that tourism in cities and in the countryside, should be reflected in our basic program. And permit me to add that the proposal on culture, which also includes tourism, of course, but the attempt to mention it under the heading of culture is not enough. That's why we would like to add this passage to the wording. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Donch, for the motion committee and Spahn again. Dear Anja, dear Michael, since we are working on the tourism concepts in the Federal Republic, we know how important it is. We have tried in this basic program not to add too many industrial branches because many others have remained unmentioned. That's why it is a proposal. It is not a sub-topic under the heading of industry. We have mentioned tourism under the heading of culture as an economic factor. My proposal would be we have a chapter on the SMEs. Here under 1403-06, we have a statement which says the SME companies, family companies, self-employed entrepreneurs have an important economic and social and stabilizing role to play. And therefore tourism should be added after farming. Then it is also mentioned as part of SMEs. Perhaps that would be a compact proposal or alternative. I cannot see any further requests to take the floor. on this motion number 35, so we can vote on motion 128. The way you have proposed it, well, we now vote on the motion with the additional changes Jens Spahn has tabled. If you are in favor, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? So it has been accepted. Now, motion 129, lines 1,422 to 1,431, with the pertaining request changes 1 to 5. I cannot see any requests to speak, so we can vote. Who is in favor of the motion committee, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? Approved. On to the motion 130, lines 1,432 to 1,453, with the pertaining change requests 1 to 34. There is a request to speak by Delegate Holger Kosse for a motion 15 from the Emsland. Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleagues. I'm not going to stress the need for an additional industrial branch, but when it comes to seaports and the navigation industry, it is about a critical infrastructure that is not mentioned anywhere, which is a severe mistake if we wouldn't make mention of this. And it's not about speaking about ports in particular, but Germany is a shipping location. We should not allow that trading ships are exclusively built in Asia, or, for instance, military technology built in Germany are important issues that definitely should be mentioned in the text. Well, perhaps you had an opportunity to see for yourselves how important that is on recent visits in Hamburg. There were many examples. Therefore, I would like to ask you to not follow the vote of the motion committee, but to prefer our proposal. Thank you, dear Holger Kosse, for Jens Spahn again. Although I share what you generally say in the interest of the compactness of the basic program, we, as far as the safety of sea routes is concerned, I remember this in discussions in the Basic Program Commission when we talked about security. We also in the parliamentary group discussed a number of motions in the German Bundestag as far as the maritime location of Germany is concerned. So perhaps we could transfer this proposal to the CDU-CSU parliamentary group in order to have it further debated in the Bundestag. But I think here in the basic program it would be enough to stick to our proposal. So I would like to refer this proposal to the CDU-CSU parliamentary group. Thank you. No further requests to take the floor, so I propose to vote on the motion with the additional remark. If you are in favor, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? The first round represented the majority. Now there are no further requests to speak on motions 131 to 140. So we can now vote on all recommendations of the motion committee on the main proposal and sub proposals, we can do that en bloc. If you are in favor, please raise your cards. If you are against, abstentions, so it has been approved. Now on to motion A141, lines 1572 to 1092. There are 35 change requests. Quite a number of delegates requested the floor. We will start with 06 Silke Kurz from Baden-Württemberg. Dear delegates, dear Presidium, in my everyday life as a taxation policy lawyer, I see that there are too many incentives preventing the people to not work. The German taxation law is so complex that people arrive at wrong conclusions. To be very clear, what we do not want in our motion, we don't want to do away with the splitting taxation for couples. Nothing will change in their pockets. The annual tax remains the same, irrespective of the taxation category. Category 3.5 even has the disadvantage that it is an annual statement that has to be tabled, and that subsequent payments will be required. Those who are mostly women, who look on their payroll with the taxation class 5, wonder very often whether it is worthwhile to go to work at all. And those who belong to category 3 will benefit thanks to a tax burden not oriented on his class. The claims depend on the net income in this case. In the case of category 5, after net income, due to the over-proportional reductions, it is much lower. But especially in such situations, decisive financial incentives are lacking. Many women work in category 5. They are the ones suffering from these disadvantages throughout their professional life due to their different categories, 5 or 4. They may suffer major disadvantages. We do not want to allow these disadvantages, sometimes also because of not knowing the details of the taxation law. It must be worthwhile to work instead of not working. Do you believe that a worker with category 5, when he looks at the payroll, feels to work more? Employers would be happy to have more working hours against the background of the problem of shortage of labor. An unbureaucratic solution means to do away with tax category 5. In our special committee, welfare, we talked about free taxation for over hours. Well, the elimination of taxation category 5 is unconcrete, and it is a decisive signal that we appreciate work and that the best chances and opportunities are offered for the individual and for our economy. It should be worthwhile to work. So if you agree with us, vote for us to eliminate taxation category number 5. Thank you. The next is Bianca Seeger from North Rhine-Westphalia. dear delegates, dear Presidium, ladies and gentlemen, the elimination of tax category number 5 is also my desire. What we see is the difference, well, net wages. We need more people who are permanently employed with the full social benefits, more specialists, more skilled labor. That's why the elimination of tax category 5 would be a reasonable instrument to get the people there and to employ more people to go on working. The shortage of labor is a big problem, as we all know. In addition to that, we could improve the pension gap if we employed more people. It must be worthwhile to work, and that must be visible. Less net income means a disadvantage for replacement services and when obtaining a divorce. Taxation burdens must be just, a lower risk of subsequent payments, and an incentive for more social work. We really beg you to eliminate this category. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mrs. Seeger. The next is Jessica Weller from Rhineland-Palatinate. Dear delegates, dear Presidium, I'd like to point at another issue we would like to see underlined in the Women's Union, that is the better work-life balance. I'm working to you as a mother of 2 small children and a nursing relative. The issue of work and life balance must be concretely mentioned in the basic program. We have a severe shortage of labor. Many of our women are part-time workers because they have to look after children. We talk about 4 million people who are in need of nursing at home, 11 million children below the age of 11. Well, we have studies showing if the average weekly working hours would be reduced to 36, increase this, it would mean a GDP increase. These are aspects important under the heading of work and life balance. Therefore, I would urge you to add this point. Thank you, Mrs. Weller. Now for the Motion Committee, Jens Spahn. Well, as far as the shortage of labor is concerned, we have had a number of the topics and groups. The question of elderly people, part-time, and the tax incentives, question of migration, and also the employment of women. By the way, this is an area where allowances for parents and so on, other proposals made by us 20 years ago, there was no service which was offered in this context. Well, as far as the proposal of the Women's Union is concerned, we have responded to the need of closing the wage gap in the basic program. The question of more flexible working hours was also mentioned in the federal, in the Bundestag. We introduced this topic as well. to get away from daily working hours. So, well, we have one discrepancy, that is the tax bracket 5. A couple is usually in tax category 4, and the two partners have decided to change to 3-5. This is a deliberate free decision of a married couple. That's why the question is whether we should be the ones under the heading of freedom to restrict the amount of freedom in this respect. Well, it has been rightly said that apart from the annual compensation, this is settled anyway. It depends on how this is done per month in the case of married couples. So I do understand your point. We have a number of issues when it comes to working women. But when you know that the rule is 4-4 and that it needs a free choice, this free choice should be maintained in the interest of general freedom. Thank you, Jens Spahn. Dear delegates, we have quite a number of requests on this motion. There are further requests. Claudia Heber from Thüringen, André Klieve from North Rhine-Westphalia, Fritz Günstler from Lower Saxony, and Annette Wittmann-Maut. I propose we close the list of speakers now and to hear the 4 speakers now, and then again the motion committee. Claudia Heber from Thuringia comes first. Well, I would like to explain the perspective of a woman. Jens Spahn principally summed it up very well. It's not about women against men, but when it, well, taxation category 5 is about a family. When a family decides that one of the couple works less than the other in order to look after the children or members of the family, it is their very decision. And in the new federal states where I come from, it is not relevant whether it pertains to men or women. I know many men who are also under taxation category 5 and women under taxation class 3. So please, dear friends, have a look at the statistics and do arrive in the world of reality. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Andrea Klieve from North Rhine-Westphalia. This is the response of the government in response to a question of the parliamentary group of the CDU about tax class 3 and 5. What kind of people are they? How many are they? What an income pattern do they represent? One of 16 questions. The federal government did not respond at all. They do not know how many women, how many men, what's the constellation, how many of them have children. These things are completely unknown. What is known, however, is the fact that 12 million couples in Germany have this combination. 12 million couples, 24 million people in Germany. Here, should we tell them you did something wrong, you are not equal, you made the wrong decision? No, this cannot be our policy. We must make it possible that people in their families can live the way they want. It's not possible that 24 million people made a mistake and we as CDU members should refrain from telling these people how they should live, and that it is not their task to raise children but to increase the GDP. This is not my CDU. We should reject the motion of the Women's Union. Thank you, Mrs. Klieve. Now, Fritz Günstler. Mr. President, David, dear delegates. Let me come back to what the motion committee has repeatedly done today. We decide upon a basic program today, not the government program. I was part of the Special Commission on Prosperity, which prepared this section. As a tax advisor and an auditor, I can tell you I can think of many details we ought to change in the taxation law. We did not add all these details because we have arrived at a certain meta level. We said that the German taxation system should become more simple and less complex. This is the message we wanted to send out. And therefore, it is not wise from the beginning to offer a detailed solution. Well, of course, we all have an individual opinion. If you eliminate taxation class 5, then taxation class 3 should also be eliminated. And it has also been underlined repeatedly, as Jens Spahn did. It is an individual decision of the married couples to decide for 3-5 against 5. I have to tell you that the narrative behind this idea is that one in the couple is at a disadvantage. So this is the very narrative the others use against the married couple principle. So I would recommend not to include these details in the basic program. And honestly speaking, I would say this is wrong. We should not restrict the people's freedom. It is a community, a budgetary community. They have a joint income, and the taxation is paid in advance. You still have the chance to get repayment afterwards. So I am in favor of rejecting this proposal.
Thank you very much. The floor is Annette's. Madam Chairman, delegates, friends, today we are discussing performance, affluence, everything that is needed that we trigger the forces in our country. When I speak to women who have a family, who have children, who go to school, and who work part-time or maybe in a mini job, very often I hear, why should I work 1 hour or 2 hours more? At the end, after the tax, there is very little left from what I'm working for. And I say, you are in the wrong tax category. Women want to work more, and we need them very often. And if we want them, and if we are writing that we want to reach more work volume, which tax measures should we refer to? It doesn't cost us anything, and they benefit when women are working. And it is a plus on justice, because at the beginning it was said that we intervene in the upbringing of children. Those who don't understand the context of taxes and my work These questions are relevant when it comes to the question of tax splitting in couples every day. Most often it is beneficial. But what we want to talk about is that we create freedom and justice, and it actually increases the performance in our country, and we then have the courage to see what happens with the Ehegatten splitting. We had a big meeting with entrepreneurs from the area of handicraft, and there was a lot of applause when the CDU actually makes a contribution to avoid poverty in old age. Therefore, I would like to ask you to accept the motion of the women's wing. Thank you. Dieter Konnemann is the next speaker. The country needs strong women. This was mentioned very well by Annette, and we do have strong women in the CDU, and we can be proud of this fact. But if we want to actually launch a basic program today, then we have a program which will be relevant for 10 or 15 years. The Ampel is disputing its tax package. You never know what the Ampel is going to do, but it might be that this sentence of the basic program will be obsolete in summer this year, and therefore we have not introduced little things for very good reasons. Apart from this formal element, if we want such a regulation, and if we want to understand what means more simple and stronger, even today, each one of these strong women could have selected 4-4. If the families don't do it consciously, then this is not part of the women's decision. Once more, in this program, we are in favor of a simple tax system. These questions should not be included, and therefore we recommend to not accept this women's program. Also, when it comes to strong women, let us come to the voting. Those who want to actually accept all this, please raise your cards. Those against? Abstentions. The first one was the majority. Clearly so. We now come to 142, and we have 10 friend. Subsidiarity is part of this country, but it is also part of this party. And the Ampel celebrates the social benefits. And I think as a party vote, we would like to say we actually don't want to abandon you. We help you to have yourself helped. And I think this is very clear. We are the party that does not abandon the people, but which also trusts in the responsibility of women. Christian Bäumler has the floor for the Motions Committee. Thank you for this contribution. I think there isn't a big difference between our messages. I recommend the acceptance of the Motions Committee. Please, who is in favor of the Motions Committee, please raise your cards. And those against and abstentions. I now come to the next point. 144. Nobody wants the floor, therefore we can actually do the voting. Those in favor, those against, abstentions. So accepted. We now come to number 145. There are 16 amendments, and there is somebody who wants to take the floor on 001. Delegates. I would like to accept this amendment. We are accepting this year this framework. What we've done in the last few years was a big burden to the young generation, and what the Ampel is doing is even worse, and the CDU would like to accept this amendment, and then we see how we can put it into practice.
Vielen Dank. Bevor ich dem nächsten Redner das Wort erteile, wir haben noch einen Hinweis bekommen zu 144. Da liegt noch eine Wortmeldung vor. Wir rufen den Antrag 144 nach.
We go back to 144. So, Mrs. Hebner, you can get ready. Stefan Macke refers to 144 Presidium delegates. The point is very interesting, but it goes too far for the basic program, and we should actually transmit this package to the Secretary General. Next speaker is Florian Hummel from Baden-Württemberg. Friends, delegates, we should not transmit this amendment, and I think we should have an individual voting. From our point of view, this is not a good package. There is nothing for amendments of the young generation. Thank you. Now, Felix from Schleswig-Holstein. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to address the Motions Committee. I think it's a nice idea. It can be included in the governmental program, not the basic program. I think this is something we should, by the way, create a system which is very serious, and therefore I'm in favor of accepting this motion. Mr. Brotesser from North Rhine-Westphalia is the next speaker. Mr. President, delegates, friends, I'm not referring to 002, but 008. Do you want to have the voting of the 002 package? We won't have an individual voting. Our policy is dealing with reality, and there are three recognitions. And if you are aged between 25 and 75, this means that 30% of the people don't have an additional insurance. In some areas, it's even 50%. So these are the people who don't have an additional insurance and are subject to old age pensions. The bigger the enterprises and the private old age is very important. Now we should actually introduce a mandatory old age insurance, and I think those who earn little, we should address the people concerned. This is a little wording in the motion. The CDU would like to say we are in favor of a capital-covered insurance. I think we should have the freedom to actually select the form of old age pension. If we speak of freedom, then freedom is also important when we decide something like this. We don't want to have a socialist solution, and therefore I ask your understanding. Now, Karl-Josef Laumann. Colleagues, party, friends, I would like to say something on the motion of the Junge Union. Well, if you want to write down a sum that you should spend on a private insurance for old age, yes. I only want to say the answers are not easy. The screws we have in the old age insurance are many. You can do something when it comes to the levels of old age pensions. I would like to say here in this big room that if somebody has had the same income he will become 1,500 euros in terms of old age pension insurance. People that worked as a nurse or what have you. The second point is how long you are working. We have a legal regulation that the age of entering insurance, one has to take into consideration those who started paying their contribution at the age of 15. In my federal state, the contribution to the care have increased by 400 million euros. So we have to see what is the situation of the different contributions. And I think we cannot say, we fix one sum for the old age pension. And I think this is difficult. And coming to an end, I would like to say one thing to you. If we speak about all this, we also have to look at what has been paid into the old age insurance. And therefore, I would like to appeal to you, don't save something, some instrument, without knowing whether you still need it. And by the way, you can lose elections. And I think you have to introduce much more than today, saving one instrument. And I think in this case, you should actually accept the motion of the Motions Committee. Thank you. Thank you, Karl-Josef Laumann. I have to look at the clock. We still have 8 speakers on this motion. I would like to suggest that we finish the list of speakers at this point, and I ask everybody to be as short as only possible. This is Peter from Baden-Württemberg. I think the recommendation of the Motions Committee is intelligent, because you can't just take one decision without looking at other things. So what you get, what you actually saved. I think as far as the young generation is concerned, an increase of the contribution might be 20 or 30%. If you do something, you must have a novel concept where you look at all contributions and which benefits you get. And I think this is something very good, so that in future we want to differentiate between what we've paid into the voluntary insurance. I think this is very important. So I think we should vote for the motion of the Motions Committee.
Hello. I would like to speak about the procedure we have on request 002. We want to vote in a group. So it says that we can treat several requests in a group. That's a proposal. So could the Presidium think about that? Because I think, and many other legal experts also think, that this is not a correct procedure, not a correct approach. So I think that is not acceptable, to treat all the requests in groups. Thank you. We will come back to that. Next is Stefan Kamp, please. Dear friends, I understand the concern of the Junge Union about increasing social welfare payments into the pension funds, the lower attractiveness of the generation treaty for the young generation. I understand that. That is justified. Nevertheless, I believe that the target of a percentage in a federal budget is not a lever that would justify the young people's concern. If the budget goes, if the expenses go up due to the military expenses, for example, then we have less money for federal allowances. I would like to ask Junge Union not to oppose this request, but to join a discussion about the future of the pension system. In some issues, I agree with Karl-Josef Laumann. He expressed the difficulties of a pension concept, very sensitive, but nevertheless, we will face a fierce discussion one day about the pensions. But let's not have an inadequate tool to make this debate confusing. We have controversies enough in pension policy, so please vote in favor of the request commission. Next is Felix Sigmon, and in the meantime, Christopher Haus from Rhineland-Palatinate can prepare himself. Okay, I will be brief. I expect that we have individual votes on the Junge Union. In a basic program, that should be possible, to have individual votes. Let me respond to Mr. Laumann. I appreciate what he said. Many issues are correct. In the recent decades, we have seen that reforms were not implemented because the gaps were filled with federal budgets. So we need a limitation so that there are reforms for our pension systems. And what we write into the basic program could serve as a basis for further improvements. Next is Christopher Haus from Rhineland-Palatinate. Thank you. Felix said something that I wanted to say. So there are only three levers: contributions, pension age, and pension magnitude. And in the past, the problems were handled by the federal budget. Karl-Josef Laumann, I think this is necessary. If we put 25% of our budget into the pension system, then the system no longer works, dear friends. And therefore, I ask you to vote in favor of the request of the Junge Union. We should have a vote on that. Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. Christian Bäumler, please. Thank you for the floor. The desk was lowered a little bit. It's very important that we talk about this issue, that we have this discussion. Junge Union is talking about the pension. That's good. The criticism about the traffic light government is justified. They destroy a system, so it's a justified criticism, but now we should not make the same mistake. By picking part of the system, the federal allowance, and top it without having an effect on the contributions and the retirement age. The system we have has different components, and as Dieter Weiss said it, in this program draft, we make a clear distinction between tax financing and contribution financing. So we add taxes, therefore we transfer that to the General Secretary, Junge Union, Women's Union, everybody has to meet and then make proposals. That would be in line with the People's Party. Thank you. Okay, next is Dieter Kollemann. I don't know what you think. We have discussed for hours, and nevertheless, everybody is concentrated. I would like to say thank you to you all for that. Because that demonstrates that we are interested in the contents. This is shown in the requests. I thank the Junge Union for bringing in this proposal, because in the end, it will be this young generation which has to carry the burden in the future. If we take a look at where the caps on the social benefit payments go, and there could be a tipping point where more than 50% of there will be more than 50% of social benefit payments, and then the young people will have the choice: either tax-free working, illegal tax-free, or immigration. We don't want that. In this request, this is not reflected. I thank Mr. Naumann because he made clear that an isolated view of this figure, 25%, is not enough. Kayu Laumann is right. We need a concept for our pension plan. And we need to consider all levers, not only the tax allowance, it's also the pension age. But with this one single request, we cannot cover that. The young people have to get confirmation that before the election, because it will be here sooner than we want, maybe, that before the election we have a viable concept where all the generations are reflected. So I ask you to approve the proposal to reject, but to self-commit, and then we have to meet with all parties involved to prepare with a viable pension program, and then to take over the next government. Thank you very much. Thank you. Finally, Heinz Wüstmann will speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Heinz Wüstmann. I'm not only member of the Request Commission, but also a member of the Federal Party Court. I'm asked to say a few words because the voting procedure was mentioned. Just to get this straight, paragraph 15 of our charter gives the Request Commission the possibility to group together several requests. So first of all, we have to vote on the proposals as the Presidium has done in the past. Once the proposal is turned down, then the field is open for other requests. And then we can vote on them individually. So the procedure so far cannot be criticized. Thank you. Thank you, Heinz Wüstmann, for the legal precision. I suggest that we start voting on request 145. according to the recommendations of the Request Commission. Who is in favor? I ask you to raise your cards. Are there any counter motions, abstentions? Okay, the requests were approved. We interrupt the request consultation and look forward to our guest speaker from Bavaria.
Der geht dann gleich. Ja, liebe Delegierte.
Dear delegates, we're excited. We're looking forward to the next speaker. Maybe we can welcome a friend of the CDU. He's a great guy. He is the head of the CSU in the German parliament, represents the CSU, does a great job, good cooperation with Friedrich Merz. Welcome, Alexander Dobrindt.
Alexander. So, ansonsten läuft alles nach Plan.
Okay, everything is according to plan. Mr. Söder has arrived. Dear delegates, a friend of the CDU, Prime Minister from Bavaria, CSU head Markus Söder. Dear Markus Söder, the 36th Party Convention of CDU Germany welcomes you warmly in Berlin. We are very pleased to welcome the Bavarian Prime Minister and the head of the CSU sister party. We welcome him, and it's a good tradition that the CDU head is invited by the head of the CSU, and the party head of the CSU is invited to the party convention of the CDU. So welcome once again. This shows how good, how close we work together. I don't want to miss welcoming our friend Alexander Dobrin, the first deputy head of the CDU in the fraction. Welcome to the CDU party convention. Dear friends, I said it yesterday already, but I will say it again now that Markus is here. This fraction community of two parties in one parliament fraction that is not competitive, but which underlines its differences based on the same political understanding, the same perspective of human beings, they make the same offer. The CDU, the CSU in the south, the CDU for all over Germany. That's a big success story for us. There was once an attempt to dissolve these two. That was in 1976. All who experienced that in that year know today it would have been a very severe fault. It's good that it was corrected soon, and it's good that sometimes we have different opinions, but that since then we stand together in our common parliament fraction. For today, I can say there's a high degree of agreement in our two parties. It has rarely existed, such a high level of good cooperation, of agreement between CSU and CDU, and cooperation in our common fraction. Dear friends, that is a prerequisite for our common success. In that sense, dear Markus, we welcome you once again. Dear Markus, great to have you here, and great that you will now speak to us. Dear Friedrich Merz, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you for this friendly and warm welcome. This is not self-understood. If you take a look back at history, you know that we have always been together, but CSU heads were always invited to give a welcome speech, but Franz Josef Strauß never dared to come here. He sent his general secretary, that was Edmund Stoiber, and he was well, supposed to tell the truth. That was often difficult. So tomorrow I am planned to speak twice. I was surprised, but I will prepare. I say thank you very much, and I want to say one thing. Without each other, we cannot exist. We are inseparably entwined. Without a strong CDU, we couldn't exist. And for you, it's sometimes a benefit that you have a more or less friendly sister CSU. Thank you very much. We stand together. Thank you for having me today. For a few congratulations to all who were elected. We have great results, and one result is very extraordinary. My compliments from the CSU and from me go to the clear result. And when we read the comments, they write about 0.5% more or less. I would say in no other party, party chair has so much backing as Friedrich has in his party. Congratulations to your election. I don't only want to congratulate you, I thank you for our cooperation. If we're honest, we did not expect that it would work that smoothly. We were uncertain how this would work, but from the experience in 2021, knowing what happened, and this should not happen again, we realized that in our contents, politically, strategically, we think in a similar way. Thank you for the thank you for the friendly cooperation. In the meantime, we are on a level where we give away Easter eggs as presents to each other. So thanks so much for this cooperation. And nobody should be wrong about this. In party chair, there's many people involved, but it depends on the chairman. We felt that in the past. We know about the responsibility not only for our parties, but also for our country and the future. Don't worry, we will manage. Ursula von der Leyen will become the next, or should become the next Commission President in the EU, and the second one will solve it together, don't worry. Of course, a CDU chairman is always a favorite. That has never been different. We agreed on a plan. Let me tell you this. I promise the success in 2025 will not fail due to me. Next year, together, we will make it, and we will replace the traffic light government, my dear friends. I thank others as well, the team, also the General Secretary. I was General Secretary as Alexander Dobrindt always, so I know what this feels like. In most cases, they have to defend the chairman. You had a great year. This basic program is really strong. If we're honest, at CSU, we are very glad because we're closer now. We're not the same. We have different accents, but if I remember how we struggled for words, for sentences, today it's different. It's faster. It goes close together, and I think this party convention is great. It's blue. We also use the color blue. It's a fresh blue, so you can breathe more freely. So my compliments, if you continue like that, you will be a great General Secretary. You will be as great as Kurt Biedenkopf. Thank you very much. Alex and Thorsten Frey, thank you to the parliamentary manager. Monday morning we have this breakfast, and I don't eat white sausage at 8 o'clock in the morning. I could, but I don't do that. We have a good meeting. Thorsten is there. It's a great parliamentary secretary. It's a wonderful guy as a parliamentary secretary. Friedrich, Carsten, that's the new triad in the CDU, together with a strong Minister Presidents, the Prime Ministers, great team. Thanks for the cooperation. But now, these were enough good words. No, I'm serious. Thank you very much. But now the relevant topics. Starting tomorrow, dear friends, we'll have 33 more days to the European elections. Imagine there was a federal election or a state election. What would the excitement be? So many surveys and every day a discussion. The truth is, even though it's the biggest democratic election outside of India, 400 million, so a very big global democratic statement, it seems not to be so interesting to many people. I say one thing, my impression is that apart from us, nobody's struggling in this election campaign. Nobody really struggles for Europe. In other parts of the world, democracy goes back. People would be grateful if they could cast a vote. Let us show that this vote for the European Parliament is a statement for democracy, and we want to take this responsibility, dear friends.
The European elections has a twofold importance: the composition of the European Parliament and the Commission, how will the continent develop in the future, and on the other hand, it is a national issue as well, because the opinion polls are not only marked by the European policies, but also by the mood in Germany and other countries. Therefore, both sides have to be seen together. Let me start with the Europe. Edmund Stoiber, Merkel, always supported the European idea. We never questioned the European idea because Europe brings peace within. We feel it today, what an asset it is if we look beyond our borders. The EU brought us prosperity. Do we really believe that we can sell our Weisswurst in Bavaria and the Sauerland? Well, we were waiting. If you wanted to travel to Italy, you had to wait at the border. Young people do not even know how it feels to be stopped at the border. However, I admit, at the G7 summit in Munich, I met the Indian President Modi. He really made me realize what it means to live in Europe. The president said over a long period, over dinner, when I asked him, what can you do? How can you help solving the Russian conflict? Well, he said, Minister President, you Europeans should understand that your problems are no longer the problems of the world. These are, well, problems of the world, have nothing to do with you anymore. Who remember or digest this statement properly will understand, please solve your own problems and refrain from these big global issues. It was not out of spite. If we remember these two statements again, we have to do our utmost even more to think about the question, what would it mean if we did not have Europe? Would we not be able to talk to each other at the European level? That's why, dear friends, it is a matter of principle to accept Europe, to see it as a necessary evil, but as the biggest chance for the future in this century. The CDU and the CSU are in favor of this idea together. But, of course, Europe has to be improved. For example, we are all in favor of climate protection because we are in favor of the preservation of the creation, but not against the economy, not against the citizens, but together with them. The Minister for Economy was asked at 8 o'clock in the morning by the TV. He said, the climate targets have been met finally by Germany. When a journalist asked, how come? Well, we have suffered a slump in the economy. If that is our strategy, to have a kind of a Morgenthau plan to fulfill climate targets and to lose out on prosperity and to lose stability, well, friends, we are practical politicians. We do not want to fall back in the past. We are against the climate ideologists. That's why we support incentives instead of prohibitions. Sometimes I'm surprised. In Germany now, some people complain what Chinese competitors will do with their cars, flooding our markets. Well, do we not have to ask ourselves, are we not responsible ourselves? We ban the combustion engine. We are then surprised that jobs are getting lost. We have to be interested in our own economy. From our Christian principles, we are in favor of solidarity. We help each other. We in West Rhine-Westphalia have more people than in France, for example, but we feel that an uncontrolled immigration is overtaxing us, not only in logistic terms, but also demographically. We shouldn't be deceived. Although it is not written in the media every day, the rates, the figures are rising. Europe has always been a dream of freedom, but our citizens also ask for protection. The truth is, Europe is moving, fortunately so. New resolutions have been taken after 8 years of discussions. This is something, a long period even for conditions like in the Vatican. Well, the Greens, by the way, blocked everything on this way until the very end, although we would need the same. As the representatives of the MEK, we were trying to get in touch with the Bundeswehr, better deportation principles, or even the payment card was a hard struggle. This is just a small attempt, and I'm still convinced that a lot more should be done in order to change the so-called pool factors. The citizens' allowance is wrong for many reasons, but it is also wrong because it never enabled people to pay into a fund for a service for which they have paid for a long time. This needs to be changed. We want employment helped by immigrants, but however, let us not be misunderstood. Those new arrivals, it's about the behavior of some who are here already for a long time. The citizens in our citizens are confused, just decent citizens who ask, well, Germany is no longer defended only in Germany, but also in the market squares and the underground stations. Do we not all have a strange feeling when we see those demonstrations for a caliphate? Well, dear friends, everybody is free to express one's opinion, but if you demand a caliphate, has nothing to do with free religion. They want a different social order, a different country. They want to change our state. Well, this is possible to demand, but not in this country, dear friends. Then they should go wherever this is possible. I think when we hear some people say, well, these are German citizens, well, as we have realized, the Union Parliamentary Group objected a citizenship light. Well, they are including many great people. They would be supporters of the German state. Well, there might be a domino effect. They are happy about this. They speak the language. they have an income, they make an effort. Now, all this is to be diluted and watered down and wants to destroy these achievements. Possibly some nationalization was a mistake. If somebody demands a caliphate and a twofold has a dual citizenship, this dual citizenship must be taken away from him in that case. Well, when it comes to this point, we have one party that blocks everything, which is the Green Party. The foreign policy of the Green Party has described the general line for the future in Germany. The Green foreign policy is a bit strange. I travel a lot myself. I meet minister presidents and panda bears. I always hear the same. You Germans have too much of moral values. You tell us how to behave. That's surprising. We Germans are happy about teaching each other when we hear what we are doing wrong. Well, there are some countries where this is not the same at a 1-to-1 ratio. And sometimes this thwarts certain chances for us to improve things little by little. If you prefer a tough line at the beginning, you may achieve nothing in the end. I can only say we as Germans are not missionaries of the world, nor are we an NGO that is trying to achieve a maximum benefit. When I see that Bismarck halls are renamed or that crucifixes are removed, instead of the Petra Kelly sound, we would be in need of more Goethe institutes in the world. That would be a good idea expressed by Mrs. Baerbock and others. That's why Herbert Steingart, not all the Greens, by the way, would say the champions of the moral values and those who know things better, where it works. I respect that, of course. I wouldn't know whether I would be patient enough. I have no right to speak about other countries. But when it comes to Germany, dear friends, I wonder whether the majority of our voters would really understand it as a blessing if the Green that dominated the traffic light party government would see Ricarda Lang as a minister president. Therefore, I do not prefer a black-green government. Yesterday, I said what Boris Rhein said about another project of the Greens. It's about the language, the woke philosophy, not woke. Well, of course, you can prefer to be vegetarian. For the first time in my life yesterday, I was trying to taste something new. I tried a vegan sausage. Well, dear friends, leave it. It's no use. However, let me come back. Well, Carsten has organized better food than the last time. Well, you know what I mean. I think the celery steak was not the smash hit. Well, let me come back. Woke is the philosophy. Well, dear friends, we established that our children will not become better automatically. The German is not getting better necessarily. They make an effort. We try to improve the language. Many new teachers will have to make an additional effort. Will it be proper when children are taught new rules of orthography when they do not understand the old one? Is it good to do that? Everybody can do things privately. However, in the public, at a college, students should not be denied access to an examination because they are not applying the linguistic rules like others. Well, in Bavaria, it's the same. We should practice the same procedure in the whole of Germany. There needs to be a gender ban at colleges and elsewhere. So, we are on the side of this Europe and its foundations, but we are against those who want to destroy this Europe, which is the AfD. We don't have to be afraid of them if the AfD is demasking itself. Even Mrs. Le Pen abhors the German AfD by now. I have to be honest. I respect our friends in the new federal states waging a struggle not only for themselves but also for us. It will be important in Brandenburg, Saxony. Michael Kretschmann, it's your birthday today, isn't it? But especially, well, to say thank you and to show how they can be unmasked. I think the TV interview with Höcke was highly interesting. Well, he can be beaten. Mario at least won this duel. And I think that the new Free States will have new minister presidents and that the 3 states are governed by the CDU again after long. What does that Mr. Höcke want? He wants the CDU to die, nationalistic conflicts of the past, unnormal children are not supposed to go to school. I'm frightened by this idea where this could lead to. The future is not in Europe, but in Eurasia. That sounds like free living space in the East. Well, these are horrible acts that were committed by extremists, and we have to be very careful among all Democrats. Democrats have the right to express their opinions, and no one has the right to prevent this by means of violence. Therefore, the state has to react. Well, the AfD has a different plan for Germany. They want us to follow suit, not to be integrated, to be a follower of Russia, the Grand Master of Putin. How else can you explain that some AfD members are paid by Russia and some of them are spying on us for China? Real patriots don't do that. If the AfD, they claim to be patriots, the only traitors of the fatherland are the members of the AfD and Mr. Höcke. That's why. Well, AfD people, get prepared. Your time has not come. We are prepared. We say yes to the EU and the NATO. We agree with a strong armed forces of Germany. We are happy about your resolutions. Some will, well, say you have changed your opinion after years. Well, it happens everywhere in life. When the situation changes, if a politician would stick to the same opinion, he will not have understood where the wind comes from. The situation requires a different thought pattern. So the principle of conviction is a part of this new idea in order to give young people the feeling of belonging to a strong state under the rule of law. And I was very happy, Daniel Günther, that we share one opinion. In most cases, we are of one and the same opinion, not always, but I may say, please forgive me, I'm obliged to tell the truth in negative and in positive terms. I'm skeptical about one thing. We should not irritate our voters. Whether the CDU would become new best friends with the left party. Well, of course not with the AfD, but not with old communists either. This cannot be our aim. It is about Europe during these elections, but also about Germany. Let me be honest. Germany has never been as weak as today. The government, it says it's a crisis. Of course, we have a crisis, but why are the others faring better in this crisis? Even countries that were much weaker after this disastrous ruling of the Constitutional Court. At a press conference of Meloni and Scholz, the Italian minister-president, was asked whether Germany is still a serious partner for them. And the Italian government is asked whether the Germans are still a serious partner. This is a new phenomenon, at least. The reaction, well, is the figures are simply bad. Everything is bad. The economics minister says, well, the situation is good, but only the figures are bad. Just a coach of the first football club of Nuremberg would say that. We need a fundamental change, not minor corrections only. The fundamental wrong principle is, or the philosophy of the government is to allow subsidies to support some companies, hoping that the entire company is mobilized. This is nonsense. We have to prefer a different route. Economically reasonable means we can talk about Gerhard Schröder, whatever you want. It's just the other way around. Taxes were lowered in order to mobilize a whole country. Also in psychological terms, all this is nonsense involving millions or billions of subsidies. You never know where Tesla is heading for. Think of the SMEs in this country. They need our help and support. This is our purpose, not for some few selected companies. That's why taxes have to be reduced. By the way, there is a lot of money, as we heard yesterday. Well, it is actually madness when I hear some TV shows, excellent TV formats, questions they ask are, well, Mr. Merz and Mr. Schröder, they like each other. Well, that would be a bit too much. But, dear friends, let me ask you, the act on heatings, is it to do with a comedy? the oil heating manufacturers made the business of their life. Well, if that is the green policy of the Green Party, then let us say farewell to Germany. There would be enough money. You just have to invest the money wisely. Of course, there are investments. You have to invest it there where it is necessary instead of squandering it. The truth is that our energy prices are too high, internationally speaking. Well, then they say many things. The truth is that many of our companies prefer to invest abroad. So they say energy is cheaper somewhere else. What's the reason? Don't get me wrong. Of course, we have to expand the renewables. We do it much more than others. 20% was the increase last year. We have more voltaic systems in our region. That has something perhaps to do with the mood of the Bavarians. But we want to be better everywhere. In order to ensure the necessary power load for those who need electricity, there will be one permanent form of energy. You can bank on nuclear energy or wind energy, but to abandon both sources is unique. And if you remember the beginning, what it means that the public servants were against it, then they say we were talking to the industries, then energy managers say all this needs to be settled and clarified in detail. I do believe that coal, for climate reasons, doesn't have the future in what form ever. This is not out of the world, be it old or new sources. And we also rely on nuclear power. I can only welcome this idea. Remember, we now have a chance. It's not like 10 years ago that nuclear fusion is just a minor technological project of an elite. Today, we have companies who do things properly. We as Germans are always modest. We start before we launch a technology. We make a risk assessment, and always the Greens are getting cross. Let us use the chances of the country instead of falling back into the 1980s. Last but not least, we were really impressed what we heard about the citizens' allowance. We also need a different mentality among the people. Well, in the past, they were striking for more money. Today, they strike for less work. Well, if this is an expression of the work-life balance, all this is quite tolerable, but then you have to take account of concessions to believe that others would do this work for you. It is wrong. That's why I can only say we need, maybe it may sound old-fashioned, some old German virtues like fighting and giving one's utmost may be the proper and correct concept of a success. Perhaps Germany should do the same. We will have to work longer during the week or at one's older age. We should be honest to express this. But if this is the case, we should have a higher pay. If the contrary is true, it is not a conducive concept. If you work more, should earn more. This is our principle.
All this and even more. We have to solve the real economic problems of the country. The Ampel concentrates on where they are not having a dispute. Even in the first times between CDU and CSU, it was much better. But where are they strong? Where do you notice the unity of the Ampel? And one sentence to the FDP, of course, when we are united as far as certain problems are concerned. They should not dispute us, but the Green Party, and on Monday they do the same. We need more credibility, and who needs more credibility is the Ampel and the other parties. What do they do? Instead of concentrating on what is essential, they concentrate on paragraph 218, for instance. It is a difficult question. We had long discussions in our party, and in the end we found a way to establish unity. Unity is never easy, but to actually overcome this consensus, the protection of life is very important for us as Christians, not only at the beginning of life, but also at the end. My father died in a palliative station. I didn't know this institution, and I think this accompanying with dignity made the farewell easier for him and also for us. If we didn't have these institutions, but institutions that earn money on financing dying, this is not a Christian approach, dear friends. The sea is not only a rest which has stayed, it has to do with our attitude. And when the Ampel is bad, it has other. Do we really need drugs in Germany? Do we all have to consume drugs? Maybe some meetings would be more relaxed. I don't know. Maybe, but this model, our friends in the Netherlands, 15 joints per month, Germany 75. Imagine what this means. Then they say, yes, the protection of youth is good. You should not approach schools so much. We open a Pandora box which does not bring anything good, and the Minister of Health is responsible. A lot has been said about him, and maybe during the pandemic there were some wrong decisions, but we saved a lot of people in bad times. This is also part of the truth. And therefore, I would which antibiotics and wouldn't it be better to have more remedies for children and not have hospitals only in big towns? We don't want to have a two-class medicine like the SPD wants. And therefore, all this is ample, and we are not taking this way. The basic program is our common program. They are a system of coordinates. They actually show which way we should take in politics, in technology, and security. We are social, liberal, and of course also a little bit conservative. And it really corresponds to the zeitgeist much more than in the past. But this is what a large part of the society discovers again. Let us take care of them. Let us go out and let us get across to the people so that people feel safe in a time where there is a lot of unrest. We have to guarantee more protection, and I think this is something we can, and with whom doesn't matter. The Federal Chancellor does not radiate this feeling, and this is the difference between us and the others. Everything what I've read and what I've seen, I can say that there is a signal going out from this party convention. Each form of an event which gets across to the people is the right event. We have different temperament and mentality, but all this actually makes a team successful. The Ampel has had its opportunity. It doesn't have any confidence by the population, and therefore this experiment Ampel has to be finished. Everything else doesn't make any sense. You are ready, we are ready. It's time for change, whether now or in a year's time. Some say it will go on only for 1 year. It is a long time. It is also time for little optimism. Nobody can tolerate these sad Ampel faces. The people need leadership. Olaf Scholz said, those who want leadership will get it, and this is the same when you order a pizza and you get it 6 weeks later. Let us cooperate, we the two, with our responsibility, CDU, CSU, 2 parties. Let us start telling the Germans everything can get better. And we want to have this country following a success story. Every individual will be actually taken care of. God bless you God bless our fatherland, Germany. All the best to you. Good success. Markus, thank you very much indeed for your great speech, and you have gathered it from the applause in between, and now this union is closely connected. We are firmly convinced to win the European elections and the Landtag elections also with your support, and next year have the federal elections 2020. If it takes place next year and not earlier, you have a little guest. It is a Berlin bear in the new colors of the CDU, very similar to the CSU, but different. The Bavarian lion and the Berlin bear, as you know, are two very aggressive animals. The bear is a little lighter. It weighs up to 250 kilograms, and it has a lot of hair. The bear is somewhat bigger. It weighs up to 900 kilograms, but they have different life spaces. And we know from the Greek mythology or knows that usually bears and lions don't actually leave the space to the other one, but there is one exception. You should not actually challenge the other one. And it is in this spirit, Markus, I have on my writing desk not only an egg, but also a Bavarian lion. And you will have a Berlin bear with the colors of the CSU. So let us have a good cooperation between the CDU and CSU.
So, wir machen jetzt weiter im Programm.
We are going on in our program, but I would like to welcome a person that has been with us for 1 hour, and this is a colleague from the CSU. It is really fun, and I would like to welcome the Secretary General of the CSU, Martin Huber. All right, let us go on with our program. We have to go back to motion 144. There was a request for the floor in this connection, and I asked Claudia Heber to take the floor. Well, it's great to speak now. Doesn't matter, it didn't work out before. Thank you to the technological support. It was good that you forgot me, because Karl Josef Laumann said something very important. You see the text? And there's something which makes it more concrete, which we don't want, and it is written down in the basic program that the number of 44, that people who've worked full-time and brought up children, and we should not forget those who've also paid their contributions to the old age pension. Therefore, we thought that it would be good to include the following, that after 45 years we should actually maintain the rule that once we have the 45, we get our insurance, old age insurance, and it fits what Karl Josef said. Either we delete the 45 or we leave it. So I think we should include this sentence and supplement it. And I think this will help us in the Landtag elections, in the campaign, because we can't wait until the governmental program is designed. Thank you, Mrs. Heber. Now, Stefan Nacke, delegates, whether the old age pension with 63, which is called old age pension after 45 years, we should discuss this matter. It is very tangible, and I think it doesn't fit a basic program, and this is something which is topical at the age of 65. So we should actually have the Secretary General decide this. Thank you. There are no more requests for the floor, so we will yet come to the voting procedure. Please raise your cards if you're in favor of the motion of the Motions Committee. Those against, abstentions. So this motion is accepted. 45 has been dealt with already. I now come to 46. 1046 with additional amendments 1 to 4. There doesn't seem to be any request for the floor, so we proceed to the voting. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Those against, abstention. So this has been carried. Before I come to the next discussion, I would like to ask all those who are chatting here in this room. For hours we had a very silent atmosphere. It would be very polite if you now stop your discussions. We now come to 1047. There are 6 requests for the floor. Excuse me, there is 1 request for the floor with regard to 1046. Mr. Littich from Rhineland-Palatinate. Presidium, friends, we are talking about the start capital for newly born children. This is very good. So we are discussing 10,000 euros for every child that is born. I think this is very well. Friedrich Merz underlined responsibility yesterday. Responsibility for us, and I think this is the best quality for our children. I think justice between the generations also means that in an ideal case we should pass on our country to the young generation without a lot of debts. We know this is very difficult. The financing of a start capital can only be based on debts, and we speak of billions and maybe 100 billions. From Carsten Linnemann, I learned that he doesn't want to actually spray out debts. And I think here we know the difficulties with the start capital. Of course, I know that there is quite a lot of accompanying matters. The born children will most probably get a contribution. So this is a gift with certain risks, because the children also get the interest. And I asked my children, they don't want to have this gift. They say, as long as we can actually not want the interest and amortization. Therefore, I ask you to be aware of the fact that the country of people that are saving money must accumulate money. Thank you, Mr. Littich. Since you've spoken on number 04, we now come to Jana Schimke. Next speaker. Presidium, delegates, thank you very much for the clarification. It is an amendment of the MIT. It is about the last sentence, the start capital for newly born children, and the question is whether the state would actually invest 7 to 8 billion euros in order to make this contribution. Can we afford this? It is a very big volume. What about justice between generations? Does it make sense that the state actually does this and gets so indebted? Is it a task of the state? We know that we have to do more as far as their age is concerned. But as a mother, I must say you that how our children will be protected in the future is a question of education. And what does the state leave to the parents to invest this money in the future of their children? Of course, we have to point out that, for instance, we have to invest in other matters. But if the state wants to take over this task also from the financial point of view, then it is not only the question of future generations, but it is also something that we can't afford for the future. I think you should take out this last sentence. Thank you. Next speaker is Ronja Kemmer. Yes, dear friends, we know that we have to do something on accumulation of money. Is really a big topic for the young generation. But we are not sharing the same opinion when we speak about the instrument. It sounds nice, 10,000 euros for each young person, but it contradicts the principles of the social market economy. Yes, we have to do something for the future, but the question is the state the better investor? And from the point of view of the CDU, CSU, no. And then we are only one step away from the basic volume of 60,000 euros. And I must say, dear friends, this cannot be the task of the young generation. And if it is a matter of the next governmental program, we will have to create priorities And I think so we should actually see what we do at other points, and therefore I would delete this sentence. And since this is a little difficult, because we can vote only en bloc, I would take out this sentence because additional 7 billion per year cannot be financed. Thank you, Tilman Kuban from Lower Saxony.
My dear friends, dear delegates, in 1964, there were 1.4 million children born in Germany. In recent years, it was between 700,000 and 800,000 children. You don't have to be a mathematician to realize that the baby boomers that are now retiring for our generation are a high load, and we see that in the pension system. Today, when we have a tax allowance of 117 billion euros to add to the pension, and this will grow to 117 billion in the next few years, so that will soon be 1/3 of our federal budget. We know what this generation did, and as a young generation, we are very grateful that you have taken this country to the top league, but we also know that in this time, the budgets are limited. And if we are the ones today who have to pay for the baby boomers, for each newborn, a startup capital, and at the same time have private pension funds, that will be too much load on our shoulders. We cannot pay for everything, my dear friends. So CDU politics has always been that we were here for all generations. And I also tell you, the startup capital is something desirable, but it's not necessary. Because if we manage in our generation to keep the birth rate stable, and I made my contribution at the beginning, many others could follow, then the pension problem can be solved in a different way. I ask you that we do not destroy our flexibility in other sectors. So please vote against the proposal of the request committee. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tillmann. Next speaker is Felix Petersen from Lower Saxony, and then Stefan Kampeter will be next.
Das war ein Fehler. Ich nehme die Wortmeldung zurück.
Oh, that was a mistake. The speaker will not come. Next is Stefan Kampeter and then Reinhold Hilbers from Lower Saxony. Dear Presidium, dear friends, I think it's correct that we think about the funding of our pension system. There was an attempt with a Riester pension, but that is difficult. There are many competing systems and proposals. There is the focus group in this context on old age pension, funded retirement pension. So I think it's good that in the basic program we start this discussion. However, but I support the deletion of this individual sentence because I don't understand why a debt-funded startup capital, at the same time, we need a lot of money for the German military, we need money for education, and I mean, therefore, we cannot afford to pay this. If we invest 7 billion for voluntary pension funds, then we would have a much higher effect. And I don't want a startup capital for education. I want good school education. That's a task that we have to tackle with more priority. Younger people can no longer purchase real estate. I mean, the reason is that the building policy is wrong, and in many cases, startup capital cannot help. The building policy, the building market has to be reformed. So we need a larger concept with which we can bridge the gap between the generations. Dear friends, to delete this sentence does not mean that we need more support for the pension funds, but this is a suggestion that does not convince me. There are other priorities that we should focus on. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stefan Kampeter. Reinhold Hilbers is next, and then Elisabeth Winkelmeier-Becker will be next. Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I would like to support the MIT proposal and to delete this sentence. We should ensure that employees have more budgets. If the people in our country have no money anymore, then this will change our country completely. So this request is wrong. The startup capital, if it's financed by debts, then there is this socialist belief that you can make everything profitable by debts. With debts, you cannot earn enough money to create growth without debts. And I would say that we should distribute the wealth equally, but not for the newborns. Let us do this in a more targeted way. Those people who are not able to buy an apartment without support, we should help them. And those who save money in certain models, then we will support, but not startup budgets for newborns. So have a more targeted approach for financial support. Please delete this sentence. Thank you, Reinhold Hilbers. There is one speaker less. The next speaker is Max Speicher from Saarland, and then Andrea Kniewe will be next from the Rhineland. Dear friends, we as CDU are the party which addresses the topics that are a problem in society. Many left people want to say that there are unequal conditions in income. Relatively speaking, this is not the case. However, the unjust distribution of wealth is much higher than in the European comparison. Our answer to this problem has to be a market economy answer, social market economy. To educate children with 10,000 euro startup capital, you have a participation in Siemens, Coca-Cola, Mercedes-Benz. These people, these kids, will grow up knowing that they are co-owners, shareholders in the development of the wealth in the world. So a clear commitment of CDA and MET, the entire CDU. We have to make people shareholders. We have to educate people that that when they buy a car, that is not bad capitalism, but that they participate in the economy. When the economy is doing fine, then we're all fine. That has to be the notion. We are the party that says ownership in an economy is good for the people. So my appeal is social market economy. Ludwig Erhard made sure that wide areas of population became shareholders. So there can only be one answer: approval for this basic startup capital, because the children will learn from the very low age that owning shares in a company helps them throughout their lives. Thank you very much. Thank you, Max Speicher. We have two more speakers on this item, and then we should conclude it. First, Andrea Kniewe, and then Kai Whittaker from Baden-Württemberg will speak. We heard good arguments about whether debts make sense to invest them. Overload was mentioned, generations, the new generations that have to pay for everything. But the main argument came from Ronja Kemmer. She said we have to set up priorities. It's 2 or 3 hours ago in this room we had a great debate about where our priorities have to be. It was the Junge Union who said we need military service. We have to be able, as young people, that's our claim. As young people, we have to be able to defend our country. And what else than that can be our priority? And everything desirable in better times, what we could do, we can do that, but not today. Thank you, Mrs. Kniewe. Kai Whittaker is next. Dear friends, the CDU made a promise when we were founded. Prosperity for all. That's our promise way back then, and it should be the promise today and for the future. We have to look at reality. 40% of people in this country don't have prosperity. They don't have anything in their savings account. As CDU, we must not tolerate that. We have to do something about that. And that is why this startup capital is one answer. One out of many, how we can build up capital, how we can take people to prosperity. It doesn't say that this has to be financed by debts. It doesn't say that it has to be 10,000 euros. 4,000 would be enough to protect people from old age poverty. If the first 20, 25 years of a person's life and invest that, we would have achieved a lot already. So please accept that opportunity for young people. We invest less money for old age poverty because that costs us more than 10 billion euro every year. This money can be invested better. So we want the startup capital, therefore. Thank you. Thank you, Kai Whittaker. Jens Spahn will speak now for the Request Commission. Dear friends, I want to explain where we came from in this debate. I think that's an idea that must not keep the CDU quiet. With the unequal situation, we have a system that works well. Internationally speaking, we can correct imbalances well, but when it's about the inequality of wealth, then we have a problem. In recent years of the low interest rates, we saw that those who have a lot of money, real estate or securities, without having done anything, they have a growth in their values. Tens of thousands of children know from the moment they're born that they will stay in poverty. So the question is, how far does the wealth go apart? This is something we have to talk about. Number two, we haven't learned that there are good opportunities in the share markets. So I am often asked, why do you meet the Canadian funds? I mean, yes, quite simply, they own a major share of the DAX. 70% of the companies in the DAX belong to foreign investors because we do not do enough for old age pension. Our idea was to combine these two topics. Children who are born into poor families get a startup capital so that they get the interest effect as soon as they are intelligent enough to see how the money developed. And then the people will start to understand better how investments can develop. Children's allowances increase costs 2 billion euros. We have the discussion whether this increase will reach those who really need that, and therefore, in relation to what 10 euros children's allowance increase costs, to have an investment so that a startup capital can be installed, I mean, that's an idea that we should think about. As CDU, we have to respond to the growing inequality of wealth in Germany, and that is one idea. Jens Spahn, thank you. And now our General Secretary has the floor. The debate made clear that we have problems in Germany. What Ludwig Erhard said, that when you work hard, you can become an owner. Well, prosperity for all. So, in the past, we say we could have afford things, you could buy a home, and you had the future on your side. Today, that's not possible. Today, 2 people in the family are working, even in the rural areas, and the people can no longer afford real estate. CDU has to be the party that enables property for everybody. I want to be in a CDU where people who work can afford real estate and a car and go and have a a snack without becoming poor. So we should not say we all agree, but in the question how we want to do something, we do not agree. Of course, we cannot finance this by debts. What the traffic light government does with the pension is a disaster. So, therefore, I make this proposal. When we say this sentence, which is central, from the country of savers, this country has to become a country of shareholders. Wealth and ownership has to be in entrepreneurs as well. Integration and participation in the wealth. I propose we make a full stop. We accept this proposal, but all who were in the debate promise that they'll do that, and then we will meet 3-4 times, think hard, and find an answer. We try to find an answer for the election program. And then you will tell me what is possible. That is something that I would like to vote about. Okay, we will now vote on the following. Adoption of the request in the modified version. Okay? Okay, Carsten's proposal is we accept the proposal, and for the election program we will discuss this once again. That is what the General Secretary said. If you approve that, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay, we have an approval. My dear friends, I want to make a statement on this discussion and the vote. Maybe the sentence that we deleted was a little unprecise and too broad. But I want to make a statement. We cannot go to the federal election without a concept for building up prosperity for pensions in employees' hands. So we confirmed two things. The country of savers has to become a country of shareholders. That is confirmed. And as a result, for the election campaign, from this sentence, that is a general sentence, we will turn that into a precise concept. After this party convention, I will set up a commission in the parliament that will deal with this topic so that by the end of this year we can make a statement. We cannot ignore that topic. I accept the discussion, I understand it, but the first sentence that is in there is the actually important sentence. So I want to state this. This is not a dissensus. The first sentence that is not deleted, it will stay, is the central sentence, and we have to fill it with life afterwards. Thank you. Our chairman of the party set a clear line. This takes us to the next request 148. Before I do that, let me say the following. We have about 3/4 of our requests handled already. According to the list, we have 60 speakers left, and 75 other applications have to be concluded. Therefore, there is no limit on the request to speak, but all speakers would become more popular if they tried to restrict their speaking time to 2 minutes. Okay, that's request 148, lines 1664 to 1677, with 21 change requests. There is one request to speak. Wiebke Winter from Bremen. Thank you. I speak on A148. We would like to add a sentence. We promote medicine that considers gender-specific differences. This is not about a gender gaga. This is about a medical problem. Because we know that men and women have biological differences. This begins with the immune system, the fat mass, muscle mass. Medication can have a different effect in men and women. So it's deplorable that this request is for elimination of the sentence. We want this sentence to be included because it will save costs. That's important. An effective and efficient treatment can only happen when you consider gender specifics. We can lower the costs that way, so please think about that. We should accept this proposal. Thank you. Thank you, Wiebke Winter, and for the Commission we have Annette Wittmann-Moritz. Dear delegates, dear Wiebke, basically it's a topic that is a scientific one, and we didn't like the interpretation. Your formulation is one based on medicine. I take a look at the chairman and the board. If we added these 2 sentences earlier, and if we turned medicine into medical supply, that would be better. I mean, we had a different discussion, but I think that would be feasible to make that change. I love surprises. First, Professor Dr. Claudia Schmidtke from Schleswig-Holstein will speak. Dear delegates, dear Commission, thank you, Wiebke Winter, for this wonderful request from Junge Union. I headed health and care. I am a gender expert, and it's important that we distinguish treatment for men and women. I would like to have this sentence included. Thank you. Thank you for your requests to speak. We had a recommendation now from the Request Commission, Annette Wittmann-Mautz. I look at you. That's your proposal. We should now vote on the proposal from Annette Wittmann-Mautz. If you're in favor of the proposal, please raise your card. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay, we have an approval. And then A149, A150, and A151. There are no requests to speak. That means we can vote for these three requests in a group. If you are in favor, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay, we have an approval. Next, A152, lines 1701 until 1709. With the change requests 1 to 13, there is one request to speak on change request 1. Mr. Schroft from Baden-Württemberg. Dear President, dear friends, I would like to speak to ask you for your support for our interests that we formulated here. It's not a secret that the old people's care has to be reformed fundamentally. On the one hand, we need family members. On the other hand, social welfare payments must not rise too much. We, and that means 23 Lord Mayors and mayors from 4 states, we have a so-called inpatient, outpatient concept. We found an alternative to tackle these challenges. And it will also consider municipal interests. Together with a former care representative of the government, we have struggled for years to achieve a legal anchoring in the law so that 100 million euros can be released for building up new care homes. I see now that this request is very precise, and therefore I would like to ask the Request Commission to pick up this request and not ignore it. So I would like to deviate from the request and transfer A152 to the General Secretary for the government program process. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schroft. That's a good proposal. Karina Bechter from Rhineland-Palatinate has the floor. Thank you. My request to speak refers to the change request 002. Dear delegates, I understand the vote of the Request Commission. However, at this point, I want to speak once again. It's not enough to me if it's only transferred to the General Secretary. Today we talked about many interest groups. We named a lot of them. Personally, I am very much interested in care. What is missing is caring family members. Care is a central issue in our society. Caring family members are the supporting pillar in our supply structures. They are so important, and still in our basic program they are not mentioned and not considered. I think that should not be that way. Caring family members invest a lot of hours in care, and our health system would not work without them. So could you please mention them? And I have a suggestion for a compromise. In line 1701, we could add the following. After many people have the request to be taken care of at home, we should include the following sentences. Caring family members are a supporting pillar to maintain care supply structures. They deserve respect and support. Thank you very much. Thank you for the request, Commission. Annette Wittmann-Mautz.
Let me be brief. I think the request 001 can be transferred to the General Secretary. It contains a new concept. When we have a good election program, we all want to honor all good proposals and to choose the best of them. We had another look at the Association of Kasten-Wittlich's proposal. Well, the family members to be nursed, I think, are not explicitly mentioned. After we have examined this again, we could add this in the version you have proposed. Annette Wittmann-Mautz has proposed on behalf of the request committee to transfer A001 to the General Secretary, but she signalized her support for the initiative for the request, change request 02. So again, I assume we vote on this motion in addition with the proposal proposed by Annette Wittmann-Mautz. Please raise your cards. Who's in favor? Who's against? Abstentions. So it is approved. We move to the next sub-chapter of the basic program, and I pass the floor to Sarah Güler. Thank you, dear David. Now we start with sub-chapter A, Germany, which is sustainable and sovereign. We will continue with the request A153, and we have two requests to speak. Mark Helfrich will start from Schleswig-Holstein, and Monika Wilner will be the next. Mrs. President, let me table the motion from Schleswig-Holstein about energy which is safe and affordable. Energy. This is the energy policy triangle about supply security and environmental friendliness. We feel that the term clean is insufficient. The environmental impact aspect is not considered enough. It's not only about clean, but also environmental damages elsewhere. Let me use the example of electromobility. In cities, it is clean, but we all know that electricity must not be generated on the basis of lignite. And as a party of supporting the creation of privatization of the creation, we should not disregard this aspect. And this triad should be always considered. I don't know what the Commission thought about it. We should replace the term clean, and I refer to the chapter about sustainability, which should be used throughout the paper. Thank you. Monika Wilner. Well, dear friends, the term sustainable as the term clean is still valid. If we look at the term sustainable, it means that we consider the needs and satisfy these needs in a way that the interests of the future generations will not be restricted. The term sustainable, when it comes to energy, is extremely important to be mentioned in the basic program. Why? Because we are the party of sustainability. Because we are the sole party that manages to unite economy and ecology and social interests in a reasonable fashion. All the other parties have a certain priority here and there. We are the ones managing to keep this balance, and that's why when it comes to energy, it is essential that the term sustainable is mentioned. And therefore, I plead for keeping this term in the text. Thank you. Well, for the request commission, André Jung will take the floor. Well, dear Sarah, dear friends, I'm the last person who would be against sustainability. So I'm in favor of this chapter. It is a decisive part of our basic program. We're the ones formulating our policy from the viewpoint of the future generation, including ecology, economy, and social interests, including the concepts. This is included in the headline. That means if I can support what Mark and Tony said, but I'd like to explain why the request commission should stick to the formulation we have proposed. This is the energy policy triangle involving the term supply security, economical viability in the terms of affordable, and sustainable in the sense of clean or ecological. Ursula von der Leyen calls it clean energies. This is the energy policy triad: secure, affordable, and clean. So we feel that these three elements form a unity, and that is why they describe the issue of sustainability. I therefore ask you to stick to the formulation of the motion committee. Well, 153 on to A18. Thomas Hallmann takes the floor. Dear Presidium, dear Sarah, it's about the formulation. One word. When do we say social market economy? When do we say social and ecological market economy? I think we all know that since 1994 this is part of our basic program, and that's why those who supported the membership proposal want to have it repeated in the text, because we must consider that many people will not read every line of our basic program, but only the chapters they are especially interested in. There is a big target group that is interested in climate change and climate protection. That's why it makes sense. Not to call it socio-ecological, but as the MET members have suggested, we call it ecological and ecological market economy. I think this is a reasonable compromise. Let me ask you whether the Presidium can support this proposal. Otherwise, I would ask for a separate vote. Thank you, dear Thomas. Next speaker is Peter Liesel. Who's the next speaker? Well, dear friends, I can support what Thomas Heimann said. This is not a fundamental debate. We had it before, and the same applies to the issue of equality, and we decided the following. Well, we clearly support the social market policy. This is our invention. This is our success model. We support the social market economy. That is clear, number one. Number two, it's correct what Thomas Reimann said. For the first time in the 1994 basic program, much earlier than all others, were the ones using this term. We used the term social and ecological market economy as part of the program, describing the basis of the market economy with the aspect of ecology included, combined with the social and ecological aspect. Last year, in the Fundamental Charter, we decided to stick to this wording, and that's why it's mentioned already now in the draft program. In this draft program, we clearly support the social market economy and describe at the same time that climate neutrality, that we want to achieve the climate targets on this basis. It is the request of the applicants to have it mentioned a second time in this chapter. So it is not a fundamental issue, but a matter of formulation. Our term, ecological market economy, uses a different pair of terms. And for this reason, we feel what Thomas Reimann said should be included in this draft program. Please have a look. It is explicitly stated that we support the social market economy, and we want to achieve this with the socio-ecological market economy. That's the reason why the request commission has proposed this motion. Well, Peter Liese and then Wibke Winter. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Anke Jung, for having clarified this is not a general policy debate. We, of course, support the idea of the social market economy, but that was the same in 1994. The question is whether we should mention this only once, or again, there is no application for using or replacing the term general market economy. But under the chapter of sustainability, we should use the changed version, social and ecological market economy. This would clarify, and I see Mr. Konnemann is nodding in agreement. Okay, I misunderstood you, but let me explain my opinion. Friedrich Merz rightly said yesterday that the big difference between our environmental and climate policy and the one of the Green Party is that we are focusing on a market economy. We do not want any prohibitions. We want to give incentives. The market economy is the way ahead, and the Greens have not yet understood. I had a chance to talk to Annalena Baerbock. I asked her why she does not subscribe to emission trading. She said, I'm in favor of regulations. That is why I would like to ask you to support the proposal of Thomas Reimann. Thank you, Peter Wibke Winter, to be followed by Jens Spahn. Dear friends, here I speak on behalf of the Association of Bremen, but also for 578 members who have spoken out in favor of this motion because it is a clear commitment of these members. We do not want to bring about climate change with bans, but with the instrument of the social market economy, because we feel this is the best possibility to export climate protection. But it is also clear. We have heard Mr. EU climate protection. This works only when the social market economy is combined with a price, and that's what we have to clarify. It's not a new invention which we have, as we have heard since 1994. Before I was even born, this term was used. So, socio-ecological market economy. But let us send this signal from this party convention. Let us show this is our answer to climate change. Let us adopt this version, this changed version. Well, separate voting for this request and for a 017, which was just discussed. We all made great efforts. We have many members who cast their votes. They really took great pains. So we should not vote ad hoc. We should demonstrate to them that we take them serious, as the Junge Union did. So we are in favor of a separate vote. Thank you, Wibke. Jens Spahn. Well, dear friends, the term is firm. The term we use is the term of the social market economy with a capital letter S. This is the term we are associated with until this day. If you have a look at the text, it exactly describes where we want to go to: clean air, energy efficiency, and so on. And then we say this is to be achieved by means of the social market economy. It is the most adaptable system on earth and capable of reacting against current challenges. That's why it does make sense to use the term market economy. And you mentioned 1994. In all our fundamental programs since 24. Well, the term market economy was mentioned several times. I think the party of Ludwig Erhard has all right to use this term. And then you mentioned 1994. There was another basic program in 2007. There, as it is also mentioned today about the socio-ecological market economy, that it is spelled out in small letters. The term social market economy was used as a fixed term we are using not only at home but throughout Europe. That's why we should stick to it in this basic program too. Thank you, dear Jens. Now it's about the motion of Wibke Winter concerning the separate voting 017 and 018. The Presidium has decided that we have a vote whether you want a separate vote, because we so far have voted everything en bloc. So let me ask the plenum if you feel that we should do this separately. You should raise one's card now. Who is in favor of a voting procedure en bloc? From here, it looks as if the majority is in favor of an en bloc voting. So that's what we are going to do. Let us vote on A153 and the motions A17 and 18. Those of you who would follow the recommendation of the request commission to raise your cards. Any votes against? So the recommendation has been approved. We now can vote en bloc. There are no requests on the motion 154 at 157. All who support the recommendation of the request committee are asked to raise their cards. Anybody against? Again, we have an approval. Now we go on with motion A158, A009. We have two requests. Christian Hupen from North Rhine-Westphalia, to be followed by Thomas Heimann. Dear friends, as a district association, we formulated two requests on energy supply and nuclear power, going beyond what the board has proposed. So perhaps you expect me now to vote against the recommendation of the request committee, but I prefer a different approach. Well, there are different opinions about nuclear power. The proposal of the request commission contains everything. We talk about renewables, openness, affordability, but nuclear power is also an option we cannot do without. We trust, dear Carsten, that the referral to the General Secretary, well, this tells you something about my Catholic background. Well, it is not a funeral of first class, but we should be able to have a concept at the election. So in order to signify that energy should always be affordable. Thank you. Thomas Reimann. I can be very brief. Well, I just wanted to talk about the vote. If you do not add it to the basic program, I can refer my statement. Well, Jung for the request committee. Okay, not necessary anymore. Now let us vote. Who, if you support the recommendation, please raise your cards. Who is against? So we have an approval. Now we stick to motion A158 and come to the change request 020. Heiner Deppe wants to speak. So please come to the mic. Dear Sarah, dear friends, I'm Rainer Deppe. In 4 terms, I was responsible for environmental policies in 4 terms. Friedrich Merz, you said we have a program of the grassroots level. We have 3 motions that made it to the plenary session. It would be nice if at least one of these motions would find the agreement of the party convention. So far, it has not happened yet, unfortunately. In the program, we speak about a secure, affordable, and clean energy. It is precisely the most expensive form of energy production. Nuclear power is what we want to reintroduce. So what a contradiction. Nuclear energy has never been marketable nowhere on planet Earth. Either it is completely in the hands of the state, or It is massively subsidized in the free world. Clean. The issue of production residues. Nuclear refuse has never been regulated anywhere in the world. Let me ask you, what is the price you attach to the removal and monitoring of the nuclear power system? So it is not part of the calculation. So it is by no means the cheapest form of energy generation. We talk about the cohesion of the society, a big issue again at this convention. Our big achievement in 2011 was that when there were big major social conflicts that divided our countries over decades, we were able to solve this conflict. We should come together instead of be disunited. The issue of nuclear power, we would hand back the main issue to the Greens. I do not want to strengthen the Greens. They haven't deserved it, least by us. This is the reason why I will vote against this motion, and I hope that many others will do so. The reintroduction of nuclear power, and to support our motion of members of Thomas Heimann and others who signed it. Thank you. Anna Jung would like to take the floor again on behalf of the Request Commission.
Ja, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, zuerst ein Nachtrag zu der Diskussion die sozial-ökologische Marktwirtschaft.
Well, what we have decided, I read it out and you can read it on lines 1077. There it is stated the social market economy remains our economic and social model. It also includes an ecological dimension. This socio-ecological market economy relies on a regulation mechanism of the market and with a sparing use of the environment. That is now our wording. Well, on the debate about nuclear power, this is the debate we had intensively in the past months as part of our discussions. Let me start with one remark. There was a motion that the three last power plants, nuclear power plants, should not have been switched off during the energy crisis. It was a mistake. The circumstances are unsettled. We know some files and more information have to be supplied. First remark. And the debate about the future, it's about the crisis, the debate about the future. Here in this basic program, we don't have a return to the nuclear power, not a new construction of the nuclear technology. There's an openness for research. Our energy should be efficient, renewable hydrogen, CO2 cycles should be improved, and will always be open for research. At a symposium on the 75th birthday, he said, the end of a technology should not mean the end of the research about new energy sources. We should not relinquish these options. We are open-minded for research for nuclear power plants of the fourth and fifth generation. Carsten Linnemann has explained this idea publicly. We do not know what will happen in 10 or 15 years' time, and that's why we do not want to shut this door today. We have a clear understanding how we come to the point of climate neutrality, and we remain open for research, especially when it comes to nuclear power plants of the fourth and fifth generation. Those who do research are hoping for more progress, which means a maximum reduction of risks and a clarification about nuclear refuse. There are ideas to reuse it to generate new energy. We say never shut any door. There are two pillars. Our concept for climate neutrality. This is precisely described in the paper. What the two commissions have felt is that many others can subscribe to this idea. So I'd like to plead to stick to this decision. Machst weiter?
Well, thank you very much indeed. Let us vote. We vote on A 58001 through 37. Those who actually want to accept the motion of the Motions Committee, please raise your card. Those against and abstentions. So this has been accepted. There are no requests for the floor. So we can actually do the voting en bloc. Those who want to follow the suggestion of the Motions Committee, please raise your cards, and those against and abstentions. We come to A 63 with 005, and here Mr. Klein from Hanover wants the floor. Dr. Klein has withdrawn. Oh, there he is. Excuse me. Well, this motion shows the reality. The text, the way it is worded, gives us a wrong picture of nature. We have to struggle to get the picture from the nature, and this is done by a lot of work, and we as party who have not managed this group in the way we should have done it. And this can be expressed in the basic program. Thank you. Thank you. We share the opinion of what has been said on hunters and fishers, etc. I don't know where there is a contradiction. We want to actually safeguard the performance of the nature. We want to make life easier for the hunters and fishers, etc. They all do a very important job. So I think This is how it is meant. Then we come to the voting procedure. Those who want to follow, please raise your cards. Those against? So this has been accepted. We now can go to A 167. Here we can also vote en bloc. Those who accept 164 to 66, please raise your cards. And also those against. So this has been accepted too. And then we go on with motion 167. And as far as the amendment is concerned, there are several people who want to take the floor. We start with Christine Schneider from Rhineland-Palatinate. Dear party friends, since December of last year, the Ampel has managed in Berlin and in Brussels that one profession has disappeared. We represent the agriculture, but for this our farmers of course need a certain area, and every day we lose 55 hectares of area we could build on. Therefore, we have thought about putting an end to this, and in Germany we want to define the minimum size of area that we need, and secondly, protect this area so that agriculture can actually safeguard this. And so we have to declare this as a target. Now I know the argument of others who say we should not change the basic law, and in order to protect nature we also need agriculture, and therefore we have to give the same importance to agriculture. And in Europe we have 8 member states who have, so to say, included this target into their basic law. We are not only at our side, but we do everything so that in the future you can safeguard nutrition. Please accept the motion. Thank you. We still have 9 speakers on the list. We now close the list, and the 9 speakers that are now waiting are asked to be as short as only possible, a maximum of 2 minutes. So next speaker, dear party friends, actually I can follow the last speaker 100%. I, as a farmer, am directly affected by the agricultural policy And this government has to stop. It cannot go on like this. I come from the district of Fechter, and it founded the first party organization, and they would actually be very depressed when they would see what has happened to agriculture. Agriculture is essential for our republic. Well, thank you very much. So the next speaker. Friends, of course, agriculture is very important, nutrition too. But I think it's not a good idea to write this into the basic law. I think the basic law doesn't serve. Well, it is certainly the best constitution we've ever had. There have been some changes, but this hasn't made things easier. And one of these changes was to put animal protection into the basic law. I think it's not a good thing to actually add more mistakes. I know that we as politicians are very often faced with very strange things. For instance, plants we are faced with, well, safeguarding nutrition, maybe protect the area. So we have to be very careful what we are writing into this or animal protection. What has happened? So if you change the basic law, you can actually experience surprises. I think things don't get better if we add animal protection rules. Justice, you can add a lot of rules. You can also add sport, for instance. I think we should not overtax the basic law. And a last thing, we all joined the CDU because we want to shape things politically. Let us struggle politically for agriculture and nutrition in the next election, for instance, and we can do this politically speaking. So I think you should accept the motions committee. Sylvia Blair is the next speaker. Colleagues, friends, it is not a matter of politics of symbol. We don't want to have new targets. We already have protection of the natural basis of life, and there is a lot being done. We see this when we look at legal decisions when the basic law was written. At that time, everybody had the basic knowledge. So there was no need to add agriculture once more. Today, we need the target, and it has to be concretely designed. And only if we re-establish a balance with protection of animals or of plants, only then will agriculture will have the protection it is needed. If we want to do one thing, we have to do it necessary. Thank you. Dr. Marco Moormann is the next speaker. Friends, this party conference sends out the signal. Yes, the CDU looks after us. They get up early in the morning and see to it that everybody has something to eat. I'm very grateful to Friedrich Merz for his speech. It really matters whether an industrial state like Germany can nourish itself. If we can actually safeguard that animals are protected, then of course we can say, yes, we safeguard nutrition. And therefore I say, please accept the motion of the Motions Committee. Now we have Philipp Antor as next speaker. Günther Philipp, you know that I appreciate you very much because you are very good lawyers. As a party, we should not have done one thing, that is animal protection, to be included in the basic law. But it is not only a matter of symbol politics, but there is a decision of a higher court. We also see the economic interests of somebody who has animals in Germany. But one thing will have priority. And I ask you, do you think that animal management in other countries is safeguarded better? No. We have very good laws, and this will be supplemented by other legal rules. And I think it's very important to safeguard nutrition. How important this is has been seen in the pandemic. And it was so important to see where our foodstuffs come from. Please see to it that when it comes to animal protection, we will have animal management. Please accept our motion. Thank you, Philipp Antor. Friends, with this motion, it is not a matter of whether the one are in favor of agriculture and the others are in favor. Yes, we are the party for agriculture and a good constitution. But for this, you should actually accept the motion. I know this is exaggerated, and our chairman mentioned agriculture in his speech yesterday. And I would also like to actually mention that we had a very vivid discussion about many matters of animal protection. And we must see that we have changed the basic law many times in the last year. And this was exaggerated. And if we want to do something for agriculture, then we should have less clarity, more clarity in legal rules referring to agriculture. Well, of course, we could have done many things, target sport or voluntary jobs, but for us, we don't want to actually add every little thing, but keep the basic law the way it is. It would also be a problem if we change many times the basic law. We have to discuss with the Ampel that we are not willing to change our basic law continuously. Therefore, it must be clear. Yes, okay, with the motion, I admit it is a problem with the protection of animals, and therefore I would like you to accept the basic law. Now, Jochen Steinkamp. Philipp Antor. Safeguarding nutrition is not a random target, and it is no simple policy. It is something very important. 3 times per day we need a farmer in the morning, at midday, and in the evening. 8 states in the European Union have actually safeguarding nutrition in their constitution. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I think we should not change the character of the basic law. We have 21,000 words in the basic law, and we want to add 1 word because we have to assess, for instance, animal protection. And those who are not on our side, politically speaking, so this paragraph is not in its best form, and I think we have to send out a clear signal, because in some discussions of my electoral campaign in the European elections, the awareness of these questions does not exist. So I think safeguarding nutrition would be very important. Thank you. Now, Dr. Joachim Kleen. Ladies and gentlemen, I think nobody in this room has ever experienced in his or her life to suffer famine. This is not a matter of fact, and it is not so far back that we had the situation that people did not have enough to eat. This is not the merit of good politics. It is the merit of agriculture in this country. And it isn't very far back that all of you have seen in the supermarkets that oil was not there, or other products were not there. Safeguarding nutrition is not a matter of fact. I have seen in my jobs again and again, and I think you have similar experiences, how interests of safeguarding nutrition is a topical question. It is not a luxury. It is a basis for the internal peace in this country and the efficiency of our production of foodstuffs contributes to safeguarding this sector in Europe. It's not safeguarding orchids, and therefore we have to accept this motion.
Thank you. For the request commission, Thorsten Frey, please. Dear friends, I understand the emotional character in this debate. One thing is important. We must not create the impression that some are pro-agriculture, others are against agriculture. I have always lived in a rural area. My predecessors, my ancestors, were all farmers. And what was said here is all correct. But you must not believe that with a target definition, practical politics can be replaced. You cannot do that. In the end, it's important whether you have the power, the force, whether politics can be made for agriculture. There are practical issues. Also, enough cultivation spaces to support the agriculture, to support farmers. So we cannot set up state targets. This has nothing to do with constitutional aesthetics. The basic law doesn't know state targets, as unlike state constitutions. I would say there is something in there which does not belong in there systematically. The problem cannot be reduced by taking up more state target definitions. I mean, the interest is important. I know. I agree with that. Food safety is not any topic. Of course, it's more important, but the problem is that others do not share this assessment. In this legislature period, the traffic light parties requested 12 constitutional law changes. In a few days, we will celebrate 75 years of basic law. We made about 70 changes in the basic law. Each time a few words were added, basic law grew longer. Better? No, it's not, it has not become better. Thank you. Thank you, Torsten. Now we vote for A167. If you follow the recommendation of the Request Commission, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Okay, this looks like the majority against. We will show the change request on the screen. It's line 1856, anchoring of a state target food safety. That was taken up, and the convention just agreed on that with a large majority. Congratulations. Now we continue again a group vote. Requests A168 to A170 with a change request. If you agree with the recommendation, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Okay, this was unanimous approval. We continue with A171, change request 009. I have two requests to speak. Laura Strohschneider, followed by Anna Krehl. Thank you. Dear delegates, as CDU, we are a party that promises careers for the hard-working people and true opportunities. This promise should be there for all in our country, no matter where they live. As a young generation, we think that there is still a need to catch up. It's correct that we have contributed a lot, that a lot of this promise was realized, but if we are honest, and we should be honest, there is still a lot to do. For example, we can take a look at, if we want, then if we want that the Eastern Germans participate more in the leadership sector, we would have to double that sector, and that after 30 years. Or when we take a look at demographic change, that regards all of Germany, but in Eastern Germany, that is even more important. That makes it difficult for us because the structures to maintain them will become difficult. There are different conditions all over Germany. For example, in some areas, the next hospital is further away, schools are further away for families, or how many well-paid jobs are in my region where I live. It's an important commitment when we take a look at the next elections. In our request, we want to show people in Eastern Germany that we still focus on their special challenges. We want to promise that hard work will pay off, no matter if you live in Aschersleben or Augsburg, in Bautzen or Bochum or Cottbus or Celle. It's a promise for the future in your home region. And with this request, I'd like to ask you for your support. Thank you. Next is Anna Kreil. Ina Scharenbach can already prepare herself. I will do it from here. I agree with the previous speaker. Everything she said, I support that. We no longer have to ask whether we belong together or not. We have to ask, rather, how in the future we want to live together. And yes, for more than 30 years we have lived together as a young person. I am very grateful, but I still see differences in the living opportunities in the East and the West. They're reflected in different wages, different ownership relationships, private ownership, and so on. And a new challenge, Laura mentioned it, the different living conditions in the city and in rural areas in the past decades have increased. In Eastern German states, this is reinforced by stronger demographic change. I see these differences still today, and I believe that equal living opportunities living opportunities are based on good education. That should be reflected in the basic program. Thank you. Next is Ina Schavenbach. Dear President, thank you for this request. If you read the text that we recommended, then the chapter begins by saying it says that living in the East and the West should be strengthened equally. The state is responsible for equal living opportunities and considering all the interests of all people. So from the Commission, we say that we have written this in the program. If I can make two remarks. The requesters want equal living opportunities. That's a debate we like, equal opportunities or equality. So we apply for equal opportunities. Second remark, this Eastern-Western thinking should be overcome. If you take a look at Saxony, Brandenburg, economic development there, the situation in Saxony-Anhalt and Thuringia and Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, then we can really have a political discussion, and therefore we should overcome this Eastern-Western thinking. So please approve the proposal by the Request Commission. Everything is included. Thank you. Thank you, Ina. Let's stick with A171. Change request 14 now. Jens Nackel, please. The floor is yours. Dear delegates, dear Commission, the requester is Kamalach in the northwest. This is the biggest tree-growing area in Western Europe. I bet each one of you was in the shadow of a tree that spent its first years in the Ammerland area. This is a basic statement. The Green Party wants to finish this industrial sector. We promote forest and forestry. The foresters, that's in our program. We are committed to food production in Germany. The work of the farmers and fishermen, the wine growers, everything is written in the program. And in urban areas, we want green in the parks, in the cities, and along the roads. And that is correct, because that's a main element for sustainability and for climate balance. But we have to be committed with those who do the work, and these are the tree-growing companies. Thank you for the proposal to put it in the program. We should also talk about plant protection, but the commitment to the people who do the work belongs in the program, so please consider whether this paragraph should be included in the program. Thank you. Ina Schattenbach is next for the Request Commission. Thank you, dear President, dear requester from Ammerland. I have a big passion for this request because I come from a family that owns a gardening center. But in this chapter, we describe what we want to do in city development. As Christian Democrats, we are very sustainable already. We do not talk about individual aspects. That would be a program overloaded. Maybe architects are here. Even architects say that free urban planning is important, and we could not take this up because that's a detailed aspect in how we want to create a reliable urban policy. So I want to recommend to stick with this proposal, to transfer this to the General Secretary, because these can be part of a government program. This is what this is about. So please, dear delegates, please follow the proposal of the Request Commission. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's have a vote on the request. Oh, sorry. There is one more request to speak. Birte Lissmann from Schleswig-Holstein. Thank you, Serap. I'd like to support the Ammerland motion. Pinneberg in Schleswig-Holstein is a competitor about what is the biggest area for tree growing, we claim that for ourselves as well. Mr. Scharrenbach just said it's okay if we take this, that we should accept this proposal. But I want to add that it's important to have plants that we have grown ourselves for roof greening, for facade greening. That's important. And what this actually means, this is needed in the government program, but not in the basic program. So this one sentence to promote tree growing is important, and that is correct. Ina Schattenbach will speak again. If you think about that, this is about city nature, what you find in this text. A lot of city nature provides more living quality. So this requires more than tree growing. And then the lower Rhine area could come up and say, we want to be included as well, or other areas in Germany. There's so many elements that could be included, so we believe that this is something that should be put into the government program. The basic program describes the fundamentals, and at this point, urban policy with a lot of city nature. So please follow the proposal of the Request Commission. And now we have the vote. Request A171, including the change requests A001 to A22. If you want to approve the proposal, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? These are some, but not the majority. So everything accepted as the Request Commission recommended. Now we vote in a group of requests, 172 to 179. If you follow the recommendations of the Request Commission, please raise your card. And any votes against? Okay, there is approval. And the subchapter Sustainability is now complete.
Wir haben jetzt einen kleinen Wechsel hier oben. So, dann geht es weiter mit dem Unterkapitel Ein Staat, der funktioniert und vorangeht. Wir haben für die Anträge 180 bis 189 keine Wortmeldung vorliegen. Gibt es dagegen Widerspruch, diese en bloc abzustimmen? Das sehe ich nicht, dann verfahren wir so. Wer für diese Anträge der Antragskommission die Zustimmung geben möchte, den bitte ich um das Kartenzeichen. Herzlichen Dank. Die Gegenprobe? Enthaltungen? Dann ist das einstimmig so angenommen. Jetzt kommen wir zum Antrag A190 mit den Änderungsanträgen 1 bis 17. Hierzu haben wir einige Wortmeldungen und ich erteile Heinrich Frieling aus Nordrhein-Westfalen das Wort.
Ja, da kriegt man schon Applaus, bevor man was gesagt hat, aber es geht tatsächlich um ein sehr wichtiges Thema, nämlich um die finanzielle Ausstattung von Ländern und insbesondere von Kommunen. Wir sind die Kommunalpartei schlechthin. Wir wollen vor Ort gestalten Und wir wissen, dafür braucht es Gestaltungsspielräume. Die sind generell etwas eng im Moment, aber sie sind auch unterschiedlich groß auf den verschiedenen politischen Ebenen. Und deswegen gibt es hier mehrere Anträge, auch folgende Anträge aus Landesverbänden, die sich mit diesen Fragen befassen, insbesondere auch mit dem Instrument der Verteilung von gemeinschaftlichen Steuern. Im Grunde hat die Antragskommission dankenswerterweise das Anliegen auch übernommen und auch die kommunale Finanzausstattung betont in der teilweisen Übernahme der Änderungsanträge. Aber das wesentliche Instrument, nämlich die Frage, wie werden Steuern verteilt zwischen Bund, Ländern und Kommunen, ist nicht aufgegriffen worden. Und deswegen werben wir dafür, die Anträge der verschiedenen Landesverbände anzunehmen und hier auch noch mal ganz deutlich zu machen, wir brauchen eine Neuverteilung der Gemeinschaftssteuern, um kommunale Spielräume und Spielräume in den Ländern zu erhalten. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank. Und als nächster hat das Wort Johann Wimberg aus Oldenburg.
Ja, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde, meine Damen und Herren, mein Name ist Johann Wimberg. Ich bin seit über 30 Jahren kommunalpolitisch für die CDU aktiv, war 18 Jahre Bürgermeister meiner Geburts- und Heimatstadt Friseute im Norden des Oldenburger Münsterlandes und ich bin seit 10 Jahren Landrat des Landkreises Cloppenburg. Es geht bei diesem Thema, und deshalb spreche ich hier für diesen Antrag der Antragsteller, um ein wichtiges Thema, denn wenn wir hier zum Parteitag reinkommen, dann erfahren wir am Eingang, am Stand der KPV einen Spruch: starke Kommunen, starkes Deutschland. Damit diese Gleichung auch zukünftig noch aufgeht, und ich beziehe mich da auch auf die richtigen Worte unseres Parteivorsitzenden Friedrich Merz, der auch immer hier an dieser Stelle auch von der Stärkung der Kommunen spricht, dann ist es gut, wenn die CDU hier Flagge zeigt und das auch ganz konkret formuliert. Deshalb sage ich Ihnen eins, auch an der Entwicklung, die wir gerade aktuell erfahren. Ich komme nun aus Niedersachsen und in Niedersachsen kann aktuell kein einziger Landkreis mehr seinen Haushalt ausgleichen. Und was die Landkreise betrifft, das betrifft natürlich auch viele Städte und Gemeinden, denn die Finanzierung der kommunalen Seite, auch was die Landkreise betrifft, hängt sehr stark über die Kreisumlage an der Situation der Städte und Gemeinden im kreisangehörigen Raum. Und deshalb ist es, glaube ich, auch gut, wenn wir hier ganz klar bekennen und ausführen, dass, wie es der Antragsteller und die Antragsteller geschrieben haben, sowohl der Anteil der Länder als auch der Anteil der Kommunen an den Gemeinschaftssteuern wie Umsatzsteuer, Einkommensteuer, Körperschaftssteuer da dauerhaft strukturell erhöht wird. Und deshalb kann ich Ihnen sagen, angesichts dieser Entwicklung, die wir jetzt seit kurzer Zeit intensiv erfahren, die sich in den nächsten Jahren noch verstetigen wird, leider, ist es unumgänglich, an dieser Stelle die Dinge neu zu ordnen und zu regulieren. Und wir als CDU in Deutschland, als Kommunalpartei in unserem Land, sollten hier auch eindeutig formulieren und Flagge zeigen. Und deshalb bitte ich Sie, diesem Antrag zuzustimmen. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank. Und als nächster hat das Wort Michael Ludwig aus Rheinland-Pfalz.
Verzichtet.
Alles klar. Vielen Dank. Dann bekommt das Wort Philipp Amthor für die Antragskommission.
Liebe Freundinnen, liebe Freunde, einer der Delegierten schrieb in einer der WhatsApp-Gruppen, diese Antragskommission, sie sei ein bisschen wie Oliver Kahn. Sie hält fast jeden Schuss aufs Tor. Es gelingt aber nicht immer. Der mit dem leidenschaftlichen Plädoyer für die Landwirtschaft ist ins Tor gegangen. Und ich fürchte, das mit dem leidenschaftlichen Plädoyer für die Kommunen könnte ähnlich ausgehen. Aber deswegen, weil wir das antizipiert haben, will ich schon auch noch mal darauf hinweisen, Ina Scharrenbach und ich, die dieses Kapitel ja auch maßgeblich mitverantwortet haben in unserer Bundesfachkommission, wir hatten jetzt versucht, zumindest noch mal eine Kompromissformulierung zu finden. Denn ich denke, im Anliegen gibt es ja keinen Unterschied auch zu den Begehren der Landesverbände. Es ist klar, die Kommunen sind im Zweifel im Verhältnis zu immer neuen Aufgaben, die übertragen werden, zu schlecht gestellt. Und jetzt muss man sehen, wie löst man das auf. Die Ablehnung oder die Annahme in geänderter Fassung, die wir empfohlen haben, hat aber maßgeblich mit der Formulierung des Antrages zu tun. Und da bitte ich jetzt wirklich ein bisschen um die Kraft des Textes. Wenn wir uns das anschauen, wir sind da in der Struktur des Grundsatzprogramms, eigentlich in einem Abschnitt nur zum Thema kommunale Selbstverwaltung. Wir wollen den Föderalismus eigentlich an späterer Stelle adressieren. Da kommen mehrere Absätze noch dazu, auch zu den Bund-Länder-Finanzbeziehungen. Und wir fanden es in der Antragskommission einfach nicht überzeugend, jetzt in dieser Breite Gemeinschaftssteuer noch zu erklären mit Klammerzusatz, Umsatzsteuer, Einkommensteuer, Körperschaftssteuer. Das ist vom Detail- und Sprachlichkeitsgrad eigentlich nicht so, wie wir uns das wünschen. Deswegen haben wir bei allen inhaltlichen Übereinstimmungen vorgeschlagen, dass wir eine geänderte Fassung annehmen, also Annahme, aber in geänderter Fassung. Und wir waren auch bereit, Ina Scharrenbach und ich hatten das mit dem Antragsteller kurz jetzt in dem gebotenen Vorlauf, zumindest den wir in kurzer Zeit nur hatten, angeregt, dass man diesen Hinweis auf eine bessere Verteilung der Gemeinschaftssteuern aufnimmt. Allerdings würde es in dieser sprachlichen Form uns nicht gefallen und deswegen würde ich für die Ästhetik des Grundsatzprogramms und für die Frage auch der Schwerpunktgewichtung darum bitten, dann der geänderten Fassung anzustimmen. Im Anliegen sind wir uns einig, in der Formulierung hätten wir uns allerdings etwas anderes gewünscht und dafür werben wir auch. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank. Weitere Wortmeldungen haben wir nicht. Dann können wir in die Abstimmung einsteigen. Wer der Antragskommission folgen möchte, den bitte ich um das Kartenzeichen. Herzlichen Dank. Die Gegenprobe. Das müssen wir noch mal wiederholen. Können wir noch mal alle die Hände runternehmen? Noch mal alle ein bisschen Konzentration, weil viele gerade gar nicht mit abgestimmt haben. Wer folgt dem Votum der Antragskommission? Bitte jetzt das Kartenzeichen. Vielen Dank. Jetzt die Gegenprobe. Das Zweite war die Mehrheit. Müssen wir noch mal einmal sortieren, über was wir dann in der Folge abstimmen, weil wir ja nur über einen Änderungsantrag jetzt abgestimmt haben.
Stimmen wir jetzt über den ab, 001.
Dann müssen wir jetzt über den Änderungsantrag A190 001 abstimmen. Der Landesverbände Nordrhein-Westfalen und Schleswig-Holstein. Wer diesen seine Zustimmung geben möchte, den bitte ich jetzt um das Kartenzeichen. Vielen Dank. Die Gegenprobe. Damit ist dieser Änderungsantrag angenommen. Gut, dann kommen wir zu Antrag A190. Hierzu liegen keine Wortmeldungen vor. Dann können wir A191. Dann können wir dazu jetzt sofort in die Abstimmung eintreten. Wer dazu dem Votum der Antragskommission folgen möchte, den bitte ich um das Kartenzeichen. Herzlichen Dank. Die Gegenprobe. Dann ist das einstimmig so angenommen. Dann rufe ich auf den Antrag A192 mit den Änderungsanträgen 1 bis 6 zur Beratung. Hierzu liegt eine Wortmeldung vor von Jürgen Lukas Matz aus Hannover. Sollen wir den Antrag noch zurückstellen? Dann gehe ich erst weiter. Ansonsten hätte ich gerne ein Zeichen aus dem Landesverband Niedersachsen. Gut, dann scheint diese Wortmeldung zurückgezogen. Dann stimmen wir über A 192 ab. Wer dem Votum der Antragskommission so folgen möchte, den bitte ich um sein Kartenzeichen. Vielen Dank. Gegenprobe? Enthaltungen? Bei einigen Gegenstimmen dann so beschlossen. Für A 193 und A 194 liegen keine Wortmeldungen vor. Ich würde vorschlagen, die dann en bloc abzustimmen.
94, there are no requests to speak. So if you approve the proposal, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay. There is approval for the proposal. Next is A 195. There are requests to speak by Jendrik Wüstenberg from Hanover. Hello. Probably I will not have friends among the members of the parliament. I mean, the target here is to reduce bureaucracy. I worked myself in administration, and I have to say the evaluation is a bureaucracy monster. And therefore, it would make more sense to say, let's do it with the best before date. And then the parliament will have more work, but my experience is that the evaluation is good for nothing. So please approve the proposal. Thank you. Ina Scharrenbach is next. Thank you, dear Franziska Hoppermann. In the technical commission, we debated this a lot, how we want to make laws in the future, and we agreed that the level of details have to be lowered. We need a bigger overall framework, and that is included in this modern state campaign. So in coordination with Philipp Amthor, we agreed on this wording. We want to have a week of implementation where we can check what was actually implemented, and therefore the level of detail was added into the basic program, and of course the deadline is turned down, so please approve the proposal. Thank you. Thank you, Ina Scharrenbach. There are no more requests to speak, so we can vote on A 195. If you're in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Okay, that was a clear majority, so we have approval for A 196 to A 199. There are no requests to speak, so we will have a vote on the entire group of requests. If you approve, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay, there is approval. Now the subchapter is finished, and before we come to the final chapter, the General Secretary will speak to us. Thank you. I'll give you an update for your evening plan. Tonight, probably, you will see an evening that you will have never seen. It will be great. Now we have to focus on sticking together. That was the first statement. Now we will hear Engelbert von Nordhausen. He will read out the final part. It's 3/4 of a page. That's the central document with our guiding motive. We can look forward to that. Afterwards, we have to talk about the first part, CDU at a glance. So once we discussed all requests. But since we did not change too much, I mean, you can speak, there is no pressure. The party convention is the first priority, but we could just say that this is in the main part. We don't need to talk about the first part. And then we'll talk about further requests from the request commission, whether we have to go in there again or whether you say, come on, we have the election program, so we can discuss them at a different time. 10 minutes from now, 15 minutes from now, we can be quick, and then we will have the final vote on the basic program. I would like to ask all who are in the exhibition area and who see me and hear me to come back to this hall, because that will be a historical vote in the fifth basic program that will be probably in 2037. They will show these pictures that we produce. So please come back to the hall. We're looking forward to Engelbert von Nordhausen, new CDU member, the most popular synchronous speaker. He will read it out to us. With our values into the future. Germany, Europe, and our world are important for us. In this basic program, the most valuable details was written down that we have, we Christian Democrats, our basic values, convictions, and ideas for the future. We believe in the people. We take them as they are. We don't want to change them. We want to move forward our country. We want pioneering spirit, renewal, modernization. We have to realize what the changes are, get them in line with our fundamental principles, and shape them for the future. This makes us up as a modern people's party. Our essential core is bringing people together. We build a strong foundation and thus shape politics for a society with cohesion. We want a country that is free and safe, a society that has cohesion and opens up opportunities, an economy that creates prosperity, Germany that is sustainable and independent, a state that works and moves forward. Each one who shares our values and targets is invited to join forces, to join our efforts. As the women and men who founded this party in 1945, we believe in a better future for all. We want to shape this future with courage, resolve, and optimism. We want to live in freedom. We want to lead Germany safely into the future. Okay, dear Mr. von Nordhausen. That is worth an applause, isn't it? The flowers are for your wife, thank you. And the bottle of wine is for your voice. Thank you. Engelbert von Nordhausen. very well known from German television. The German voice of many actors. It's a low bass. You can afford that. Now, the final chapter with our values into the future. Next is A200. There are no requests to speak, so we can start voting. If you are in favor of the request commission, please raise your cards. Thank you. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay, that's a unanimous approval. Next, the summary of the messages of the program. At a glance, this is CDU. I pass on to Mario Vogt. Thank you. At a glance, that is CDU, applications 002 with the change requests 1 to 15. A002, lines 1 to 14 with the change requests 1 to 15. One information. First, the Commission met yesterday. We decided to add 2 sentences referring to God. And we connect to the initial sentences of previous basic programs. The added section is our politics are based on the responsibility in front of God and the people. Our compass is the Christian image of human beings. In our view, God created man based on his own liking. Our compass is the Christian image of the human being. Now we consult the proposal. There are no requests to speak. So let's have a vote. If you follow the proposal of the request commission, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? So we have approval. Change request A003, lines 15 to 21 with the regarding change requests. There are no requests to speak. Let us vote. Now, if you approve the request commission, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? So we have a formal approval. Next, change request 004, lines 22 to 25, no requests to speak. Okay, now the vote. If you approve, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? Okay, we have an approval. Section, our heart beats for Europe. Request A005, lines 26 to 29. There are no requests to speak. If you approve the proposal, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? We have formal approval. Section for a value-led policy in the world, that's request 006, no requests to speak, so we'll have a vote. If you approve, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? We have an approval.
Courage for a guiding culture. A007 lines 35 to 42, including the pertaining request, change requests. There's one request to speak. That has been withdrawn. So we have no requests to speak. Let's vote. If you support the vote of the Amendment Committee, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? So we have an approval. Let's strengthen cohesion. Motion A008, lines 43 to 45. There are no requests to speak. Let us vote on our application. Our motion, please raise your cards. Any objections? Abstentions? So we have an approval. Then, since in the motions 09 to 11 there are no requests to speak, I'd like you to vote the proposal of the motion committee. Who's in favor? Who's against? Any abstentions? So we have an approval. Next is 0812, growth instead of standstill, lines 61 to 65. There is one request on the amendment 02 by Dr. Kai Zwicker. Please, you have the floor. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, although it's late in the evening, I would like to say the following. Today we vote on a new basic program, and I think we can be all very happy that we have made excellent preparatory work and that we have completed this process. But the basic program is supposed to show principles, and it is part of the principles of the CDU of Germany to include the social market economy. Jens Spahn mentioned that the term social market economy is mentioned only 4 times in our new basic program. Other things are mentioned much more often in an inflationary fashion, I'd say. So I would like to appeal also from our district association. We have a special relationship to the social market economy. Alfred Amag formulated the principles of the social market in the Jesus Monastery. Let's think about it again. And well, dear motion committee, Philipp Antor formulated it nicely. I offer a compromise. If we add the 2 sentences, welfare for all, prosperity for all, we have a short statement, and it adds a powerful statement in our text, which emphasizes the importance of our market economy policy. Let us opt for this compromise. Since we are compromise-oriented, we would accept this proposal. But nevertheless, we'll continue. Before you lose your temper, let's vote on the vote of the motion committee. If you can follow the changed amendment, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Any abstentions? So we have an approval. Now we carry on with motion A13 and 14. There are no requests to speak on the vote. If you agree, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? So it's been approved. We move on to motion A15. Those who can work are supposed to work. So there is one request to speak, 006 by Johannes Winkel. That's been withdrawn. Okay, then we have no request Oh, there is. Sorry. Johannes, the floor is yours. I just wanted to ask, which is the changed version? Because the statement was the changed version will be applied. Is there a change? Please, can you tell us briefly where it is inserted? But perhaps there was no amendment. Well, the version of the motion committee took it over, so at a 1-to-1 ratio. So I think we can vote. Who can support the vote of the committee? Please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? So it's been approved. We move on. Well, as far as the motions of A016 to A021, we have no request to speak, so I prefer a vote en bloc. If you can follow the block of the proposal of the committee, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? So it's been approved. The next is the motions ZA001 to ZA009. These are the additional motions about the basic program. These are motions regarding the tonality and the structure of the basic program. We vote on the proposal of the motion committee. ZA001 to ZA007 and ZA9 en bloc. If you support the vote of the motion committee, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Any abstentions? So it's been approved. Motion ZA008 will be recommended for adoption since this is a reasonable restructuring of the text. Family provide safety. If you can support this proposal, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? So we have an approval. Then we move on to the title of the basic program, Living and Freedom, Leading Germany Safely into the Future. We vote on this proposal. A001 plus the amendments. There are no requests to speak. I'd like to ask you for a vote. If you can follow our motion, please raise your cards. Any votes against? Abstentions? So this has been approved. Work of 2 years has been successfully completed now. Congratulations. In 1978, 1994, 2007, 2024. It's the fourth basic program of the Christian Democratic Union, will now be voted upon. Carsten, the floor is yours. Thank you. Now, the final voting about the fourth basic program in the history of the CDU of Germany. Today, the CDU has been renewed in terms of its program, and we provide optimism to the country. This is a historical day. Konrad Adenauer was the first federal chancellor. He had the vision of a new state. We are in favor of the principles of freedom, solidarity, and justice. Our understanding about the human beings is at the basis and at the yardstick as well. This is the central message of the basic program. Today, we can establish that we are successful with this program of renewal. It is one of the most important social achievements a government can produce. We are happy that we are at one together with the citizens for our common good. It's the 7th of May, the 36th Party Convention. It is 1945. Now we proceed to the final vote. Who is in favor of the fourth basic program in the history of the CDU of Germany? Any votes against? Any abstentions? Unanimously. Where's Syrup? Here she is. Keep on clapping your hands. Dear friends, we are waiting for Sarah Güler. Where is she? So let me use the time. We will take the photo. Now the Program and Central Policy Committee will come on the stage. Well, dear friends, now let me first of all express a few words of thanks to all of you, the delegates, who have been around here for almost 10 hours with an admirable discipline. Thank you very much indeed. This has been a great and interesting discussion, a very good voting procedure. Thank you very much to all of you for this day we have spent, which was really very awarding. And thank you very much for the concluding voting and for a unanimous vote about the fourth basic program of the CDU Germany. And I also would like to thank the members of the Basic Program Commission that has done an excellent job, especially Carsten Linnemann. Dear Carsten, you were the head and the heart of this work, accompanied closely by Pülle, Güler and Mario Vogt. Let's have a big hand. And I'd like to thank the whole Commission and the over 100 members in the special commissions, not to forget Philipp Birkenmeier and Gustav Hoppe, who have supported this work from the Adenauer House with a great team. Without the team in the Adenauer House, this would not have been possible. Thank you to all those who have contributed. Well, dear friends, this is the time when we can say it is a historic day in the history of the CDU of Germany. We have now the fourth basic program. We have adopted it. Thank you very much. This has been excellent. It was really quite awarding. On the basis of this basic program, we will carry on working now. We will have to vote on some motions before we then proceed to the Berlin evening. And tomorrow, the European election campaign will start. On the basis of this new basic program, we will start our work and will formulate a government program, because this is the conclusion of an intermediate stage to be followed by the next phase, which is entitled Preparation for the Assumption of Government Responsibility. Now we are going to work proposals how to bring this country ahead, Germany and Europe. Thank you very much. It's been excellent.
Jetzt hat man gedacht, jetzt ist Schluss.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we continue the deliberations. Now the next motion is 824. Additional items, the same procedure. If you want to take the floor, we would like you to use your tablet. And please remember, it's now 8:05. Remember, we have some more plans. I appeal to the General Secretary to be very brief so that we can conclude our work. Without simplifying our work, the other resolutions have been ordered. I call up the additional motions one by one. The complex D1 till D6. This is internal policy and justice. There are no requests to take the floor, so let us vote on the proposal of the request committee. If you support it, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Anybody against? Any abstentions? So the motions D1 to D6 have been approved. Now we move on to volunteering and sports, local policy with F1 and F2. There are no requests to speak either, so we can vote en bloc on both motions. If you support our proposal on F1 and F2, please raise your cards. Thank you. Anybody against? Abstentions? So we have an approval. We move on to the complex of motions G, like traffic and infrastructure. There is one request. Railway connections between Germany and Poland. No requests to speak. Let us vote on our proposal. If you support it, please raise your cards. It's about the railway connection between Germany and Poland. Thank you. Anybody against? Abstentions? So there's a unanimous vote. We move on to the complex H with the motions H1 to H4. This complex deals with family, youth and senior citizens. There are no requests to speak either. We vote en bloc about H1 to H4. If you support our proposal, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Anybody against? Abstentions? So we have a unanimous vote. We move on to the complex on economics and finance. Here we have to subdivide this procedure. J1 to J6, there are no requests to speak. That's why we vote en bloc about the proposal of the committee. If you want to support our proposal, please raise your cards. Thank you. Anybody against? Abstentions? So a unanimous approval. One request about J7, dismantling bureaucracy. There's one request to speak by Josef Rief. On microphone 2. Well, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I think Well, I think removing bureaucracy is a topic we have been dealing with for decades. However, during every election, we claim that we have been removing bureaucracy, whereas we have done the contrary. So this is an interesting motion. We have to become credible. I'm no longer prepared to say in campaigns we are in favor of removing bureaucracy. We have to do something to remove bureaucracy. We have to establish a strong ministry in order to become more credible against bureaucracy. All what we have done in the past 60 years is just superficial. And that is why, at first glance, I wanted to ask for the installation of a ministry against bureaucracy in order to push ahead with the German economy. Please do not vote for the proposal of the request committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Reif. Ina Scharrenbach will respond. Thank you very much, Mr. President of the convention. Well, we share your view, absolutely. It is a sign of the time, but we as the Commission want to respond. If you mentioned the work of the Christian Democrats in the states and in the federal government, we always have made a contribution to the reduction of bureaucracy, be it in Saxony, Minister President Michael Kretschmer, or initiatives to remove bureaucracy in Lower Saxony, or initiatives in Baden-Württemberg or North Rhine-Westphalia. Everywhere where we have responsibility to govern, we make a difference. In our opinion, we have been against bureaucracy, but we will not establish a new ministry. This is the desire of this motion, and you will find it in the basic program under the topics federalism and the modern state. Of course, we say we wanted to bring together resources and want to make sure that a legislation describing the framework that does not describe all the details. So in short, we propose to support this justified motion that is the soul of this party convention in order to translate it more efficiently the process of the election campaign when we will be we will be responsible in the government. Well, one request, J07. If you want to support the vote of the request committee, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions. So the proposal has been adopted, and I pass the floor to Ina Scharrenbach.
Thank you. We now come to the J8 and J9. There aren't any motions in this respect, so I'm asking those who want to accept a motion of the Motions Committee, please raise your cards. Those against? Abstentions? So this has been unanimously been carried. We now look at K1 through K9. So there is one request for the floor. Those who are in favor of K1 to K3, those against and abstentions. So K1 to K3 have been accepted. So we have one request for the floor on the mini jobs. Thank you, dear friends. At all events of the party congress, I refer to the mini jobs. You know what is happening. Those who were born in the 60s retire one after the other, and we consider how we can fill the gap.
Liebe Elke Hanak, ich darf einmal unterbrechen. Eine Bitte an das Plenum, bei allem Verständnis für alle Diskussionen, die man jetzt führen muss. Elke Hanak spricht hier zu einem Antrag und ich glaube, es gebührt der Respekt vor den Rednerinnen und Rednern.
Elke is speaking on one motion, and I think you have to be responsible and listen to Elke. I try to be short. The employers look for qualified labor in order to fill the gap. And last year, this were more than 500,000. After the pandemic, we have the same situation as before. 500,000 were working in many jobs, and I would like to say this very clearly. 4 million are not a small group, and many jobbers would like to work more. This is reflected by the pertinent studies. And many of those who work in many jobs have undergone detailed training courses. I'm wondering, can we actually allow that mini jobs are filled in this way? And therefore, the future of the mini jobs has to be discussed once more. We cannot not actually accept that mini jobs are actually filled by people who become poor in the evening of their jobs. Resistance is big, but those who are looking for qualified labor also has to move. Today they have the opportunity to actually reform the mini jobs. So this was Elke on the question of mini jobs. Elke, you're right. We cannot forego the many qualified labor. And of course, with many jobs, you cannot finance your life in the long run. And this doesn't protect you from the and of course, without the many people who work in the mini jobs, we wouldn't be able to fulfill many tasks. Of course, we have to explain these persons that it is difficult to actually also regulate the labor market. And I think in times of crisis like this one, we have to see to it that our enterprises can work. Many jobs are very often the possibility to have a secondary job, and many people use this instrument. I must say, as much freedom as possible and as little regulation as possible. Thank you. We have one request for the floor, which was withdrawn. Let us now vote on K4. This motion should be transmitted to the Secretary General. Those in favor, raise your cards, and those against, raise your cards too. Now we come to the motions in the area of K5 through K9, so we can actually vote on K5 to K9. Those who are in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Those against, thank you. Now we come to the questions of asylum. No, there are no requests for the floor. Let us vote on the motions committee. Those who want to follow L1 to L3, please raise your cards. Those against and abstentions. Now we come to foreign policy, Europe, and other questions. There are no requests for the floor, so that we can actually vote en bloc on these questions. Those who want to follow the motion of the motions committee, please raise your card. Those against, same procedure. We have N1 to N11. About these questions, we have no requests for the floor, so that we can vote en bloc. Please raise your cards if you agree. Thank you. Those against, abstentions, so unanimously adopted. We have two motions on the next questions, P1, and there is a request for the floor from Baden-Württemberg. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the situation of agriculture is very serious. We have to give a sign to the sector of agriculture that we take their problems seriously. Thank you. For the Motions Committee, Christian Bäumler. Thank you. I speak on behalf of the Motions Committee, and I thank Johannes from South Baden. It is, of course, very important that we stand up for a competitive agriculture. This is very important. This is a question of nourishment. The question is whether we can influence the sector. when you read the detail, then you see that there are a lot of obstacles, so we have less and less foreign labor, which is important in order to work in the agriculture. We need a concept, and we have to drill very fat boards. Therefore, I'm in favor of transmitting this question to the Secretary General. So now we progress to the voting procedure. Please raise your cards if you're in favor. Those against, abstentions, some votes against and some abstentions. Transmitted to the Secretary General. We come to P2. Change of the Now we come to Q. I have a request for the floor on Q1. Dear friends, dear Christian Democrats, as education is concerned, we're lagging behind. We do have a big problem in the area of universities and artificial intelligence. We have thought, how can we actually open the traditional university education to everybody so that we won't lag behind? I think it is very important to create a digital university where we can test that the university gets across to everybody. So this must be available to everybody. If the labor wants to actually undergo further education, we are in favor of accepting this motion. And I think that maybe we have the opportunity that we have to become active now in the area of artificial intelligence. And I ask for your acceptance. Now, Martin Schön for the Motions Committee. Well, we thank the RCDS, an association of university students, for their work, and we should actually look at this motion as members of Parliament. So I think the content of this motion would be dealt with in a very good way. Therefore, I'm in favor of accepting the motion of the Motions Committee. So this should be dealt with by the Secretary General and the parliamentary group. Those in favor, those against, abstention. For Q2 and Q7, there are no requests for the floor. I think so we can proceed in this way. Those in favor, please raise your cards. Those against, abstentions. So accepted. We now come to our health and care, R1 and R5. Can we vote on block? Those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? So accepted. Now, as media and culture, there is one motion. Those in favor of the motion of the motions committee, please raise your cards. So this has been accepted. Mario is going to speak. We come to the last motions of the day. There are 6 initiative motions. There is no request for the floor. Yes, there is. I know you all want to go to the Berlin evening. And I would like to say we need the digital pact 2.0. Those in favor of the motion of the motions committee, please raise your cards. Those against, raise your cards too. So this has been accepted. Now we come to 002 to handle agriculture in the right way. There is a request for the floor. Friends, this is a very important motion. And why is it an initiative motion? In the last few months, we've struggled with our farmers, and we went on the demonstration too. And the farmers said what we are experiencing from the ministry and the minister is very depressing. And today we send out a sign to the agriculture and also forestry, a motion which is supported by Brussels, and important politicians have signed this, and also the MIT. So what can you read there? Tomorrow we'll have the European topic also in the area of agriculture. Things have to be put into practice. This is what farmers expect from us. The second thing, financial burdens. We have to get to the situation that farmers in Germany are burdened more in comparison with Luxembourg and the East. What John Özdemir is doing is not enough. We need an overall concept. We think we need new breeding methods, and at the end we say with the CDU there will be more incentives. Thank you for the support.
Thank you. Let's vote on the proposal. If you want to follow, please raise your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? So we have an approval. We move on to the initiative motion 003, cost compensation for contraceptives. There's a request to speak. Anne Diekmann-Mautz, please come to the stage. Dear delegates, 100,000 abortions per year. The tendency is rising. This sounds like a figure, but behind these figures there are severe conflicts among women. In the basic program, we have decided this afternoon that we will not tolerate these figures. Our appeal is let's do away with 218 and from the criminal code. For us, it is important to support the women to accept their self-determination, but also the right of the unborn life. Dear friends, if we are serious that we cannot tolerate that women in the end know no other way out, we must not leave them alone when it comes to contraception or the avoidance of an unwanted pregnancy. But this is the case in reality. It's not only who uses contraception and also the question of financing. In many cases, this question is left to the women, although we know that it is a question pertaining to both men and women. The health insurance recompensate the costs for the contraceptives up to the 21st week. We wanted to extend this period. This was correct because we do not want that a woman gets into a pregnancy conflict, and we do not want that a child is aborted because effective contraceptives are not accessible or not affordable. That's why we as the Women's Union demand to overcome the age limit and to make these medical contraceptives to pay compensation. We also talk about costs. We are quite aware of this fact. But let me seriously ask you, what do we really want to answer these questions with financial arguments? When it is about the protection of human life, Margot Söder explained it nicely this afternoon. When it is about the hospices and palliative care, we do not do this for good reasons either. Therefore, I'd like to ask you, today we have the possibility to adopt a decision to show that we are serious about this ethically difficult question in order to support women practically. This is not ideology, but sheer pragmatism. Thank you very much. The request of Sylvia Dreher for the motion committee. Their proposal is to transfer the vote to the parliamentary group. I speak on behalf of the motion committee. Dear Annette, we can certainly discuss this issue. I was just surprised about this request because last night we talked about this issue a long time, and I felt that we agreed upon the referral. But I'd like to add a few aspects. This motion is a far-reaching motion. It is about a service to be paid by the insurance companies and the increase of the age from 21 years to 22 years, but that cost 40 to 50 million euros. Well, we can discuss the details, whether the age limit is to be increased, if this can be described financially, or whether recipients of citizens' allowances can be helped with different solutions, but the fact that we pay for condoms our lifelong will go beyond the limits. Therefore, we agreed last night to refer this motion. So I ask you to support the vote of the motion committee. Thank you. Sylvia Briam. Now we talk about the vote of the committee. Reversal to the CDU parliamentary group. If you can follow this vote, please show your cards. Anybody against? A small number of objections. It has been approved. We move on to initiative motion 004 and 005. There are no requests to speak. So I would like to vote en bloc. If you can follow our proposal, please show your cards. Anybody against? Abstentions? So we have an approval. Next, the initiative motion, the last motion of the day. This was just a hint. E006. There is a request by Manuel Hagel. Manuel, the floor is yours. Dear friends, 843,000 suits for gentlemen, 836 coats, and unfortunately 44,000 pairs of shoes, 14,000 carpets, and 7.7 tons of human hair. This is what the Red Army found on the 27th of January 1945 in the concentration camp of Auschwitz. 7,600 survivors next to 1.5 million people who were murdered there. Well, dear friends, for all of those who wonder why it is so important to remember that this must not be permitted any time again. This horror must never be repeated. Never again on German soil, people should be murdered because of their origin, because of their sexual orientation, because fascism or National Socialism, and especially Auschwitz and such unhuman time must never be repeated. On October the 7th, 2023, today, 7 months ago, there was a massacre committed by Hamas in Israel. Well, women were killed, children were shot dead, mothers were raped in the presence of their husbands. The biggest massacre against Jews after the Holocaust. Over 240 people were hijacked, many of them till today, without any regret, without any difference, without any sign of humanity. Just 200 days, this is when this happened. Well, just a short distance, 2 hours by air. On that day, when we received the news about these atrocities, we were shocked. Every one of us understood clearly that Hamas is responsible, that wants to destroy the state of Israel and to kill all Jews. We all delivered powerful speeches. Now the streets in the state parliaments, in the national parliaments, Israel was encouraged by powerful speeches. But today, this slogan, "Never again," is followed by "yes, but." Then it comes to an attitude. Angela Merkel said that the security of the state of Israel is Germany's raison d'etat. Therefore, we always have to remember that the same applies to our party. This is the reason why abstention is no attitude. We have the duty to fight against these acts. Therefore, I would like to ask you to support our motion. Thank you very much, Manuel. Thank you for your important motion and your very good conclusion of today's deliberations about motions. Now let us vote about the proposal. If you can follow our proposal, please raise your cards. Any objections, any abstentions? So we have an approval. Now, the initiative motions have been voted upon. And now I pass the floor to Franziska Baumann, and I'd like to thank you for your concentrated discipline. Thank you very much, dear Mario. Please pay attention for a couple of minutes before we proceed to the Berlin event. We have some organizational remarks for tomorrow. The seminar hall will be rearranged. Please take along all your personal belongings from the chairs and the tables. We have a new placement, but the party managers from the estates know this. Please return your tablets and log out. Tomorrow we'll need it again. You will receive it back recharged. For today's function, you will find a program. This year, there will be event areas in the restaurant outside and also the Berlin Club. At 8:45, it will be opened with Markus Söder. Well, you can pass through the exhibition hall, and the way is signposted. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we'll be back for the deliberations. Thank you very much for your successful cooperation. I wish you a pleasant evening.